Okay, let's start and put up my slides, please. Thank you. Next slide. Oh, I do that. Never mind. There. Okay, I wanted to just start out welcoming everybody. Thank you for coming. And also those of you who are online, thank you for attending virtually. I'm Tina Beard from NASA Ames Research Center, and I'm also affiliated with the International Association for the Advancement of Space Safety, which will from now on be referred to as the IAASS. My
raise the sound. Raise the sound. Can't hear you.
Whenever I tell anybody in my family what I'm working on, and this is one of the things that I tell them about, they say, well, why are you doing that? Is that important? That's not my slide. Can you put it on my second slide, please? Okay. They always ask me, well, why are you working on this? And so I just wanted to say a few words about why this is happening. We have quite a few sponsors. We have 10 sponsors now. And I would like to really thank the Oklahoma State University for hosting this event. And I'm waiting for my slides. Hold on. We're already 10 minutes behind. We have a very fast-paced agenda these next 2 days. And so you're going to be learning a lot and hearing from a lot of really good people. Dr. Mike Marge, who started this effort, isn't with us, but he will be joining us virtually. And okay, so I can advance now. Okay. One reason that we've started the HRP-C effort is because governments have taken on the responsibility of funding private industry, and this is going to help to increase the number of individuals that go into space. And we've never had that opportunity before to collect data on a lot of people because there's a limited number of astronauts, cosmonauts, and taikonauts. Also, we want to look at this, we wanted to develop the HRP-C because space travel is not good for the human body because we were born on Earth and we have evolved to have the conditions that are on Earth. Here are the hazards that have been identified at NASA. There's 5 of them: closed environment, gravitational adaptations, radiation exposure, isolation and confinement, and distance from Earth. And these are the hazards associated with lunar exploration. And under each of those hazards are a list of the risks that have been identified. And NASA, the Human Research Program, has identified the likelihood and whether it's a high or low consequence on the human. And if it's indicated in red here, it's a high likelihood by consequence. If it's green, then it is a risk, but we probably have figured out a good countermeasure for it or some sort of technological fix. So you can see that fact that there are yellow and red risks shows you that we haven't figured everything out yet. All of that information is based on professional astronauts who are very healthy, but average civilians are a whole different ballgame. They're a different demographic, And average civilians, according to the CDC in America, almost half of them will have 2 or more chronic conditions, and 1 in 4 will have some sort of a disability. So you can see that the data that's been collected on healthy astronauts may not be indicative of what happens to the normal civilians that are going to be flying. And also, the people that are going to go up have a large number of roles. There's going to be engineers, technicians, maintainers, scientists, medical professionals, artists, service personnel like chefs, miners, entertainers, and tourists. So the range of roles is going to be broader. And I'm not going to talk about each of these because they will come up later, but the idea is that there are quite a few reasons for the desire to develop a comprehensive HRP. This is the list of our sponsors. I want to, in particular, point out the IAASS. And I got involved in this because of my role with that association. I'm the chair of the Human Performance and Health Technical Committee. So anybody who's interested in joining my committee, we do some fun things, so just come and talk to me. We're going to hear now from Paul Wild, who is the president.
I do. Could you bring the slides up, please? And Tina, I have this for you as a memento from our time together in Japan.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. See several good friends and hopefully some new friends out there. It's really awesome to see so many people participating in this sort of workshop. Did you get the slides? Oh, it's supposed to be, there we go. So yeah, it's my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome you all officially as the IAASS president. I wanted to briefly tell you a little bit more about our mission and the nexus with the workshop activity and some of the vision that we have, the activities that we're involved with, which I hope this will be maybe the first of many IAASS events that you participate in. You did see in the opening page some statements about the IAASS mission, and in celebration of our 20th year, we're overhauling our strategic plan and incorporating a new mission statement. So this is actually a draft mission statement to enable safe and successful exploration and exploitation of space for the benefit of all people by advancing the science and application of all aspects of space safety internationally. So we have a grand vision. Some of our strategic goals for commercial human spaceflight include collaborating with a broad spectrum of stakeholders to identify systematic safety risks posed by commercial human spaceflight that should be mitigated either by regulation, by standards, and I'm a huge believer in the importance of voluntary standards, because what I've seen is that when you get the right group of experts together and we agree that this is the right thing to do, that a lot of people will just voluntarily do that. And you don't have to tell them to do it formally through a regulation. And of course, research, because there's many gaps out there that need to be filled, and we appreciate all the hard work that's being done in this field and in others. So we want to create also a multi-year strategic plan in 2024 to mitigate those identified risks, and you see some of the specific goals there that we have. And I'm particularly proud of the books that the IAASS has published, and many of you, I know, Tina, you were a great contributor to the one on human performance, but these are really incredible works done all by volunteers. Typically 1,100 pages, a graduate level textbook. The one on safety design for space operations I co-edited, and to this day we have applicants for licenses refer to that as their Bible. They refer to it because it's got a lot of great stuff in there that gives them guidance on how to do space operations. We actually just published a new book, a second edition of the first book in 2023. And so we have many great publications, including probably a little known standard on commercial human spaceflight that we published many years ago. Basically what we did was we digested the enormous wealth of information in NASA's standards and boiled it down to this, I think it's about 60 pages of standards for commercial human spaceflight. You see some of the terrific partners that we have formal agreements with. Some of the most relevant products and activities that we have include especially a wide range of activities to improve communication. One of our core values is that we never want to see an accident occur due to lack of information about something that was previously already understood. We are a permanent observer at the United Nations Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, and so we get to provide expert advice there. Tina, thank you for going to Vienna next month to tell them about this activity. Of course, we organize conferences and workshops. We have a number of formal products, including the books that I mentioned, but also the Journal of Space Safety Engineering, and our magazine, and of course website and social media. We have the Space Safety Institute, which I bet you George Neild would tell you more about, but it's a really great idea of how to provide like a third party that would facilitate an operator's ability to understand and improve safety by leveraging expertise that's already out there. We have our Jeffersonian dinners, which I see the Honorable Jim Bridenstine here, and we were happy to have a Jeffersonian dinner with him years ago, as well as many other distinguished individuals. Those are always a great time. And we have these formal agreements with the like-minded organizations such as the Secure World Foundation. And these position papers, which one of them may bear some relevance to this discussion, this workshop about pressure suits and the goodness of pressure suits. So we have an enormous scope. We are laser focused on space safety. There are other international organizations that do more than just safety. We're focused on safety, but you see all the different aspects of safety. And we have the technical committees that Tina showed you. I highly encourage you to get involved with one of those and join us as we make our efforts to be a catalyst for the transformation from the current environment to a vision where space is safe, is sustainable, and fairly shared. And please work with all your colleagues to bring that about. And I hope that you'll join us next October in Prague for our next conference. Our conferences are always first-class events, and so I look forward to seeing you there. If you want any additional information about that, I have a trifold handout about the conference, and I'd be happy to tell you more. Thank you.
We're going to hear from some people from Oklahoma State University now. Jamie? I guess you're Johnny Stevens, is that correct?
Jamie's a lot better looking than I am. I don't have slides. Yeah, Jamie's a lot better looking than I am. But hi, I am Johnny Stevens. I'm president of the OSU Center for Health Sciences just across the river and here at OSU Tulsa. And we welcome you to our campus. This is the OSU Tulsa Helmrich Research Center. And we really look forward to important conversations today on the future of civilians in space flight and space habitation. I'm a pharmacist, so this is a cool experience for me to be up here and see all of you interested in this, and an infectious disease pharmacist to that. So all of this is really interesting, and I'm looking forward to the conversations. Welcome today, and I want to send out a special welcome to the Honorable Jim Bridenstine, former NASA administrator who's here with us today. And I haven't seen him yet, but the Honorable Frank Lucas, congressman from Oklahoma, will be here with us before the day's out. And I also want to thank all our speakers today from NASA, industry, and academia who are lending your knowledge and expertise to this conversation. It's going to be really important as we move this forward. This topic's near and dear to our hearts here at OSU. Our university's been working closely with NASA for over 50 years. And most recently, our partnership with the Launchpad Center for Advanced Air Mobility under the leadership of Jamie Jacobs, who you'll hear from in just a minute. We are pushing boundaries of aerospace technologies that will transform the future of life as we know it. During this workshop, we'll have the privilege of hearing from experts, visionaries, and pioneers who will share their insights, expertise, and ideas on shaping the future of civilians in space. Together, we'll explore innovative solutions, collaborative opportunities, and the ethical considerations that underpin our quest to expand human presence and beyond Earth. So that's, as we embark on this incredible journey of discovery and exploration, let us remember that our collective efforts today will shape the future of generations to come. I encourage each of you to engage in thoughtful dialogue, share your expertise, and forge connections that will propel us toward a future where civilians can explore, live, and thrive in the vast expanse of space. Now, before I turn it over to Dr. Jacobs, I have a number of faculty, researchers, deans, so I'm looking forward to them interacting with the group as we move forward. So there's a number from OSU here that, while this is not their area of expertise, this closely aligns with a number of the areas that we have moving forward, both on this campus as well as Stillwater. Dr. Sewell's here as well from the Stillwater campus, as well as a few others. So just know that we have really a mission across the state of Oklahoma as the land-grant university for Oklahoma. So we have quite a bit across there. But before I turn it over to Dr. Jacob, just a little bit of housekeeping. You're at OSU, so we're going to entertain you, and there's going to be food here all day. Refreshments out in the back as you saw them come in, as well as a lunch at noon. The bathrooms, interesting enough, are located to my right or your left through that enclave. So if you really want to walk all the way down in front of everyone, I think there's bathrooms there. More importantly, there's some out the back doors as well. So that's probably what I would recommend. In case of emergency, you can see them here on the left or out the doors as you came in today. If anyone needs any special accommodations, I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Jacob. Please see him during this meeting, and we'll take care of you, try to meet those needs as we can. And tonight we're going to enjoy a reception and dinner at the Tulsa Air and Space Museum, one of Tulsa's well-known attractions with our deep history in aerospace here in Tulsa. So we look forward to you making it out there if you can. The weather's cooperated enough. I'm glad we didn't do this yesterday morning. It was a better day to hunt ducks than it was to have this conference. I'll now turn it over to our expert on this, Dr. Jacob. Thank you very much, and please enjoy your time.
No slides. Thank you, Dr. Stevens. Again, we really appreciate your support and all the interaction that we have with the Center for Health Sciences. It's a great resource, not just for the state, but for the country. So as Johnny and Tina mentioned, my name is Jamie Jacob. I'm the Executive Director of the Oklahoma Aerospace Institute for Research and Education. My main role here today is twofold. One is to facilitate the collaboration and coordination of our various visitors and entities working together to push us forward in human spaceflight. My second goal today is really to make sure that everything gets paid for. And so that's one of my endeavors. So I would like to thank you, Jim, for that and all your support. So I do want to make sure we recognize our sponsors. So in addition to IAASS, I'd like to really thank Jim Bridenstine and the Artemis Group for everything that they've done to help push this forward. The Aerospace Safety Institute, the Global Spaceport Alliance, KBR, Voyager Space Holdings, Solaris Aerospace, Redwire, and the Tulsa Innovation Lab, to the auspices of the George Kaiser Family Foundation. Without their generous support, we wouldn't be able to make this happen today, so please give them a round of applause. So in addition, the Launchpad Center for Advanced Mobility, as Dr. Stevens mentioned, is a EDA-funded grant opportunity that we have here at OSU Tulsa to focus our efforts and specialties in the area of autonomy and advanced mobility to push the limits of human travel. And while most of our focus is on air, land, and ground, space is also a component of that, and that's an area that we bring our expertise together, both at OSU Stillwater, OSU Tulsa, and their Center for Health Sciences campus here in Tulsa. So that way we can really leverage our past relationships that we've had with NASA over the past 50 years, and in research areas such as human factors, trusted and equitable autonomy, human radiation impacts, the pharmacological impacts of space flight on genomics, and things such as connecting with our tribal nations through the Native Earth, Native Sky programs. So while this is not necessarily one of our areas of direct focus for Launchpad Center, it is something that we feel that Launchpad Center is really here to help support. And if you would like to learn more about the Launchpad, James Spencer in the back, our director, who we just hired in the fall, can help facilitate those particular efforts. So as I mentioned, my role here today is to make sure that we run a very successful and constructive workshop. So if you have any questions, concerns, just please direct those to me, and I'll help facilitate that. Jennifer, who most of you have already interacted with, if you have any questions regarding facilities, other special needs that you may have, direct those to her. And then Ray Lucas in the back with our AV team for any other connectivity issues that you might have. So I look forward to a really successful program. And without further ado, I'd like to bring the Honorable Jim Bridenstine up. I could talk about Jim all day. We're really lucky to have him here in Tulsa. I think everybody knows about Jim's background and everything that he's done to really push human space travel forward. So we're really lucky to have him here today to be a member of this team. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie, for really all the work that you've done, and Johnny Stevens for the work you've done in pulling this together. Thank you to Oklahoma State University for being willing to host this without any kind of fee or cost. Thank you also to IAASS for being willing to say, hey, we love doing these things virtually, and of course this is a virtual conference. There's 150 people online, but having 150 people in the room is also, in my view, extremely valuable. So thank you to OSU, thank you to IAASS, and I'm looking forward to a great conference. I want to say thank you especially to every person sitting in the seats out there. Your expertise is critical to a workshop like this. And we've got folks here that have backgrounds in physiology, medicine, engineering, all of the things that we need to have a successful HRP-C workshop. And so that's really what this is all about. I also want to say thanks to Tulsa and the state of Oklahoma for stepping up to be a part of this. I think it's important to recognize the history, really, quite frankly, of the state of Oklahoma and the city of Tulsa. I'll share some of it with you. Some of you may remember, looking around the room, there might be a few people that remember a time when Sputnik launched into space. And of course, that set in motion a whole series of events that led to the space race and, of course, now the space age. After Sputnik, it wasn't too long after Sputnik that we had here in Tulsa a bunch of Thor ICBMs sitting over at the Tulsa International Airport. And we decided, with some engineers at Douglas here in Tulsa, that we could take those Thor ICBMs, put a second stage on top of them called a Delta, and we could create a Thor Delta program, and we could start putting stuff into space. That happened right here in Tulsa, and I will tell you that the Delta program, which is still alive and well today, not under Douglas or McDonnell Douglas or Boeing, but now it's under ULA. But the Delta program here in 2023, or 2024, forgive me, it's January. Here in 2024, the Delta program is set to retire this year. So this legacy of the Delta program started right here in the city of Tulsa. I would also say that come, let's see, it would have been May 5th, 1961, we had Alan Shepard fly into space for the first time. Of course, the Soviets were ahead of us. Yuri Gagarin had not only flown into space, but he had also flown into orbit. And Alan Shepard went straight up and straight down, 116 miles. And John F. Kennedy came to Congress and a joint session in the House of Representatives, 20 days after Alan Shepard's flight, 116 miles straight up and straight down, and he said, we're going to send a man to the moon, we're going to bring him safely home to Earth, and we're going to do it by the end of the decade. An astonishing vision established by the President of the United States that again set into motion a whole bunch of things that had to happen. The day after President Kennedy gave that address in a joint session of Congress, right here in the city of Tulsa, about 3 miles from where we sit right now, we had the very first Peaceful Uses of Outer Space Conference. The very first one was right here in the city of Tulsa. Wernher von Braun and all of the American, I would say German-American engineers that were tasked with getting us to the moon descended on Tulsa. In fact, this is why IAASS is so important, and the international aspects of this are so important. The Soviet German scientists also came to Tulsa, and they started discussing about how space could be utilized in a peaceful way for humanity. What could come from this great opportunity of the dawn of the space age? And all that happened right here in the city of Tulsa at the fairgrounds, a building we call the Pavilion. Of course, after that, Tulsa got involved at the behest of Senator Robert Kerr, who, by the way, was the employer of a gentleman many in this room are familiar with, James Webb. We claim him here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, or in Oklahoma in general. James Webb worked for Robert Kerr in the oil industry, and then when we had the Apollo program, or NASA got kicked off, I should say, John F. Kennedy said to Robert Kerr, who should run NASA? Robert Kerr said, my guy James Webb. He became the NASA administrator, and he's the guy that got us to the moon. I would also say that in those days, if you look at the Saturn V rockets that took Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin to the moon, as well as an additional 5 moon landings, and as the former NASA administrator, let me tell you, each one of those actually did happen, and they were very real. By the way, you'd be shocked at how much I get that question. Those Saturn V rockets, the external components, any piece that you see of that Saturn V rocket on the outside, they were built right here in the city of Tulsa. Moving forward, we built the bay doors on the space shuttle, which are not just, some kind of structural capability, but these are engineering marvels that not only generate energy, but dissipate heat and do all those kind of stunning things. Space Shuttle bay doors built here in Tulsa. All of the truss structures on the International Space Station built here in Tulsa. The big devices that maneuver the solar arrays on the International Space Station originally built right here in Tulsa. We think about the strongbacks, the big devices that pick the shuttle up and make it vertical for the launch stack, built right here in the city of Tulsa as well. So we do have in Tulsa a history and a legacy. And speaking of which, when we think about going back to May 26th, 1961, when John F. Kennedy addressed the first ever Peaceful Uses of Outer Space Conference, we think back to that point in time. Those folks descended on Tulsa for a reason. And these were people from all over the globe. And they came to Tulsa to say, what do we want to utilize space for? And how can we make it, the utilization of space, peaceful? And at that time, they were talking about communication and navigation and science and discovery. And what do we do today? We're descending on Tulsa as an international body to come up with ways where we can not only continue to utilize space peacefully, but advance it in a responsible and a safe way. That's what this workshop is all about today. I think it's important to note that really when we talk about humans in space, yes, it's exploration, yes, it's discovery, but it's also now a whole new day of science, manufacturing, even we think about industrialization of space. We're talking about the ability to compound pharmaceuticals or create new pharmaceutical crystals that we cannot create in the gravity well of Earth. New treatments for cancer that are being created in the microgravity of space on the International Space Station. We talk about how we can grow tissue in 3 dimensions in space, which we can't do in the gravity well of Earth. How we can print human tissue. Not too long ago, I read in the newspaper that a brand new meniscus came back from the International Space Station. I saw pictures of scientists looking at this meniscus that was 3D printed using basically human tissue in the microgravity of space. So all of these kind of medicinal benefits, we think about really on the manufacturing side, the ability to take materials that are 1 atom thick so we can create an artificial retina for the human eyeball so that people who have macular degeneration don't have to go blind. These are all capabilities that right now are being proven out on the International Space Station. But here's what NASA doesn't do. NASA does exploration, science, and discovery. NASA doesn't take it to the commercialization effort. That's what industry does. So we make these discoveries, we prove it out, we can license technology, we can share knowledge, and then industry goes forward and does all of these things. But if industry is going to do it effectively and quickly, it can't all be robots. We need humans that can interact with machines and do things a lot faster, and make decisions in real time as to what needs to be done in space. Well, when we have humans in space, which make no mistake, we're going to have a lot of humans in space. Just in the last 2 years, we've had 90 humans fly into space that are not professional astronauts working for a government. 90. That's a lot. And this is just the beginning. There's going to be more and more and more. And when we think about all of these activities, we've got to absolutely keep people safe. So when we send humans to space, we've got to make sure that we're doing the right things for the right reasons. And that's what this workshop is all about. But the promise of space is really limitless. People say it's the tip of the iceberg. I say no. This is an iceberg that nobody really understands yet. It's a whole new day, and microgravity is going to give us those capabilities. We talk about low Earth orbit, the value of microgravity. We also think about the moon. You know, the moon has a lot of benefits. You land on the moon, you cut the radiation dose in half, just because the radiation only comes from above. It doesn't come through the moon. We think about getting, into a cave on the moon or a lava tube. You make the radiation dose go away altogether. And then you've got a gravity well that's 1/6 that of the Earth. Can we use that low gravity? Can we use that low gravity for all of the medicinal and advanced material benefits that we can get in low Earth orbit, and at the same time not have the physiological damage that happens in low Earth orbit? These are questions that we don't have answers to, but questions that we need answers to. And that's really what this workshop is all about. I want to say this too. If all of this exciting stuff is happening in space, how do we keep people safe? Here's what we know. We know that when you fly into space, your immune system is severely degraded. We've got a university right here in Oklahoma, Langston University, that is doing experiments on the International Space Station right now for T cells. How do we keep T cells productive in space so that the human immunology doesn't get degraded? But it's not just human immunology. You lose 1 to 3% of your bone mass every month. You lose your muscle mass, of course. The fluid in your body gets redistributed. It puts pressure in your cranium. It can create, potential lesions on the brain or changes in how your brain works. It can damage human eyesight. It changes the shape of your eyeball. We think about the radiation environment. Of course, that's not good over the long term. We think about how it affects your vestibular system. I know there's so many people in this room that can say way more than me about the physiological effects of human spaceflight. I say these things because there are people in this room that might be new to this. Maybe you're a researcher here at Oklahoma State University, or you're a researcher at a different university that came here to learn more. Well, there's a lot left to learn, a lot to discover, and a lot of things that we need to do that are countermeasures for these adverse effects in space. And so when we think about this workshop, we want to think about these things, but we also want to think about this. Back in 1961, when people came to Tulsa from all over the globe to contemplate the peaceful uses of outer space, they were contemplating, quite frankly, where we are today and what we're going to do with it. And when we think about the countermeasures and the things we can do to make human spaceflight safe, that's what this workshop is about. And I would also say this. I heard earlier, IAASS mentioned, a potential, if we need regulations, we'll have regulations. I want to be clear. Right now in the United States, and this isn't necessarily true for all the countries around the world, but in the United States, we operate under an informed consent regime. And I will tell you, as a member of Congress, I was a huge supporter of the informed consent regime, and I am every bit as much of a supporter today as I was back then. I will also say that if you're going to do informed consent, we have to be able to do the informed piece. And so it's not just a consent regime, it's an informed consent regime. So this workshop is about collecting data and information for a whole host of people that are going to be flying into space that are not in perfect health. Our astronauts are selected because they are, in fact, in perfect health. And once they become astronauts, they have these great physiological conditioning programs to keep them in perfect physical health. That is not the future of human spaceflight. When we sent 90 people into space over the last 2 years that were not NASA astronauts, it was very public that William Shatner was one of them, and he was 90 years old. Wally Funk was 82 years old. We've flown people into space that have heart disease and Parkinson's disease and other challenges, and yet we don't have data collection for these capabilities. If we're going to have a regime that is safe and reliable for a whole lot more people to fly into space, we've got to collect the data. We've got to allow researchers to get access to the data and ultimately help us make really good information available so that people who fly into space can fly very safely under that informed consent regime. So that's another reason why this conference is so important. I don't know how much time I have left, but I was told I could open it up to a few questions before I turn the mic over to our top sponsor, KBR, which I'm looking forward to do here in a second. Okay. So I've got 17 minutes. We got a mic up here if people have questions. Maybe I'd prioritize if there's questions from the media. Maybe we should start there if there's anybody who has questions, thoughts, concerns. We got a taker here real quick. And then, Melchor, if you want to take the mic, you can do that too. Oh.
Okay, now it is. Can you share with everybody else your opinions about what is the right way to pursue research? What kind of partnerships, what kind of approaches to actually make it work?
Yeah.
and have an impact on what is going to be the safety of the public in the future?
Yeah, so just so everybody knows, Melchor is with the FAA CAMI, Civil Aeromedical Institute. So I can tell you as a Navy pilot and a civilian and commercial pilot myself, all of my medical records he has. And there's a reason for that. And I can give you very specific examples. Going back to, I don't want to get too personal, but I've had events in my life. I guess I'll just let you know. My wife and I, back in 2010, we lost a baby. The baby was born for about 2 hours. The baby passed away. It was very traumatizing for my wife and I. And I showed up at my Navy squadron and I was like, I just want to go fly. That's what I wanted to do. You go back to what you want to do when you're going through those trying times. And my commanding officer said, you can't fly. And I said, well, why can't I fly? And he said, well, we have data, lots of data, that comes from your institute as well as at the time it was called the Navy Aeromedical Institute. He said, when somebody goes through a situation like what you've been through, the propensity for accidents goes up, and that propensity is statistically significant. And the reason that knowledge was there is because somebody collected data over long periods of time and applied that data going forward. Now, here you have the government, which is the Navy Aeromedical Institute, and you've got CAMI, Civil Aeromedical Institute. But you also have researchers that take that data and they use it across universities and other places, and they use that research to come up with answers to problems that we don't know today. So I would say between the government and academia, there are solutions out there that can be had. And by the way, industry, the airlines participate in a significant way in all of these types of activities. So when you have industry, academia, and of course government, I think you can get a collaborative environment that results in far better outcomes than any one player trying to do everything on their own. I also think it's important that data is shared, that research becomes knowledge that becomes available to people that are not researchers. So how is there a mechanism? Like when I was in the Navy, we had a read board. And if there was some kind of aviation incident or accident, we would, every week, we had to read this read board and sign off that we had read it. So we take that knowledge and we get it out to folks so that they can make better decisions as they go about their lives. So I think a collaborative environment is key, and I think a university research setting like what's happening here today is a critical component. And by the way, I was very mad back then when I couldn't go flying. But looking back now, I get it. It was the right call. My commanding officer was doing what was in my best interest. So, using data. It's got to be something.
Are there any questions online?
Questions coming in from online? I can just keep giving speeches if you want.
I'll ask another question connected to NASA, because when you were administrator, of course, J.D. Polk, the chief medical officer, was working for you. But you had to deal also with space flight participants that were going as part of NASA. So from that experience,
Yeah.
being the NASA administrator, what were your considerations about, well, now we're having non-professional astronauts going, which is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
But how did you manage to make that transition from, you have to be the super healthy, to now we can accept people with medical conditions?
Yeah, so Melchor brings up a great point, which is when I was at NASA, of course, we were moving forward with this commercial transition. We created a number of programs where we were involving commercial astronauts, civilian astronauts, in NASA missions and capabilities. In fact, we've had civilian astronauts now at the International Space Station, not just from NASA, but also from Roscosmos, which of course is the Russian space agency. And we've had international commercial astronauts from countries, a lot of other countries, United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia and others. So And then we think about not just astronauts that are going commercially to the International Space Station for some kind of exploration or discovery purpose, but also, you know, we started a program where we were flying human-tended payloads on suborbital spaceflight vehicles, which also was kind of a new thing. So now you had researchers at universities that were saying, hey, we want to put in a proposal to do, you know, to understand this, you know, scientific issue better. And sometimes it was biology, sometimes it was advanced materials, sometimes it was physics. But we want to understand, and so the key is, like, there's a number of ways to get at microgravity. You can use a drop tower, in which case you can get maybe 1 second of microgravity. You can use a vomit comet, where you take a plane and you go on a parabolic trajectory where you can get maybe, I don't know, 20 or 30 seconds of microgravity. And then the third thing, where, you know, if you go to orbit, you're going to spend tens of millions of dollars. But if instead of going to orbit, if you say, look, I just need 5 to 10 minutes of suborbital time, well, that's a whole lot less money than going all the way to orbit. And depending on your experiment, you might not need to go to orbit. So we had proposals from universities and research institutes that said, we want to take this and try this out in microgravity. And a lot of those proposals had merit that NASA had not contemplated inside. So we said, okay, we can do that. We'll fly on commercial vehicles. We'll buy rides on commercial vehicles, and we'll allow you to have a human-tended, you know, experiment. And interestingly, we had lots of proposals, and Alan Stern recently was the first person to fly a human-tended payload on a Virgin Galactic Spaceship Two. So that was a successful mission. I haven't looked at the results of his experiment, but I know that he got the job done and they came home safely. So these are all areas where NASA is stepping in to say, we want to see more commercial human spaceflight. We want to enable commercial human spaceflight. NASA doesn't believe that it has all of the answers inside its own gates, and we want to look outside. And of course, NASA needs to trust that these researchers under an informed consent regime are making good decisions. And the informed consent regime, and that's the purpose of this workshop, needs to be an informed consent regime, which is why we need to collect data and share data and let people know. I will tell you, JD came into my office a number of times and shared with me some issues that were happening with our astronauts on the International Space Station. And very difficult decisions were having to be made. Do we need to bring somebody home? Do we not need to bring them home? Do we need to give them some kind of treatment on orbit? And this is not unusual. This happens to astronauts in general when you fly into space. And every astronaut's different. The physiological effects are different for every single astronaut. So we, even at NASA, while I was there, and you would think, wow, NASA's been flying into space for decades now. We were still learning things that were new to JD. Of course, it was all new to me, but it was, when you're chief medical doctor, it's new to him. You're like, wow, we're still at the very early stages of understanding these physiological effects.
Jim, we do have a online question.
Oh, yes.
Eric Ingram is asking, there is a difference between tourism and working in space. What sort of difference of requirements, if any, do you anticipate for these?
So, look, if you're working in space on behalf of a government agency, then the government agency is going to have a little more say into who goes and what the work is and how it's going to be completed. Why? Because you're doing it on behalf of the government. By the way, this is not unique to NASA. This is how the DoD operates, whether it's, you know, for hardware that has nothing to do with space or you know, or anything else. So if you're providing your capability at the behest of the government's going to have more influence and control. A lot of the tourism activities are not government activities whatsoever. I will tell you, and I don't want to speak for NASA. I am no longer the NASA administrator, but based on what I know of the agency, NASA does not want to be involved in making go, no-go decisions for commercial astronauts that are flying into space for tourism or those types of purposes. That is not what NASA should do. It's not what NASA wants to do. However, it is important that in those kind of regimes, we do have a very robust informed consent regime where people are making decisions based on data that they are provided. So there is a difference. I will also tell you that, when people fly into space, whether it's tourism or they're doing their own experiments for their own commercial reasons, when that happens, it is a huge benefit to NASA. And when I say it's a huge benefit, then NASA becomes one customer of many customers for these commercial vehicles, and these providers of space flight or habitation in low Earth orbit, these providers are competing against each other on cost and innovation. All of these things drive down costs and increase access. So I want to be really clear that it all works to the advantage of the American taxpayer, and when we think about this being an international conference, it works to the advantage of every taxpayer, the more the commercial industry steps up to do these activities. So while if something is a purely commercial mission, NASA doesn't want in any way to be involved in making these go, no-go decisions. Where NASA can help is NASA can share its data and information, make it public and available so that people can make informed decisions. But the key is those decisions will be informed, and once they're informed, people can consent.
I want to welcome everybody to Oklahoma, the frontier of flight. Thank you for the history that you provided for aerospace in Oklahoma and for space in Oklahoma, the history of what Tulsa and the rest of the state is affected in the space area. We also have FAA, Mike Monroney Aeronautical Center, the largest contingent of DOT employees outside of Washington, D.C., and the one-of-a-kind CAMI Institute, Civil Aeronautic Medical Institute. What does the future of space hold for interior states like Oklahoma? We have a spaceport in Oklahoma. There's a lot of opportunity with that. But for interior states like Oklahoma, what does the future of space, can it look like? What does that look like?
Yeah, that's a good question. So that's a very involved question. I've got 3 minutes remaining. So I think there's a number of things where a state like Oklahoma can be involved. Obviously, this is one. We can host conferences. Researchers at universities, I think, play a critical role in every state across the country when it comes to not just human space flight, but all kinds of different activities in space. So research universities are key. I know we have a spaceport here in Oklahoma. Craig, I know you're aware of that. I would also say there has never been an inland launch before. But I do think, at least not in the United States. It happens in other countries, not always happily, but it does happen. But in the United States, we've been very careful to, when we think about, a casualty event of a rocket, where does the debris scatter? Is the particulate that results toxic? Maybe it's, from the fuel. And ultimately, how does it affect safety of people on the ground? All of these are critically important. I think technology is changing rapidly. There are new capabilities for example, green fuels that are not toxic at all. New technologies for hybrid rockets where your fuel is in fact a plastic, and therefore when the rocket expires, or if it goes off course, or if it needs to be terminated, the flight needs to be terminated, it terminates in a single piece rather than scattering. When your fuel is plastic, you can vent the oxygen and have a single piece come back to Earth. Rockets are becoming smaller. We've got all of these small vehicles that are starting to be proven. So if you've got small vehicles that are proven vehicles, where the probability of failure is low, vehicles that fly back safely or land softly under a parachute, with these new technologies that reduce the expected casualty to almost zero, I think we're getting to a day where inland launch is going to be not just acceptable, but appropriate and necessary. And when you think about how space is being threatened around the globe by a lot of our adversaries and competitors, I would also argue that resilience is not just distributing architectures in space, disaggregation. Resilience also requires us to have resilience for launch. So a launch resiliency capability means we need to not aggregate all of our launch at a single location, which is Kennedy or Cape Canaveral, which, by the way, happen to be side by side with each other. So all these things, when you think about the future, I do believe inland launch and the spaceport here in Oklahoma is going to become very relevant, and I think there's a lot of opportunity there. So I've got 50 seconds left. I want to turn it over to Mr. Garcia with KBR. He's one of the top doctors, according to J.D. Polk, that works with, some of our, I should say at NASA. What's that?
He's not a doctor, but
You're a doctor today. How about that? He's not a doctor. Jamil Garcia, thank you for stepping up to the plate and sponsoring this with resources so that we can go to dinner tonight at the Tulsa Air and Space Museum. So thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks, everybody, for the attendance. So I work for KBR as a Collaborative Human Performance Manager. That's under the Human Health and Performance contract that we provide to JSC. We do provide support to Dr. Polk over at the Office of the Chief Health and Medical Officer. We provide HRP support. And then the directorate, which it's a Human Health and Performance Directorate, takes care of everything that the astronauts go. We also conduct the research on the labs, and we kind of manage the end-to-end science integration for a lot of these activities. So we saw an opportunity when this conference was being put on to how do we impact industry as a whole. It is something that is coming. There's a lot of knowledge. KBR has been involved in this human spaceflight for 6 decades now. There's a lot of knowledge in there that needs to be shared with others outside. So it's an opportunity for us to collaborate, to get our information that we have, our expertise, so that we can expand on those opportunities that we have coming upon us. So living in space is going to be something that it's going to be new for a lot of the folks. A lot of the travelers that are going to go into the tours are going to experience the conditions that we saw a little bit earlier. We have collected data. We have helped NASA collect data. We have helped develop our NASA standards. We have collected and worked on the human system risks that we have. We try to decline them and mitigate them. So we really have been proud to being able to provide that science to NASA. So it's now time to turn it over and get into collaboration with industry, get into all those new ventures that we have. Currently, we have activities that are with the private sector. We have been training private astronauts as part of the things that KBR have been doing. We have been very successful. We have been collaborating with a lot of the space industry to do research. And the feedback has been very positive. So we look forward to collaborate with you all. We do want to transfer the information that we're collecting for NASA to figure out a way, how do we do things such as transfer of CHAPEA, which is the NASA Mars analog. What data comes out of there? How do we improve things? How do we communicate to the public to better mitigate a lot of those risks that we have? And then, finally, space is going to be challenging. And with us, we know that we can help others that are out there. We know we have the expertise to pull in from either biomedical sciences to mission operations, console support. There's a number of things that are going to come into all this new ventures that are coming on board. So the potential is out there. We are happy to be one of the sponsors. We're honored to be one of the sponsors. We hope that you will enjoy the conference. We look forward to really connecting with you, connecting with others, answer any questions. and really participate in a lot of the conversations that we have in the next 2 days. So thanks, Jim, for letting us support, and thanks, everybody, for your time.
Okay, we're going to move forward. I would like to introduce Dr. Michael Marge. He's going to be speaking to us virtually. Mike is the vice chair of the effort that we have been undertaking for the past 9 months. He's the instigator of it all. And he is going to speak about the conception of the effort, which actually started 4 years ago. And he's going to tell us about the history.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me pretty well?
Yes.
Good. Well, thank you, Tina. And let me add my welcome to each of you participating in this workshop. The need for the development of a robust, comprehensive, timely, and meaningful program of human research for civilians in space flight and space habitation has been my mission since actually 2020. Can you show the next slide, please? Is it possible? Slides? Are you able to show my slide? Well, the slide actually, there it is. Thank you. In the next slide, I highlight the major events in my journey from inception of the concept to the current human research program for civilians in space. As you review the events, here is the real story that led us to the current HRP-C. Although I was aware of the call by many stakeholders for making space accessible for everybody, it became clear that there was a sense of urgency by the space industry and the federal government when the topic was discussed in the summer of 2020 by the National Space Council. The topic was the commercialization of space and the expectation that it will attract thousands of average civilians to travel, live, and work in commercial space. And coming from the field of public health and improved health and well-being for vulnerable U.S. populations, I asked the staff of the National Space Council if they were aware of the major challenge they're posing with regard to the health and performance and characteristics of average civilians. Based on an extensive review of the literature, we know very little, if any, about the effects of space on average civilians, many with chronic health conditions and disabilities. The Centers for Disease Control, as Tina mentioned earlier, reports that at least 51% of the U.S. population has one or more chronic health conditions, and 25%, and that was changed recently, have a disability. The extrapolation of data of the effects of space hazards on career astronauts to civilians in space travel and space habitation is not advisable because, one, the two populations are different in many essential factors. I'll point that out a little bit later. Two, the human research studies on astronauts are based on small n's. And three, there still remains many questions about how to treat and mitigate the effects of chronic health conditions and disabilities of average civilians here on Earth before we seek their travel and habitation in a new environment with gravity variations and space radiation. I proposed to the National Space Council that we need a robust program of human research focused on average civilians to protect their health and safety. The Space Council invited me to submit a proposal on this topic. I was submitted in October 2020, tacitly approved since they were not able to actually host such a conference or workshop, and they turned it over to the Commercial Spaceflight Federation, CSF, for further consideration. After a period of negotiation, the CSF, which as you know represents about 80% of the space industry and companies in the space industry, they agreed to become the host of the conference and support the project. Later, the MITRE Corporation joined with CSF as a co-sponsor. We created a planning committee comprised of representatives of many stakeholders, including folks from SpaceX, Axiom Space, Sierra Space, Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic, Redwire Space, Solaris Aerospace, Orbital Medicine, the FAA, NIH, CDC, NASA, Baylor College of Medicine, Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, Purdue University, the MITRE Corporation, and Trish. We brought all those folks together, and we, after 7 months of deliberation and intensive meetings and discussions, we crafted the first ever human research program for spaceflight passengers in the commercialization of space, and reported on the HRP at a workshop on May 11th to 12th, 2021. It was a virtual workshop. Following the workshop, my job was to seek federal and congressional support for the implementation of this first original HRP. I was informed by many of the folks that I dealt with that we need to expand what we had. It was too narrow, they thought, that we should include all of the elements in a comprehensive program of human research. Try to get all the answers first through a research project, then being prioritized in a very narrow identified research program. And they also suggested that we have an international perspective brought in, as well as the topic that Tina is very interested in, which is Tina Baird, which is performance. So we expanded the concept of the HRP, and we began to actually revise the program. First by, I approached the International Association for the Advancement of Space Safety in March 2023 through the good offices of Bettina Baird, Dr. Baird, and also through the executive director of the IAASS, Tommaso Zoba, with a proposal which was rapidly approved. They thought this was something we should do as quickly as possible, and we expanded the planning committee, and it was created that was first created with many of the experts from the CSF MITRE Planning Committee, plus a number of international space researchers, and the co-sponsorship of the Aerospace Corporation and the Global Spaceflight Spaceport Alliance. So for the past 9 months, we have worked intensively to draft the revised HRP. The theme of this workshop is to discuss the draft HRP for civilians in space and to seek your input about ways to improve this content before it is published and moved to the next stage of implementation. Slide, please show slide. You have that. Good. In the next 2 slides, I'd like to outline the rationale for, what thought went into, what concepts went into building this movement, this initiative. The first thing was the goal is to make space travel safe for civilians with little or no adverse health outcomes. And the reasons are this: knowledge about the effects of space hazards on average civilians is very limited, as has been said several times before. The population of career astronauts differs substantially from the population of civilians in future space in terms of health and performance status, in terms of education, training, their roles in space travel, and the one factor which I think we have to examine carefully, the risk-taking factor. the astronauts with whom I've conversed about their space travel, they are risk takers and are willing to take these risks openly and fairly. Many civilians don't realize what risks are involved in space and may not want to take that risk. So there's another major difference that we should explore eventually. The number of subjects for human space studies on astronauts have been small. I mentioned that earlier, and the resulting data are helpful, but they may not be predictive for civilians in space. Data about the effects of space hazards on career astronauts cannot be readily applied to the population of civilians, as I mentioned earlier, with chronic diseases and disabilities. For example, many civilians are already combating bone loss on Earth because of a chronic health conditions such as osteoporosis. What are the effects of long exposure to microgravity on these individuals? More rapid bone loss? And what are the effective countermeasures to allow them to thrive in space as travelers, habitants, and workers? And will they return to Earth to the same rate of bone loss they experienced before they went on their space flight, or will their condition realize an accelerated rate of deterioration experienced in a space continued at an accelerated pace? The HRP-C will be welcomed, another reason, will be welcomed by providers who can then fully inform the civilian space traveler about the risks and potential adverse outcomes of space flight and habitation and steps to reduce these risks. Jim Bridenstine mentioned the consent form. The space industry should welcome any information they can receive from a research program that we've identified here so that they can fully inform, full transparency in the consent form to a space traveler, and so they can make their decision intelligently. And then another reason, as the number of civilian space travelers increases, I predict, and I've discussed this with the Department of Health and Human Services, that the protection of the health and safety of civilians will become a public health problem with input from HHS and OSHA. We discussed this, and the Assistant Secretary for Health at HHS said, I'd like to review this, but until there are more people traveling in space, it is not a public health problem. We have to wait for thousands or hundreds or thousands who go into space before they look at it as an issue that must be identified as a public health issue. And finally, the robust and comprehensive HRP-C will not only reduce risk to civilian space travelers, but has the promise of discovering new medical treatments that will benefit all humanity. So the past 9 months have been a research planner's dream under the leadership of Dr. Baird and with the outstanding contributions of some of the most renowned national and international space scholars, scientists, and researchers. I thank them profusely. Each contributor invested considerable time and energy to create the current HRP-C. We applaud their dedication to the mission of this human research program. Also, it has been one of the most pleasant, intellectually challenging, and gratifying experiences of my professional life. At the possible expense of leaving out a major contribution, please show the next slide. Here is the list of those I wish to salute. Dr. Melchior Antonono, Dr. Bettina Baird, Mr. Jim Bridenstine, Dr. Angie Buckley, Dr. Marsh Cutno, Dr. Kenneth Davidian, Dr. Simon Evitz, Dr. Valerie Golran, Dr. Jamie Jacob, Dr. Sherry Wells Jensen, Dr. Jeffrey Jones, Dr. Thomas Marshburn, Dr. Anil Menon, Dr. George Neild, Dr. Scott Pace, Dr. William Queel, Mr. Tommy Sanford, Dr. Michael Schmidt, Dr. Victor Schneider, Dr. Mark Shellhammer, and Dr. Erica Wagner. They all made major contributions to what we are looking at throughout this conference. And I want to applaud them and thank them with my gratitude. The next slide, please show the next slide. The next slide is my way of advocating for service animals in space. In a number of discussions with the space industry about the need to accommodate service animals accompanying individuals with disabilities, I have received some pushback. Having been a lifelong advocate for improving the health and well-being of all individuals with disabilities, I support the need to make accommodations for these essential animals. I love this cat. Thank you for your participation in what will be an outstanding workshop with a dedicated, informed, and innovative group of colleagues who wish to make space safe and healthy for all humanity. Have a nice meeting, and thank you very much.
Okay, I am next. So I'm going to tell you about a little bit about what we have done in this past 9 months. And I have some slides that need to come up. Take a breath. Should I just go ahead and talk without the slides? Okay. Let me try and remember what I was going to say. That's what the slides are for, is my memory joggers. Okay, so Michael Marge contacted me, and 10 months ago, and as he said, we put in a proposal to the IAASS, and then invited the people who showed a very active participation in the first workshop, and also international individuals, and to be a part of the workshop planning committee. And we ended up with 32 people, and what we decided to do is to break the 32 people into 2 different subcommittees. One of the subcommittees is referred to as the Design Reference Mission Subcommittee, and you will hear from Sarah Georgian about that. And the second subcommittee was entitled Human Performance and Health, and that is led by Michael Schmidt, who is sitting there, but he's invisible at the moment. And then after a few months, we decided that we wanted to also build up an implementation committee. And George Neild graciously said that he would be the chair of that. And on the last day, tomorrow, in the afternoon, George will tell you some thoughts that we have about how this research program should be implemented. So I'm sure that that question has occurred to you. Okay, I've completely gone out of order. I'm not even sure if I, let me grab this. Let me go forward. This slide shows you a summary of what was found in the first effort that was published in 2021. And if you want a copy of that, you can contact Michael Marge. And here, in this more recent effort in the past 9 months, we put more of a focus on functional performance and longer duration space flight, because that's when you're really going to start getting the problems behaviorally and medically. And then, as Michael mentioned, we have included international partners. Because we wanted to put more of a focus on longer duration space flight, because the further out you go, the less we know, and the harder it is on a person. I had shown you the 5 lunar hazards and associated risks that NASA Human Research Program came up with their categorizations of the likelihood and consequences. But notice when I show you in the next slide the associated risks for Mars, there's a lot more yellow and red. The products that we wanted to end up with is what I like to refer to as a roadmap, because it's in general a term that's used at NASA. But what I mean by a roadmap is that we provide the research priorities. And for those of you who have looked at the report that we posted on the OSU site, you'll see in each section that we have identified the research that we think is the priority for that specific area. We also had the goal of getting feedback from you, and to develop, we still need to develop an execution plan. So in other words, how will this be done, and how much will it cost? So I think of the execution plan as something that would look like a Gantt chart. And then the implementation plan, I mentioned already that George is leading that group subcommittee in coming up with an implementation plan. And then the final report. So the report that you have been given access to is a draft, and we're hoping that you will provide us with feedback. So the subcommittees worked in parallel for a while, and then they came together and integrated the research priorities, and we're in this 2-day workshop, and we are anticipating your feedback within a few weeks so that we can update the final report. And this is the list of people who have been involved in the past 9 months. And I think that's it. Yeah, thank you. All right, now you're going to hear about the work that was done within the Design Reference Mission Subcommittee. And Sarah Georgian and Angie Buckley co-chaired this, and we're going to hear from Sarah.
Great, so I think there should be some, oh, these are my slides, perfect. So I'm here on behalf of the Design Reference Mission Subcommittee and gonna brief you on what we have in the draft. And I believe the chair of the committee, Dr. Angie Buckley, is online, so hopefully I do this justice for her. So to start, I want to thank all the subcommittee members who helped us develop these design reference missions and graciously volunteered their time over the past 9 months. So the goal of this design reference mission was to provide a framework for the data and research that we need in order to implement the human research program. So this framework is based on both mission duration and location, because obviously the time and location of where you're going will depend on where the type of data we need to get to that informed consent. In addition, combining that with the different medical requirement or medical functionalities is kind of how we get to these 7 DRM missions. And so the 7 classes of DRM missions that we identified were suborbital, which we are including point-to-point potential transportation in there, low Earth orbit, medium Earth orbit and high Earth orbit, geo-orbit, cislunar, which includes orbital, cislunar, as well as surface operation, Mars, which again includes orbital as well as surface operations, and then beyond Mars. So I'll dive into our specific definitions of each of these in a little bit. So here we have, again, the very specific definitions of each of these orbital missions. So for suborbital, we're including anything from tens of minutes to many hours, going all the way from about 100 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers. LEO, we are defining up to, I believe, 2,000 kilometers. Most LEO flight to date has been lower than 500 kilometers. And once you get higher, obviously, there are many different, different radiation environment. We included MEO and HEO here for completeness. Obviously, you would be mostly in the Van Allen belts if you were to do a MEO or a HEO mission, and so there are no planned human missions which would spend a substantial amount of time in this region. But should that mission set arise, we did want to have that in the roadmap for completeness. We separate out GEO here because it's just such a unique orbit, and it has been used pretty widely for non-human satellites through the past decades, and thus there may be some unique human missions as the orbit gets more and more crowded. We then go to cislunar. Cislunar has a pretty broad, or a varying definition depending on who you're talking to. Here we define cislunar as above GEO and out to about 500,000 kilometers, so just beyond the Earth-Moon L2 point. And we include orbital and surface operations. We then go out to Mars, which obviously has a large definition as well, depending on where it is with respect to the Earth. And then finally, anything beyond Mars is considered, mainly here we focus on the main asteroid belt. So we broke down the potential environmental effects on humans into these 8 categories. So if you are familiar with the NASA design reference missions, these will look relatively familiar. However, there are slightly different. So we have microgravity anytime you're in orbit or not on the surface of a body. We are considering that to be in microgravity. We also have reduced gravity operations. So on the lunar surface, you're at about 0.16 G, and I believe on Mars surface, you're at about 0.38 G, if I'm remembering that correctly. We added the number of G transitions. So when we say that, we mean going from one gravity environment to another. So for any orbiting or non-surface operations, you'll have 2G transitions from Earth into microgravity. And then if you're doing lunar surface operations, you'll have 4+G transitions from Earth gravity environment to microgravity, and then from microgravity to the surface of the body. And if you're doing multiple up and down, for instance, on lunar surface to gateway, you'd have many more than 4G transitions. We look at the radiation environment. So obviously when you're inside the Van Allen belt, that makes a big difference versus being outside the Van Allen belt. Additionally, the duration here really makes a big difference. So for something like suborbital flight, we don't see radiation environments that kind of exceed some of our traditional medical imaging techniques that we have here on Earth, and so that would be a lower concern than sustained operation outside of the Van Allen belt, where lifetime dosages of radiation may come into play here. And I know that there's an effort right now around potentially revising those the lifetime dose limits, as they, particularly for NASA, as those would limit the amount of time that astronauts could spend off Earth. Once you get beyond a month or so, isolation and confinement become a big concern. And so, and particularly once you go further out into the solar system. So once you get to Mars, you know, Earth is very small. You can barely see it. The sense of being far from home and being completely isolated really can start to rise. But we think that even in the LEO environment, isolation and confinement can become an issue. So distance from Earth, as I just mentioned, duration, I think, and then the potential for EVAs, so extravehicular activities, that will change all of these, or particularly the type of protection that you have from your environment will change depending on whether you're on an EVA or inside of your vehicle. Additionally, for surface operations, we considered things like dust. So lunar dust and Mars dust will have a big impact on environmental effects for humans. So combining our location and duration, as well as these environments that I just discussed, lead us to our 7 DRM categories, and we believe that designing the necessary data and research that are required for each of these 7 categories, which have unique features to all of them, is really critical to getting to that more informed consent regime. So I want to note that, as I mentioned, NASA also has their DRM categories. They include some factors that we do not include, and they do not include a couple of the factors, particularly the number of G transitions. Obviously, we would expect that NASA's categories would be slightly different than our categories here, as their mission profiles and mission sets are different for professional astronauts versus civilians traveling in space. So I think that is all I have for you today. I know I was the last talk before the break, so tried to be brief in order to get us closer to the break.
Yes, so we are going to have a break now, and if you would please come back promptly and be in your seat at 10:50, that would be appreciated. And at that time, we will hear from former astronaut Thomas Marshburn, who is currently the Chief Medical Officer, or CMO, at Sierra Space. Thank you.
if everybody, hello? Hello?
Makes it a minute.
I hear you.
Hello? Hello? You can hear it? Okay. Everybody please have a seat and we'll get Tom on the line.
Tom check from Tom online.
I will put it up for everybody. Okay, let's get Mike, excuse me, Tom Marshburn on the line now. Hello?
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hello? I'd like to introduce Dr. Thomas Marshburn. He's currently working at Sierra Space as their CMO, and he's a former NASA astronaut. Tom?
Hello.
Hello.
Good to see everyone. Let me ask you, is my PowerPoint presentation going to be up on the screen? I see myself right now, and I'd like to see, there we go. Perfect. I'm ready when you are.
You may go.
Okay, thanks very much. Hey, thanks for the opportunity to talk here. I come with several hats to this virtual presentation. And I'm going to be talking from the standpoint of a former astronaut flight surgeon that and someone who's done research on astronauts in space and space medically related terrestrial research as well. But while what I want to present to you is pertinent to Sierra Space, I'm really trying to capture my comments that it would be, I believe, pertinent to all medical officers, researchers that are involved in the private world with companies. So with that in mind, we can go to the next slide, please. I wanted to really stress that health and safety of the crew is not only good practice, but it's inextricably tied to company success. And I think the companies fully realize that. There is some risk associated with any human space flight. Perhaps companies who want to fly those who don't fit a NASA standard for passing a NASA selection physical, maybe those companies are taking on extra risk. But we believe that not only is it opening access to space for more folks, it's actually a benefit to NASA itself. As anything we find out through private companies, NASA could benefit from in flying their future astronauts. So the goal, just so you know, and what I'm going to do is just speak fairly briefly and mostly open the floor to questions for someone who is questions to someone who's flown in space, been on both the giving and the receiving end of space research. And so I won't go for too long here, but just so you know, maximizing crew performance and minimizing the health impacts of space flight are the goals of any medical operations team, whether it be NASA or whether it be a company. And it starts with the pre-flight preparation, who we select, as we prepare for any kind of medical issues. We have medical kits and personnel that are trained to provide medical care in space. We might have to customize that somewhat for those individuals who may not meet a typical NASA standard. Regardless, if we do everything perfectly, there are permanent effects on a human being after they've flown in space. You're all familiar with those, but I'm just have to mention because I'm reminded very often that I carry with me inside my body the effects of, I've got 337 days in space, permanent effects of that experience, both from the weightlessness and from the radiation exposure. My bone architecture is a little different than it would have been otherwise, as my bones remodeled while I was in experiencing weightlessness during that time. Muscle wasting, hopefully I've completely recovered that, but there's a lot of good things that have come from the attention paid to that, both in pre-flight preparation, in-flight exercise, and post-flight exercise as well. My eyes, of course, sans effects. I still, it was in a single day that suddenly my eyesight changed when I was up in space. Presbyopic shift, some anatomical differences that seem to have resolved, but some of the other effects are probably permanent. Psychological effects, we don't talk about that too much, but it is such a big deal to fly in space. It's a career high for some, for most anyone. And performance in there, how things turned out, relationships with the mission control team and with your crewmates, a person's self-assessment as to how they did, is all something that we carry with us for the rest of our lives. And I bring that up because post-flight or post-career medical care of astronauts is a big deal. And we've unfortunately had that brought to our attention several times. There have been astronauts that have committed suicide. There have been astronauts who have experienced divorce and big life-changing events after they've left their NASA career. So the psychological aspects are a big deal. And then I put TBD in there just simply because who would have guessed that SANS existed when we were flying in the early days of shuttle? Who would have guessed that astronauts tend to form blood clots? One could medically and physiologically see how that could be a risk, but now we see that seems to happen. And we need to find out on who and what the impact is, if any. In-flight medical events, I don't believe that it's been fully captured. And I bring this up because it's operational research. It's not the basic science research to investigate what has happened to develop a risk model, a probabilistic risk model, statistical basis for what are the things that can happen in space and that are unique to space flight. And therefore, how do we select people, but more importantly, how do we build our medical infrastructure in space to take care of those issues? And then finally, post-flight performance and return to duty. That's what RTD means for a company and even for NASA. It's important for crew members to come back in such form that they can first perform an emergency egress, perform any emergency procedures, make sure that they have enough physical reserve to do that, but also to be able to get back to training again. A lot of work has gone into and money has gone into training astronauts. You want to get them back flying as quickly as you can. So while companies want to increase the access to space for all with a good understanding of the medical risk, we also believe that we are giving NASA and our nation and the world the potential gift, if we can work it out to where we can combine all of our efforts in a consortium or something of that effect, the data on those who fly in space, to not only expand the knowledge to include those who may not have been your typical NASA astronaut, but just even to add to the database in our unique vehicles, our unique platforms, and looking at what medical events may have occurred to those individuals. So we can go to the next slide. And so talking about training, and I appreciate the allowing me to just kind of combine my two talks. I think what I've said and the training aspects are so intertwined, it's really hard to separate the two out anyway. Training for spaceflight does impact crew health. There are fatigue issues. There's a lot of travel. Astronauts are at risk of getting illness, certainly injury. Astronauts tend to be older, and yet they're expected to do some very intensive weight training and to keep themselves in shape. But the fatigue is indeed a big deal. And as we think about a research program, we need to make sure we incorporate that aspect of the astronaut's life as they get ready for a flight. That astronaut's primary goal is going to be to get up into space safely and to get back safely. Certainly to fulfill multiple requirements, to include maintaining a platform that they're flying on, to operate it accurately, to work with mission control, to perform other people's science, and then, of course, to implement a science program in which they are the subjects as well. What helps with that when we talk to astronauts as they get ready for a flight is full disclosure, and a flight surgeon will do this if those who present their research program don't. We like to, as flight surgeons, work with researchers in explaining what the research goal is about. But it's very helpful for an astronaut to know, not that they're putting a priority on one or the other, but to say this is to advertise this is basic research. You yourself are likely not to benefit from the results of this. However, your future colleagues and terrestrial patients, medical care in general, the basic scientific store of knowledge will benefit from this. Then there's operational research, those things in which, you're gonna, we might find something out that we need to know to help you be effective in space, and your immediate group, your immediate astronaut corps colleagues can benefit from this work if you engage in that. And then of course, there's tech demonstrations. This is again not the really highbrow science, but it is essential for us as we try to improve diagnostic and therapeutic medical care in space. Lots of examples of that, whether it's wearables, wearable sensors, whether it's ultrasound machines, etc. If we can bring these things up into space, demonstrate their use or lack of use, we could end up saving NASA and others a lot of money and promote good healthcare in space. So if we can go to the next slide. So a little bit more about training. Go ahead and skip to the next one. This is kind of combining what my next talk was going to be about. And it's mostly focused on what I just mentioned. But I believe indeed that the term spaceflight participant as we use it is not really cut and dried. And so I've put down the list of the categories. And again, there's all kinds of overlap and fuzziness between these categories. There are individuals who desire and experience, and then those who with specific mission goal. I've experienced, I was a commander on the space station when the Axiom 1 crew arrived. It was very, and to that point, I can't forget I can't remember the company that they flew with, but they flew on the Soyuz, a Japanese couple, a couple of gentlemen who came up more on the side of the space tourist side of things, but they had a social media amount of work that they wanted to accomplish. And they lived up on the space station with us, largely in the Russian segment, for about 8 days as well. But it was very clear that those who train to fly in space, even if they plan on going up to look out a window and sample champagne or whatever it is while they're doing so, both the risk of getting there, the work it's required getting there, and the resources that are used to get them there becomes clear that if it hasn't already, then it will dawn on them. This is a big deal. This is an opportunity for them to establish a legacy. And very often, if not always, they embrace a research goal. They want to be a part of this. They want to come back saying that they've contributed to the general fund of knowledge, particularly in spaceflight. There are going to be people who want to go up or need to go up because they're going to be actually operating a payload. Those individuals might be asked to fulfill traditional astronaut leadership and crew member roles, maybe have a role in an emergency response team, et cetera, or to actually be a leader. And then, of course, we could very well have civil service astronauts, a NASA astronaut who decides to fly or who is paid by NASA to fly on our platforms. And that's true for any space flight, human space flight industry. And then finally, astronauts as private employees. You know, Axiom has two individuals that we all know, Mike Lopez Alegria and Peggy Whitson. They are Axiom employees that fly, bringing up their spaceflight participants. Sierra Space intends to have something similar as well, and I'm sure there are others out there. So there's a wide variety of astronauts that could end up flying, and we need to train them all. Next slide, please. Everybody at FAA would require, and we all agree that everybody has to be trained to a safety standard. No matter what your goal is flying in space, you're a member of a crew. You want both yourself and your crew to get back safely and to be effective. And therefore, an individual as a very base needs to be able to take care of themselves. They need to be able to get into their spacesuit, plug the spacesuit into the life control system of a spacecraft, and strap themselves in. They need to be able to enter and exit a spacecraft. And then for any emergency procedure that involves the whole crew, they need to be a member of that team, at least with the awareness of what's going on, even if their response is to, as their required response is to get out of the way and go back to your spaceship that brought you up and just sit there and sit tight. They need to be aware of what's going on. And so we fully intend to train to a very basic minimum for those who have no other role to play other than to just have a ride in space. We do expect also what we call at NASA and the astronaut office, expeditionary behavior. There's a certain code of conduct that is hard to describe, but easy to experience. And that's why we like to go out with our astronaut teams into analog environments so that we can have them experience how important it is for them to take care of themselves, take care of their own stuff. If they start to have a problem, such as a blister or some kind of pain, let people know so people can help out early before it gets to be too big of a deal. But also just to have an awareness around them of their environment, what's going on, and to be a member of the team. It often means, or always means, either being a good leader or a good follower. And as you know, good followers are often the best leaders. Even in a certain situation, you could lead by following. So all those aspects would be trained in these analog environments, and to the goal of having good expeditionary behavior. We're also going to make sure that everybody that flies, and FAA requires this as well for any spaceflight provider, that everyone flying with us is aware of risks. They are informed of both the morbidity and mortality aspects of human spaceflight, the risks of things that could happen in flight, that what they intend to have happen may not happen, and when they get back, they may need some extra evaluation and following, either it's medical or radiation or psych. We like to, and we must have them experience certain aspects of spaceflight. Number one is getting in the centrifuge, high G. That is to experience what the launch will be like. If we have anybody with a borderline medical issue, we want to make sure they can handle it. We'll have medical monitoring when that happens. The weightlessness experience, while less required, still it's not only a joy and a great attraction to training in space, but importantly, it's allows someone to at least have just a little sliver, a series of 30-second snapshots into what it's going to be like the moment they get into orbit. And then finally, hypoxia training is so important, because if you're in a closed environment where the oxygen level could drop, the pressure could drop, your own ability to detect a difference could be or would be modified, and therefore you need to understand your own symptoms. And the same is true of hypercarbia, particularly in suits. If you're not getting good airflow, what do you feel like? If you get this flushed feeling, or if you feel panicked, and I've experienced this myself, your breathing rate goes up. It may very well be that your CO2 is a little high. You need to slow down your breathing. So anyway, next slide. All right, so we at Sierra Space, and I think all other companies, always draw from the legacy astronaut training experience. We understand that we're going to have limited time, as I mentioned before, when it comes to presenting them with astronauts with our research involvement. Please understand there's an enormous amount of demands on that crew's time. Any one trainee could have their own competing priorities, maybe for the company that they used to work with. So we can't control their entire schedule at all times. Astronauts typically do need to maintain their operational focus, getting ready for a flight, especially in those 2 weeks before they launch in quarantine, when everyone would agree that is when they really must focus more than any other time. Some training events carry risk, so we could hurt people while we get them ready for space. We hope that doesn't happen, but to get ready for a risky event is good for folks to experience a calculated risk, if you will, and discomfort to get ready for their space flight. And as I mentioned before, we're going to be customizing our training to meet the needs of whatever mission goals an astronaut has, but the bare minimum is the safety elements that I described. One reason why I put that last bullet in there is that it's good to have continued conversations with crew once they're on orbit, even if that is through email or just-in-time training, short videos. There's a lot of training we could give astronauts, but historically in all programs, we have pared that training down because we realized astronauts just can't, with the waterfall of information coming in, can't remember everything. So that to the extent that we can have a laser focus on those few things they've got to know before they fly, and then support them once they're in flight through those platforms, like short videos or conferences prior to their events, that seems to provide the most success. Flight surgeons, which we're going to have at Sierra Space, and which they have at Axiom, I know, and other companies, that is the crew advocate, but they also want to get the work done as well. And they often are good at go-betweens between the researcher and the crew member. And so that's a resource that you could use as well. So I think that's all I've got. There's not another slide, correct? And if so, then I would just like to open it up to questions. And there might be some things I haven't addressed that you intended for me to address. And I see one that came up. And let's see. And I'm reading through that question, but y'all shout out any questions you have. But otherwise, I'm going to read through this one that came up in the meeting chat.
Do you want to read it out loud?
Sure. So this is from Donna, nurse, interested in the future of space nursing. Great question. So as commercial space flight, I'm going to paraphrase, becomes more popular and the number of people that are going up, when do we anticipate we'll start training other medical professions, that is non-medical doctors, for the specialty, and what efforts have been in place for this education? There's a shortage of doctors. It can take a long time to train a doctor to do the job. So it's a great question with other professionals. Indeed, I would suggest that for in-flight, the skills you really need are nursing skills. It's great to have an experienced physician, experienced nurses, clinical judgment on board. But the one thing you got to be able to do, in my opinion, is start an IV. A lot of the skills that physicians have, and unless we get up to the point where we're doing interventional radiology and techniques to get rid of abscesses and appendices or that sort of thing, the one manual skill that's probably the hardest to get and to maintain is starting IVs. Right now, yeah, you're right. The training programs that I'm aware of focus on physicians who are in a practice already, who are then transitioning to space medicine. And I don't know currently of training programs. Otherwise, I know that University of Texas Medical Branch, they are training engineers in space medicine, and likewise space physicians in engineering. So they're starting to include biomedical engineering. They're starting to expand that role. But there are avenues, and I think it would be those who train physicians would need to address that. It's a gap. And so we're talking about Wright Patterson and their space medicine training, Mayo Clinic, UTMB, and there are others out there as well. Perhaps they would be the first to expand, open the doors wider to space medical training to allow EMTs, nurses, et cetera. I think we'd certainly be interested, we as a company would be interested in hiring such individuals.
Hey, good morning, Tom. Jeff
Morning.
Jones here. Great
Hi,
to
Jeff.
see you again.
How you doing?
Hey, good, thanks. Questions about the training that you are proposing. When it comes to the centrifuge training, what type of G profile and what specific elements will you train during that centrifuge run? And then the other question was about the weightlessness training, I assume on a zero G type parabolic flight, and then what specific task would you train those individuals during that specific training?
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Good to see you. So for the centrifuge, I think the physiological response is what we're really looking for, and for people to experience it, we will be asking them to understand how to best breathe, and mostly people figure that out really quickly. It's just nice for them in a centrifuge to experience it so that it's not a surprise. Most people get through it just fine. I believe you, Jeff, have had multiple centrifuge runs. I've had the opportunity to get up to 8 Gs and to train for ballistic Soyuz reentry. That was remarkable. It was a 4-minute 8G profile, and esophagus collapsed. I couldn't swallow. I was more concerned that I was going to inhale my own saliva because I could breathe, but I just couldn't swallow going through that. So an awareness of what's happening in your body, what you can expect, and some learned techniques, whether it's M1 maneuver, not so much through GX, but those kind of maneuvers and what you can do to get ready for that experience. So it's not the first time you experience it when you actually climb into a rocket. And let's see, the zero G. Along the same lines, I know you and I have done a lot of zero G flights together. Understanding how your body's going to respond, what it's going to feel like when all your insides rise up and the blood rushes to your head. It's really interesting when you fly in space. Those first 30 seconds in space are exactly like a good parabola in a zero G flight, and it was very nice to have had that experience. Moving around, don't kick your feet. For instance, don't try to go through a swimming motion. You can hurt others as you kick your feet doing that. So those kind of little basic ideas. We're looking at some very specific techniques that are remarkably hard to do in zero G. And I imagine other companies are doing the same. As in case people don't know, you only have 30-second blocks and maybe up to 40 of them, maybe 20 to 40, I guess, 30-second snapshots in order to get anything done. I think, and we haven't vetted it out, but I think based on my experience on ISS, an appreciation for, if you can't learn the technique, then an appreciation for how difficult it is to perform an audit or to pack a double cold bag, with the cold bricks and these incredibly valuable samples, moving them from one container, say a Melfi, to a double cold bag. We lose samples doing that, and it's so hard to do it and to keep things all trapped in the bags and at the same time grabbing another one, and you're trying to keep 2 different volumes from items floating out. I'd like to see those kind of complex in-flight maneuvers, while not real fancy, still can result in loss of valuable data. And so if somebody doesn't learn a very specific technique, at least they have an awareness of how easy it is to mess that up. And so things along that line are the kind of things that we'll be looking at to actually do during those little 30-second blocks.
Hey, Tom, it's Simon Everts, Blue Abyss.
Hi there.
Hi. You're aware that we recently produced a basic astronaut training program, government focused, for a client. It's a 12, 14, 18-month program. Then there's advanced training, then there's pre-mission. We all know how long it takes to train a government astronaut, and you've been through that. From your perspective as Tom Marshburn, I'm not asking for a CA Aerospace perspective here, how long do you think it's going to take for a spaceflight participant, a space tourist who's going to go to orbit for a couple of weeks to be trained up? Are we looking at a few weeks or looking at a few months? What's your personal perspective on that?
So I could go all the way out and say the best training would require 30 to 40 years, which is how long it takes when someone who's dreamed of being an astronaut, they go into their stressful engineering programs or medical programs, whatever. But importantly, their careers prior to joining an astronaut corps or joining onto a space flight. So what I'm talking about is NASA selects people who have that expeditionary behavior mindset. So how do you get that into someone as quickly as you possibly can? So we do our best with the analog environments. I look at the Axiom training profile. I only know it just because I worked with the folks who were coming up, and they did a wonderful job. The certain skill sets, certain appreciation for how hard it is to get things done in zero G and manage your work site and all that kind of stuff. I think it'd be better to have more than 6, 7, 8 months. I think realistically, so we got to balance reality. If somebody's, head of a major corporation and they want to fly in space, they're not going to stop their current work for years, even though a lot can be done in those years. So there's not a perfect answer to your question. I'm going to just kind of guess. Tom Marshburn guessing a year and a half is good, even for your tourists, just to kind of get into the mindset that is needed to be an effective crew mate, as well as get your job done. And it's that expeditionary behavior mindset that's the hardest, and we have to figure out how to get that into our crews.
Got it. Thanks. Cheers.
Thanks, sir.
Tom, you have a question online that is asking, what do you think is a reasonable duration for a lunar surface stay? And they're specifically asking about psychological performance.
Oh boy. From a psychological standpoint, so just as an operator, I lived in a space station for 6 months. Frank Rubio just got back after a year. I was with Mark Vandehei, who almost was up there for a year, and I was with him during the second half of that stay. I would suggest that in any enclosed environment, when you get past 4 months, that's typically when we start to see people kind of not enjoying their stay, unless they already knew they were going to be up there longer. It's kind of tough to have like a 3-4 month mission and suddenly have it extended. But you can mentally prepare yourself when you know that it's going to be longer. I've heard from Apollo astronauts that living on the moon is the best of all possible worlds. That is, you don't have the inconvenience of weightlessness, but you have a lot of the joy associated with it. So I would suggest that on the lunar surface, the knowledge of where you are, the very obvious, ever-present, unique aspects of being there, and the just knowing that your mission, how important it is and how hard it was to get you there, that if we prepare people ahead of time, I think a year-long mission from a purely psychological standpoint could certainly be done, even longer. And that's the kind of thing we're going to be asking them to do when astronauts are doing essentially go to Mars. So it's about a matter of mental preparation, making sure they have plenty of good, significant work to do. And then, because that's probably the best psychological support you have. And then all you got is, your reduced G and your view out the window and knowing where you are. That's a great benefit.
Hello, Tom. My name's John Kennett. I'm from Physical Mind, London. Interested on your take. You mentioned about the effects on your body about being in microgravity and also post-flight effects and the long duration. It sounds like it might have taken to normalize your situation. Listening to private companies talk, there seems to be some interest in how long, when people are in space, the duration of time in there, as opposed to the amount of exercise they're going to actually carry out. Is there a duty of care upon all these companies to actually provide the best exercise countermeasures out there for the duration that they're going? And it must be better than what's going on at the moment. I'm just curious on your take.
Actually, I agree with you that The exercise is one of the best, if not the best, that and food, rest are the greatest psychological support we have. And it increases people's efficiency as well. If you exercise, you can sleep, you have an appetite, and if you don't, all the stress increases and all the every other aspect of human habitability starts to go down. I would also suggest that on ISS, it is the best. We have people coming back with no loss of bone mineral density, and increased lean mass compared to, increased weight due to lean mass increase than what they had pre-flight. And it was a wonderful thing. It's kind of like taking your medicine every day, as you can imagine, going to exercise, but you feel just wonderful and you can see the effects. Absolutely essential in your ability to egress, come out, walk around. I had a slightly longer than 2-week flight where my only exercise was really just the spacewalks I did, and then a 6-month flight where I only had one spacewalk, but I did the full exercise regimen. Felt much better after those 6 months than after the 2 weeks. So as far as the duty goes, it's completely in the interest of the mission to provide exercise. NASA has a standard that'll be really hard to meet, because who can fly an ARED? It's a huge device, and even NASA can't do it for Gateway. So our goal, our challenge is to provide that level when you can't provide an ARED. Do you really need 600 pounds of equivalent resistance on a spine and those kinds of exercises to provide the benefits that it provides? And those are questions that are very essential, but exercise is a critical part of working effectively and happily in space.
I'd like to thank you, Tom, for a very interesting talk and great answers to the questions. There are several questions that I would have liked to have heard the answers to in the chat, but we are going to have to go now, and I hope you'll stay online and listen to what we have to say. Thank you.
All right. Hey, thank you so much for letting me join in.
Next, we will hear from Michael Schmidt, who was the chair of the Human Health and Performance Subcommittee. He works at OAIRE Aerospace.
Great, thank you. All right, greetings everybody. Those were fantastic presentations. And I also wanted to thank Tom, if you're still there. Tom's been part of our Human Health and Performance Committee. I wanted to really start out, this is going to be a session where we talk about the deliberations of the Human Health and Performance Committee and really the structure of the HRP-C going forward. And what is the best way to make this go? Does it? Can you advance that? And before I start, so one of the things that Michael Marge wouldn't do himself, but I'll do it for him. As you heard his talk earlier, he really was the engine behind all of this, and I want to give him the due credit that he deserves. It was an extraordinary effort on his part, but I also want to then give some recognition to Dr. Mark Shellhammer. So Michael Marge approached Mark Shellhammer and myself about being the committee chairs. So Mark agreed to chair the suborbital committee, and I agreed to chair the orbital and beyond low Earth orbit spaceflight and habitation committee. This was in the first iteration. And the reason I want to mention that briefly is that we really had to start from a blank sheet of paper. There was really no idea of what this should look like, what its composition should be. This all had to be assembled. And so, Mark, you and I sat on the phone three hours at a time on a Saturday afternoon talking through some of these structural elements, similarly with Mike Marge and you and the three of us. And then, of course, all of those early committees that had the flight providers and their leadership and their scientists, that first 2 years of this effort was really quite extraordinary and quite a learning experience. But it helped to shape an initial structure to this. We always knew that that was going to be an iterative process, that we would go from that into something else that could then become a program, that could become a bill before Congress,
that could become something perhaps where private investment would come forward and step ahead so that we could actually build this. And so then in 2023, Tina came on board for a leadership role. We had George Neal come on board. We had Georgia and Angie Buckley took leadership committee position. So all of that became really important for us to now go to the next evolution of this. And so what you're going to see today is the structure that came out of that. And what we'd really like feedback on is this construct. There's a lot of detail to this, but we want to start with some assumptions. One of those was our mission is to have as many people fly in space as possible based on strong science. And so it really was never, how are we going to screen people who should go and shouldn't go? The mission of the HRP-C was really, how do we best optimize the opportunity for people to go into space? And so I'll just move through this quickly here. This is some of the committee members that I want to acknowledge as well. I also want to acknowledge two people like Dr. Victor Schneider and Jeff Jones, who were on the early committees and on the later committees. And if I miss someone, please let me know. But there's a long continuum of work here. And so what you're going to see is the summary of that I think is going to be really useful for us to get feedback on. So we're really looking at 4 stakeholders. So the one would be the civilian that's going to fly in space. The other would be the flight providers. The others would be the medical community and the scientists. And then the fourth would be the government and private funding agencies. So we had representation from each of these 4 groups on our committees because we really wanted to understand if we were to put forward an idea or a concept, was that going to be palatable to one of the groups, or was it going to be distasteful to one of the groups? So for the continual evolution of this process, how could we entertain the needs and interests of each one of these groups? And then collectively, could we come up with a summary that was going to be, let's say, an invitation for everybody to participate, because this is, after all, a voluntary effort. So one of the things that we're not, and I apologize if you can't see that at the top, we made a clear distinction between clinical medicine and research. So it's really not the job of the HRP-C to determine who flies into space or not. That really is the job of the person flying into space, their physician, and the flight providers to make those decisions. The HRP-C is really about how do we do the best possible kinds of research and do so with informed consent, back to Jim Bridenstine's point. This is really about generating extensive amounts of data and doing so in an unburdensome way. So we're also non-regulatory, and we wanted to put that forward as principle. So the HRP-C has no function in regulation. Obviously, data that could be generated from the HRP-C, others will use the way that they best see fit, but there is not a regulatory role for the HRP-C. Then the conduct of research, we want to make sure that, as we think about research in these environments, there is a study burden, and those of us in the clinical sciences always recognize that with clinical research, but that study burden rises when you have such a complex environment as a spacecraft. So we want to make sure that, when we propose research, that we limit the study burden to the extent we can while still meeting the objective of going into space. And then the continuous goal is to expand the pool of knowledge and to continue to develop elements of research that are going to fuel the ability for more people to fly into space. So we developed a structure. I'm going to explain each one of these components in this structure because this is really the foundation of how we're building a program that's going to be able to serve an entire industry, entire economies, if we all agree that this is a logical way to go forward. So we built it into 3 tracks. I think it's useful to understand the purpose of each of the 3 tracks. So track 1 is really about comprehensive measures and monitoring. So that means that we're going to try and capture the broadest number of metrics in every mission. So if you can imagine you have 10, 15, 20, 30 missions flying into space, all with different DRM profiles. And with those different DRM profiles, we're going to be able to capture a common set of markers for each one of those missions. So that gives us the ability to compare across missions. So even though the DRMs may be different, even though the duration, the distance, they may all be different. If we have a common set of markers, and they are comprehensive markers, we can then start to compare each of those different missions, even though they're different from one another. With harmonized methods, we'll be able to describe the human response in spaceflight across all of those. It allows us a different ability to pool data across missions so that the data set continues to grow. So we think of this as an untargeted kind of a structured analysis, and I'll get into what that really means in a moment. So track 2 is what you would see as traditional research. So traditional research would be, I've identified a specific research question. I'm now going to apply that, and we're going to go for funding for that specific research question, and then all of the analyses that go along with that research question have to be conducted. And so that's quite distinct because that's hypothesis-driven. The other is non-hypothesis-driven. The track 1 is data-driven. The track 2 is going to be unique to each mission. Track 1 is going to be common across missions. So track 3 then is, well, what are the fundamental architectural components that have to underlie the human research program in spaceflight? In other words, we need certain functions in order to execute track 1, in order to execute track 2. And so these would be things like, and we'll be speaking about each of these in some detail this afternoon, but a space health reporting system, which some would say would be like an adverse event monitoring system that you'd see in many other industries. Then there would be a human specimen biorepository, a data repository, a human systems review board, and so on. So this track 3 is really going to be about what are these capabilities. Some may say operations, some may even call it offices. But what are the kinds of underlying functions that are going to serve track 1 and track 2, and also making decisions about what are the research priorities for civilians in space. And this is what Mark Shellhammer is going to talk about a little bit about the Human Risk Board, is making decisions about what are the research priorities, what is going to get funded, what are the highest new needs. If something emerges out of track 1 or track 2, does that become a high priority, just like SANS became a high priority, or jugular vein stasis became a high priority? Suddenly something could move to the front of the list. So we'll be talking about each one of these in a little bit of detail, but we broke down these into some very discrete components here. And so what we mean by the term phenotype is simply the observable characteristics of an individual, and phenotyping would be that analysis, that characterization. So we broke them into molecular, physiological, behavioral, morphological, environmental. Essentially what that means is we're going to do as deep and detailed an analysis as possible on every mission using harmonized methods, but this is an untargeted or a non-hypothesis-driven approach. So in essence, you can imagine extensive amounts of data being collected across missions, and that then becomes part of the data set that's available to be analyzed as informed consent allows. And that's a whole other discussion, but this is just from a principle standpoint. So the track 2 consists of, and Tina went over these, others have gone over these, Tom just went over these, what are some of the primary biomedical risks in spaceflight? And what are the urgent questions that remain to be asked and answered? And so track 2 would be, if you were an investigator or a clinician, you would apply to the HRP-C for a track 2 grant, let's say, and you're asking a specific research question. You're setting up all the parameters and the measures associated with that research question. And that then is coupled with track 1. So one of the key and interesting distinctions about track 2 research is when you have a specific study that's been funded, let's say on SANS, under this paradigm, you will also have the data that's being collected on track 1, which is a comprehensive omics profiling, which we'll talk about momentarily, physiologic profiling, behavioral phenotyping, etc. So what's interesting about the track 2 then is it's always going to have a very extensive set of measures that will be associated with it, which is not traditionally the way some of the track 2 targeted or hypothesis-driven research is conducted. So the complementarity of track 1 and track 2 are going to add feature enrichment to the data. We'll talk about that in a little more detail later. And so in track 3, we essentially have these operations, and I'm going to do an introduction to track 3 a little bit later, so I won't really spend much time here, but you can see in a little more granularity here, there are very specific functions that we think that need to be attended to. The one I hadn't mentioned earlier was an IRB, specifically devoted to civilian spaceflight. Of course, there's commercial IRBs all over the world. There's academic IRBs all over the world. They're not devoted to spaceflight. NASA has an IRB that's devoted to spaceflight, but if you can imagine, if we've already flown 90 in the last couple of years, and we're going to double and triple and quadruple that and beyond, that we need an IRB that's going to be specific to the needs of a civilian spaceflying cohort. One I want to mention in particular that I think is going to be interesting and necessary and goes to Jim Bridenstine's point earlier is the terrestrial applications. What are some of the knowledge that we're going to gain from working in space that's going to be translational back to Earth practice? And so we have a specific track here that Bill Quill's going to talk about later on in this program, which is a terrestrial applications program. So we want to focus on a dedicated effort within the HRP-C that focuses on what are the derivable countermeasures, what are the applications to both space, but and Earth in particular, rather than leaving that to chance, where that would just emerge out of the process of investigation or follow-up funding, et cetera. You know, we as the committees decided that it would be important to have a dedicated effort toward terrestrial applications so that anyone who is putting forward funding into an operation like this would recognize that there's a very dedicated effort to developing solutions that would be usable on Earth. And so that's going to be a real essential part of what we do. And then we have AI and predictive modeling, and we deliberated on this for a while, but the conclusion was this is going to be one of the things that gives us the ability in the future to increasingly, with more data, predict who is going to be able to optimally fly in space, who may need particular kinds of countermeasures or interventions, what are the unique vulnerabilities, and I'll talk just a little bit about that in this next session. So this is really the structure that we've arrived at. We've got our committees basically consist of about 40 people. We've gotten tremendous amount of outside input. As I said, we have representation from the carriers, the medical community, academic research. And so this is the architecture that we'd like you to look at and consider. The document, as Tina said, has been submitted to everybody, so any feedback that you have is going to be welcome. And so what I'm going to do now is shift gears quickly. So one of the things that we want to go into in detail, because it's part of our track structure, is, and let's hope that's just going to pop right up, is part of the phenotyping. So we talked about molecular phenotyping, physiologic, behavior, morphological, and environmental. And so what we're going to do as part of this program now is we'll start to go through each one of those, talk about the structure of those, the details of those, the why of those. And we're going to start out with the molecular profiling or the molecular phenotyping, and essentially starting out with the multi-omics. There we go. So there's our structure again, and the molecular phenotyping component, I'm going to break that down into something called targeted and untargeted. And I want to spend just a little bit of time clarifying some of these things because I think it's going to be helpful for all of us to understand the why. So why do multi-omics? It can be costly, though it's actually less than targeted analysis in many cases. But I want us to really think about why we're doing it and the value of it. I think that'll become really clear as we go forward. So if you can see this, this is really to give you a picture of the molecular landscape. So when we look at multi-omics, we ask the question, what are all the biochemical features or what are the molecular classes that exist in a human being that govern, regulate, and conduct physiologic operations. You look at the genome, we have 20,000 plus molecules, the epigenome, greater than that, the transcriptome, right? That's gene expression. We have greater than that number. You get to the proteome, we routinely run 7,000 proteins on a standard aptamer-based proteome that we run. So you can see here that we're getting into the tens of thousands of molecules. Even on a single analysis, you could have 50,000 analytes. And if you do, like the twin study, 19 time points, or some of the other studies, lesser time points, we're really talking about hundreds of thousands to millions of analytes. And so that's really the basis of the multi-scale omics, but that allows us to start to characterize what's happening metabolically. So what does this look like? So this is what we're used to. This is targeted research where you pre-select the analytes that you're going to measure. And you can see the stacking here. You could see there's a very few number of analytes, so it's very narrow, but a lot of subjects. So that's the classic hypothesis-driven research. Omics research looks more like this. So in the NASA twin study, there were 2 subjects and many, many, many tens of thousands of analytes. And so that has particular challenges that go with it. One in particular is the risk of overfitting. So we have to admit there's a challenge with high dimensional data and very few subjects. But there are methods to deal with that and avoid statistical overfitting. So here's where I want to go. So why do we do omics? And what is it going to tell us? So this is a representation of a metabolic map. It's not thorough, it's not highly detailed, but it's really meant to illustrate the typical metabolic map that we all deal with. But it's got thousands of enzymes and tens of thousands of metabolites and proteins, etc. So if we were going to do an untargeted omics profile, we would essentially be saying, let's capture the entirety of this, but I want to distinguish that from targeted analysis. So if we took that same metabolic map and we were going to do targeted analysis, we would say, I choose to look at this set of molecules here. This happens to be the TCA cycle and electron transport. I choose to look at that set of molecules because that's my research question. And that's how we've done science for all of history. And that's the hypothesis-driven method. And it's extremely valuable and extremely viable, of course. However, we can see that now we're missing portions of the metabolic map. So what we could do then is we could look at our metabolic map and we could say, well, I'm going to measure more targets. So now I'm going to select cysteine and methionine metabolism and fatty acid metabolism and so on. So now I've done more hypothesis-driven research. I'm looking for more targets. But as you can see, as valuable and as important as that is, there are portions of the metabolic networks that we're not looking at. They become blind to us. And so part of what the multi-scale omics does is it moves out beyond these targets and it says we're going to try and capture the entirety of that landscape to the best of our ability. Genes, epigenome, transcripts, proteins, metabolites, microbiome, the metagenome elements there. And then we're going to let the patterns in that data tell us what is happening in a space environment or with a treatment, any kind of an intervention. But now we can look at them side by side and say the targeted analysis has its own value, which is important. The untargeted analysis has its own value. We have to know the limitations of each. And the targeted are quantitative. But what happens with the untargeted multiomics? So we can more deeply describe the spaceflight response because we have more measures. We can generate novel hypotheses. So one of the key features and the key values of doing untargeted analysis is that generation of hypotheses. It points us in a direction we may not have initially indicated because we didn't have the data at that point to look in that direction. So it helps us find unanticipated effects or off-target events. We could identify novel countermeasure targets. So the countermeasure targets become critical because that's what we're trying to do is optimize that spaceflight experience And I'll talk a little bit about, well, what is a countermeasure target versus a novel hypothesis? So how do they differ, and how do we be careful about choosing those? And then, as I said, more readily detect off-target effects. So that's the value, the principal value. So just a couple of key features about targeted and untargeted. Targeted is usually where we predetermine the analytes. And a key distinction is those are fully quantitative. So when you do a targeted analysis, you have a coefficient of variance. You know that that analyte varies only by 2.5 or so percent. And with untargeted, you have relative concentrations. So those are not absolute concentrations in the untargeted analysis. So that's a limitation, but it still does show us patterns. It tells us where to look. And so what the untargeted does is it gives us more features against which we can compare the other analyses. So let's say it's a behavioral phenotyping or a physiologic phenotyping. Now we can add into that the untargeted molecular features to see if there are associated patterns with some of the physiologic findings or the behavioral findings. So the process then is we look for variance in these huge data sets. That turns out that we're identifying features, so at that point we understand which are the molecules accounting for the difference. We look at pathways and networks, so now we're starting to describe what is happening. Where do those variances fit in? What does that mean? So we have to describe the biological meaning, and that leads us to what might be new targets. So what does a new target mean? A new target may mean that that's a new hypothesis. Now we can study this new molecule or cluster of molecules in our subsequent studies. Others might mean that this is a significant enough finding, pattern, variance, that we might say perhaps that lends itself to being a countermeasure target now, but that is all determined by the analysis. So then we start breaking it down into functionally characterized networks, right? We have all that analytical data, we map it to particular pathways and networks, and this is how we start to describe the biological change, the biological relationships. So let's go beyond theory. So one of the nice things about what's happening right now is a lot of this work is being done with the cooperation of a lot of people in this room, with the spaceflight providers like SpaceX and Axiom and so on. We've got extensive amounts of omics data from most of the missions that are going up. I mentioned our collaboration, Savaris and Cornell, because I'm not speaking for anybody else, but we're both here. But I wanted to note here that there's numerous other collaborators that have been part of this analysis, including Trish and others that you can see noted here. But the real point that I wanted to make is that this is beyond theoretical because this method is being applied to regularly to the missions that are going up. So I think the positive there is that it's showing a tremendous amount of collaboration and cooperation, but also that the methods that are necessary to execute these kinds of molecular complexity analyses have been really developed at a sophisticated level. The biobanks exist at a traditional level of best practices. The challenges have been identified about pre-mission analytics, in-mission analytics, post-mission analytics. The analytical methods and the pre-analytical methods have been developed. So the beauty of something like this is now we're already doing this, and I'm going to add into there, but others will talk about it, the physiologic behavioral measures are also being added to these missions. So a tremendous amount of work being done here, but what I wanted to share is that we also have about 24 different papers in publication process, many accepted, most accepted actually already, just from the I-4 mission. And so that Inspiration 4, there's a lot of collaborators here. We've done a lot of careful analysis on this multivariate data, and you can just see some of the papers here that are going into press. I think there's one or two that are in review right now in Nature. So this is I think, an illustration of very strong collaboration between medical people, scientific institutions, private industry, flight providers that portends really well for when we get an HRP-C fully funded and operational. Imagine we're going to have dozens and dozens and dozens of people flying, where that is quite a workload to be doing this kind of research. But if the methods are strong and rigorous and harmonized, it makes it all that much easier. So just very quickly, what are the measures that we're using? And for those of you in the omics world, this is routine. Those of you for whom it's new, it will be a little bit new. But I just really want to say here, the blood analytes are many of the multi-omics that we would collect from blood. If you look at urine and saliva, again, similar in terms of DNA, metabolites, proteins, etc. And then here you can see metagenome, and if you look at some of the papers that are coming out, this is not just fecal metabolome or fecal metagenome, this is also surface. So not all kinds of cracks and crevices on the surface of the individual, but also the spacecraft itself. And so we can look at a mirroring, or what are kind of the translational events between the human microbiome and the capsule microbiome, and eventually the habitat microbiome. So you can't see this very well, so I won't speak to it, but it's essentially, this is what you would typically see in multi-omics analysis, where all of the different omics are described on the side, and then these are all the different mission time points. So this is from I4, and you can see that in mission is a little bit more difficult in a short mission like that versus 12 weeks or 12 days or 6 months on the space station, where we have tremendous numbers of data points within the mission. But again, these are all fully worked out. So the question is, just in closing, so with all of that multivariate data, can we bridge that into something like precision medicine? And so I want to give you a hint at a finding we made in the NASA Twin study. And I don't mean to make this about specific findings, but I want to use a specific finding to talk about a process of getting somewhere from this kind of data. So if you look at the NASA Twins data, one of the things we identified was in the untargeted metabolome, there was a signal, and it's something called paracresol. So we understand how paracresol is formed and metabolized on Earth, so the question was, because that's a microbiome-generated molecule out of dietary tyrosine, what's the profile of the gut metagenome in that individual? So essentially, these are our data plots, and we show that paracresol sulfate, paracresol glucuronide, both went up in space, and you can see the little paracresol molecule here. It's a very interesting finding with a very interesting story, and I want to leave you just with one thought. So I'm going to have you stay tuned until tomorrow to finish the rest of the story here. But what I want to say is that's a signal that appeared out of the multi-omics data, out of that high-dimensional multivariate data. So is it a novel hypothesis, or is it a countermeasure target? And that's a great question. That's the question we'll talk about tomorrow afternoon. But this is why we do the multi-omics. This broad capture and the capability it gives us to see outside our hypotheses. And as long as we're careful and rigorous about the way we interpret the data and run statistics, that is what gives us keen insight into astronaut changes in space and then potential interventions. So, thank you. Right on time.
We are going to have lunch now, and while you're eating out there, at some point, Congressman Frank Lucas is going to speak to us briefly. So enjoy. We'll resume at 1 o'clock.
Okay, if I could have everyone take their seats, please. Can you hear? How's this work? Yeah, it needs to go up a little bit. If I could have everyone take their seats. And we hope everyone enjoyed their afternoon calisthenics. Bracing, refreshing, cold Oklahoma air just to wake you up after that lunch to make sure you're not too logy for our congressman's remarks. So it's my great honor that we welcome the Honorable Congressman Frank Lucas to address this assembly of dedicated human space researchers. Congressman Lucas's commitment to advancing our nation's scientific and exploratory frontiers aligns seamlessly with the groundbreaking work represented by everyone in this room. As chairman of the House Science Committee, his leadership and advocacy in Congress, particularly in fostering innovation and supporting research initiatives, have been instrumental in propelling our endeavors into new realms. He has been a tireless advocate for supporting new endeavors, including NASA and FAA programs in advanced mobility, which are near and dear to my heart in particular. I'm very proud to not only have him as the representative for OSU, but also for my current home of Stillwater and my childhood home of Mustang, Oklahoma. I've had the opportunity to witness many town halls and committee hearings with Congressman Lucas as chair, and his ability to listen to his constituents and colleagues both in and across the aisle is a model for all of our representatives. So please join me in warmly welcoming Congressman Frank Lucas as we look forward to an engaging and insightful dialogue on the future of human space exploration.
Thank you, Dr. Jacob, and I appreciate that introduction and the invitation to be here today. And I would note, as I fire up my set of comments, that as we were discussing at the table, I was raised about 2 hours and 15 minutes from here, the community I still live in Roger Mills County in Cheyenne, Oklahoma. And I went to school in a little dependent school district, class of 13, where I was related probably to a third of my classmates. High school was a class of 40 kids, which I graduated from, and that was during one of the oil boom periods of the late 70s when it was a big group. And after my unsuccessful effort at being a wheat farmer as a senior member of the FFA in high school, I spent a year in community college, which was a necessary economic tool for me. And then I went to Oklahoma State University, which changed my life forever. And as I pointed out to my friends at the table, when you live in a county of 3,400 warm bodies, when your hometown has 60 people, when your high school class has 40 people in it, that first class exchange at 12:30 on the main campus at Oklahoma State in front of Edmund Lowe Library, when I realized there was about 12 or 13 or 14,000 people going in all directions, was really kind of an experience. It was a little bit traumatizing, but my experiences at Oklahoma State laid the groundwork for my opportunity later to be a state legislator and a member of the United States Congress. So I will always be eternally thankful to my education in this great state and in institutions that I was a part of. Now, I know I'm here today in my capacities as chairman of the House Science Committee. And again, noting for the record, being a proud alumnus of Oklahoma State, our host, and I'm of a generation that I like to refer to myself proudly as a native Okie. And I want to speak to you about the work of the Science Committee and how that ties into the work that you all are doing and how we can all support Oklahoma's efforts to be a leader in aerospace and other fields. I have the honor to be the first Oklahoman to head up the Science Committee. And I'm proud to represent a state with such a rich history in science and space. Growing up, I watched astronauts and pilots from Oklahoma who did amazing things. Tom Stafford, Stu Rosa, and who could ever forget Gordo Cooper, are among the pioneers of human spaceflight. Understanding Oklahoma's rich history and its tremendous potential are among the reasons why I enjoy being chairman of what I like to refer to as the Committee of the Future. Our committee has jurisdiction over a wide range of cutting-edge topics: weather forecasting, advanced energy research, and yes, we will make fusion power a reality. Just maybe not today or tomorrow, but we'll make it a reality. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, transportation research are only a few of the topics covered by our committee. As you can imagine, we've had a busy year, and the agenda for 2024 is just as packed with work on topics that will be important to you. Last year, Congress and our committee passed out several pieces of legislation that will help spur aerospace sector in Oklahoma. In May, we passed our National Drone and Advanced Air Mobility Initiative Act, which will coordinate civilian research and develop efforts across the federal government. And we're only a few miles from Skyway 36, which, when it is up and fully running, will provide a world-class test bed for drone and advanced mobility research. My bill will help improve coordination with nonprofit entities, such as those who have partnered together to make Skyway 36 a reality. And I want to thank Dr. Jacob for testifying at our hearing on this topic in March and for his valuable input into this bill. Thank you, Doc. In June, we passed the FAA Reauthorization and Development Act of 2023. The Science Committee has jurisdiction over the FAA's research and development activities, and our bill will direct FAA's research activities for the next 5 years and ensure that America's commercial aviation industry remains competitive globally. Now, I know we have folks here from the Civil Aeronautics Medical Institute, which we all know as CAMI. Be assured that we are aware of the good work you do, and we are thinking of you when we wrote this bill. Wink, wink, nod, nod. In November, the Science Committee passed the Commercial Space Act. This bill was written not only to ensure that the U.S. meets its international obligations, but also to provide certainty to the commercial space sector, especially when these companies engage in novel activities. This legislation is necessary as the commercial space sector contemplates missions and activities with human crew, something that was difficult to imagine just a few decades ago. This spring, the Science Committee will consider a NASA authorization bill. The last time Congress passed a comprehensive NASA authorization bill was in 2017, before Oklahoma's own and my old colleague on the Science Committee, Jim Bridenstine, served as NASA administrator. And I'm sure he will tell you a lot has happened in the years since then. Oh, yes. We are in the process of drafting this legislation, so I really can't share many details with you at this point, but I can assure you that the Science Committee will strongly support our human exploration efforts as a part of the Artemis program. An important component of space exploration is continuing the research on the International Space Station, which engages in human health research in low Earth orbit. This research is vital as we return our astronauts to the moon and on to Mars. It will also benefit the commercial space sector as well. Looking ahead, our work now turns to ensuring that these important pieces of legislation become law. My top priority since becoming chairman of the Science Committee has been to ensure American competitiveness and leadership in the fields of research and technology development. And this includes U.S. activities in space. The United States is in a global competition in the fields of research, technology, and aerospace activities. And some of our competitors, unfortunately, sadly, do not share our values. The country that leads the way in these fields will set the rules of the road and establish precedent for the future. I do not intend to live in a world or the Chinese Communist Party is leading in any of these fields. Oklahoma has a significant role in these efforts. We have a range of resources at our disposal. Think of the world-class research universities and the Mike Monroney Center in Oklahoma City, the spaceport in Burns Flat, several military installations across the state, not to mention the number of aviation, drone, and advanced aviation companies. Oklahoma has been the focus of much federal science and technology activity recently. I was pleased to welcome the director of the National Science Foundation to OSU's home campus in Stillwater in 2021. Last summer, a pair of astronauts on the International Space Station did a Q&A with students at the Kingfisher High School. And I want to bring the NASA administrator for a visit to Oklahoma this year to see all that we have to offer. Working together, we can be certain that Oklahoma is a world leader in aerospace and in other science and technology fields. Today's workshop is a perfect example of the talent we have in our state and how we can bring together industry, academia, and the government together for the benefit of Oklahoma, the U.S., and the world. So many of you have supported the important work of the Science Committee in recent years, and I thank you for your assistance. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me or my staff if we can be of service in all your work. Thank you again for the opportunity to spend some time with you, and let's continue to make a real difference. Thank you.
With that, that actually puts us back on schedule. So we'll reconvene for the next session, which starts promptly at 1 p.m. So if you please find your way into the seminar room, we'll get started back with the summit. Thank you.
Please have a, sorry, please have a seat. That new battery really works. So that we can stay on schedule. Continuing on the discussion about track 1 for comprehensive measures, Jeff Jones, Dr. Jeff Jones is from Baylor College of Medicine, and he will be speaking about, what are you speaking about? Physiological, is that right? Physiological phenotyping.
All right, well, thank you very much, Tina and Michael, and all of the organizers for this conference and the Oklahoma State University for hosting us. And now that can we have it ahead in first slide, please? Now that we're back in after a transient period of hypothermia, hopefully you all have an appreciation of why we need to consider physiologic monitoring. And that would not be, would you mind if I give your talk? Can we have Jones instead of Polk? Well, Michael, as he established the key phenotypes, that's still not it. The key phenotypes, we recall that he's broken it down to different potential measures that we might need for tracking the spaceflight participants. And yeah, there we go. And I wanted to give some credit to both he and to Chris Mason. We had worked on a publication trying to outline all of the potential measurements. And I'd like to lead off this particular track 1 session talking about the physiologic parameters that might be important. The objectives, as you've heard, is to make sure we capture the right measurements and need of safety and well-being of our commercial and civilian spaceflight participant crew members. And physiologic parameters are just one of the categories that Michael Schmidt outlined. So today, just briefly, we're going to talk about why we need to monitor physiologic parameters, who should be monitored versus measured, and when, what parameters are relevant and why, and then we'll summarize it. So why do we need physiologic parameters? What about physiologic parameters are important, and what's the difference between monitoring versus measuring? Well, monitoring is something that happens real time, where you get instant feedback to the data that you're collecting, and you can compare what would happen to the vehicle versus what happens to the crew members. So the vehicle, the flight controllers are tracking things like engine temperature, the status of the fuel capacity, pressures of various tanks on the vehicle. In a similar fashion, the flight surgeon during real-time operations might want to track things like heart rate or EVA or CO2 levels in the spacesuit during an EVA. These are the kind of things we would track real-time and have real-time feedback and would need to monitor. There is a flight controller on the ground monitoring these parameters during that measurement. But other measuring we can do with a store and forward approach. On the vehicle, you might consider the downlink speed or the downlink accuracy or the performance of the solar panel gimbals, for example. That's something that you don't need to be tracking real time, but you want to be tracking for later use and analysis. And the same sort of thing, the flight surgeon might want to track metabolic rate when they're resting, not the active metabolic rate, the dynamic one we track during EVA, but the resting metabolic rate, or performing things like imaging of the ocular system for SANS tracking, or the fitness of the crew member. So all of these things are done with a store and forward. We don't need to, we want to measure that, we want to track them, but we don't need to do it in real time. So many of these parameters are not necessarily essential for immediate knowledge, but are good things to have for us to understand
how the extreme conditions of spaceflight are affecting the crew or impacting the mission. And so from a spaceflight participant perspective, our crew that are professional astronauts are generally healthy and require less real-time monitoring, whereas spaceflight participants may have comorbidities, as Tina pointed out, and therefore we may need to track some of this more real-time than we would in healthy crew members. So who should be monitored versus measured and when? This is a typical spaceflight mission, which starts with a launch, and we know that there are indeed loads that occur during the launch. Some of these are G loads, some of these are vibrational loads, and certainly during the peak of ascent, what we call max Q, the maximal aerodynamic forces in the vehicle, we can experience on typical launch vehicles about 3 Gs. Then there's various phases of the mission where there's performance pressures on the crew, like docking maneuvers or robotic arm operations that we have on the space station. These are performance pressures, but not necessarily causing a lot of physiologic stress. Whereas the measures like EVA, where the crew members have physically demanding tasks, especially in the upper extremities, and very mentally draining tasks, that's a special isolated environment where those measures are necessary because we're in a small space vehicle, and there can be elevations of CO2, there could be loss of oxygen pressure or pressure in the suit itself. So all of these things, the measures are much more important to have real time. During reentry, there can be thermal loading on the vehicle. G loading can vary anywhere from 2.5 to 9 Gs, as Tom Marshburn talked about his training for the Soyuz. And there is also during the actual landing event impact loading, depending on where you land, either land or water, and the type of vehicle you're flying in. So let's quickly just go through a standard launch sequence. If you could start the video for us. Might be able to do it. I'll go back one. There you go. Now, yeah, back one. Here we go. Just click at the bottom of the screen if you would. Yeah, it's at the very bottom. If you move your clicker down to the bottom. Yeah, if you go, yeah, right there, now a little bit lower to the right slightly. There. You see a little cursor? All right. Well, what I was going to show you in the launch sequence showed the environment of the vehicle during an actual ascent. And the amount of thrust that's generated can vary. The shuttle, the thrust was about 4 million pounds, 70% from the shuttle main engine, from the solid rocket boosters, 30% from the shuttle main engines. That generated loads during ascent of about 3 Gs. Other vehicles will have less. The SLS can generate up to 8.5 million pounds of thrust, and therefore may have additional loads on the vehicle. Therefore, on the crew members inside, the vibratory loads are not insignificant on any of these vehicles, especially early on in the launch through max Q. And so for those reasons, we have to be prepared that our crew members need to be monitored during these phases of flight. And this is the reentry modes that were mentioned by Tom Marshburn. And if you have an off-nominal reentry, the loading can be as high as 9 Gs, and the impacts can be significant if you have an off-nominal reentry. And we have a very robust medical system that we've prepared for caring for crews after they land. This is in Kazakhstan, and I heard from Rick Shearing that these type of measures are being prepared for Orion to land in water and recover crews that may be deconditioned to some degree. So which parameters do we need to measure physiologically? I think that the most important ones have to do with vital measurements, pulse, blood pressure, potentially temperature, the crew's mass, and we call it weight here in one gravity, but it's mass on orbit. EKG, I think, can have significant relevance during certain types of stressful maneuvers. Oxygen saturation, pulse oximetry is a good measure of general health. We track the metabolic rate during EVAs, this dynamic phase of flight. And the VO2 max can be a good indication of fitness. How well the crew is sleeping is a good. We want to be measuring those, especially on long duration missions, to have indications of crew member fitness and general health indicators. And for that, we would advocate having a database of all of these type of physiologic measures be tracked and recorded and be used for comparison purposes, so we can designate a spectrum across the range of crew member age and comorbidity, et cetera, so that we can establish those tolerances and thresholds, and then be able to compare that as we look back to go on to bigger, better, farther missions beyond low Earth orbit. With that, I'll have any questions. I'm not sure what happened to the slides. Okay, questions later. Okay, very good. Turn it back over.
Thank you, Jeff. I could listen to him all day. So continuing the discussion about the Track 1 comprehensive measures, I'm going to talk briefly about behavioral phenotyping. And is there a problem back there? Do we? Every time I stand up here. Thank you. Great. Okay. Oh yeah. So when a lot of astronauts go up into space, they really enjoy looking out the window at Earth, and the whole phenomenon of
of looking at the Earth with the black background can be an overwhelming experience. And a fellow, his last name's White, wrote a book about that effect, and he termed it the overview effect. The other day, on Saturday, I went to the Sphere in Las Vegas. My son is one of the cameramen that put it together, and I highly recommend it, by the way. But as we walked out, I was listening to the conversation of all the people, and they were expressing that they felt one with humankind, and they had a better appreciation for the Earth. I think that Sphere movie was giving people the overview effect. Pretty cool. Some of the quotes that have been put out by astronauts in their journals, there's been 2 projects that Jack Stooster was responsible for, where he had 10 astronauts fill out journals during their entire 6-month stay, and they could write anything that they wanted, and they enjoyed writing in them. They said they looked forward to writing in them each night before they went to bed, or their sleep quarters. And so, that going to space is very enjoyable. That being said, when you go into space, you have to stay within a habitat. So it may be a habitat like an orbiting station. It might be a habitat on the lunar surface, or a pressurized vehicle, or your EMU, your spacesuit. You cannot just go out and go running, and going outside is a big, long process. So some of these concepts that that companies have, it's going to be interesting to see what the behavioral effects are on people that have to be confined. Some of the concerns, behavioral and biomedical concerns, and you have to talk about both of them at the same time, because what happens to your body physiologically will affect you cognitively. So they're not really separable. But because there are just the regular stressors that you and I go through, like you get conflicting information, or things are ambiguous, etc. There is, on top of that, many spaceflight stressors, and this isn't even all of them. And one of the things that HRP had me do was write a paper about summarizing the literature on elevated CO2 and its effects on cognition. And, well, for one thing, the research is all over the place. Let's not do that in the HRP-C, because they'll have different levels of CO2 for different durations, and other factors that are compounding variables. But what needs to be done is we need to look at not just things alone, but also in synchrony, the different stressors, and try and understand what the boundary is, where you shouldn't, for example, raise CO2 any higher than that. This is a model that I put together that's based on 5 models of cognition. And it's published in one of the books that Paul Wild was talking about, a IAASS book. And you can see that the cognitive system is pretty complex. And so you need to be very careful when you're designing a measure of cognition, and specifically define what aspect of cognition that you're tapping into. And so just one measure of cognition isn't appropriate, and you need to make sure that that you have sensitive measures. Every crew I've ever spoken to has reported some sort of cognitive decline. Sometimes it's quite mild, and it's just due to them being sleepy. But there does seem to be something more, and here are a couple of quotes from the astronaut journals, again, that has to do with how they sometimes feel space stupids. And the cognitive tests that we have don't always pick up on these subjective reports. And so what I think should happen in the behavioral phenotyping section of the comprehensive measures is that we come up with some more sensitive measures and try and scope exactly whether you're measuring working memory and other things like that. So the idea is to take early and regular measurements of social and cognitive performance, and to be able to come up with some treatment strategies, some countermeasures, and to not just take rigorous data in every flight, but also to allow anonymous reporting and civilian journals, and not just the astronaut journals, but actually have civilians fill out journals. These are some examples of measures that we might be interested in taking, but I do think, and NASA has effort doing this, I do think that having non-invasive performance measures will be key because it really takes a lot of time to go through objective tests of measures of psychological ability. And I'm done. Who's next?
I just wanted to introduce Dr. Lori Ploutz-Snyder. She was at NASA for many years and now is at the University of Michigan and the Dean of the Department of Kinesiology. And we were both rooting for Michigan Wolverines in the national championship. So we've got that going for us.
Thanks, and I'm going to wait for, here are the slides. Thanks a lot. I have not been involved with this group to date, so I was particularly excited and honored to be invited to come and give a presentation. I am going to share with you some data from work when I was at Johnson Space Center. Our work is really from space flight data, bed rest data, and parabolic flight data. And I will preface this all with, when you think about the morphology, think about deconditioning, and then you could probably play out the morphologic changes in your mind. I'm not going to go through all of these. Most of them have been mentioned before already. But when you think of deconditioning and bone, you think of decreases in bone mineral density, bone content, bone architecture, and that can have other functional consequences such as increases in urinary calcium and renal stones. Skeletal muscle, pretty much any skeletal muscle parameter that you can think of, you can just say it declines. So whether it's muscle size, which I might call a morphology, but it directly affects muscle strength, muscle endurance, muscle capillary density, and therefore ability to extract oxygen, which leads to a reduction in VO2 max, and so on and so forth. In terms of whole body, generally see increases in fat mass, decreases in lean mass, increases in height. That's kind of fun. And neurosensory and cardiovascular, again, there are changes in these systems, whether it's in the otoliths or in the vestibular system, that leads to consequences, changes in the structure of the eye that leads to changes in the function or the vision, changes in the heart remodeling and in the the vessels, particularly the smaller vessels that supply the organs and tissues, that leads to various functional consequences. I said I'm going to show you a little bit of data because one of the questions becomes, oh, well, how bad is this? Should we really be worried? Should we really be measuring it? So what I want to show you here is some data of different types of strength, so mostly strength of the legs and the trunk, with in the blue, the old exercise equipment, and in the yellow, the newer exercise equipment, with a % loss. And so I'm not going to go through all of these things, but I want to point out two things. One is we're about 10-ish% loss in muscle strength. This is with exercise countermeasures. That's not too bad. That's pretty good, especially if you start strong enough. But the other thing I want to point out is look at the variability in the data. And this is going to come up again. I'm going to show you this even better. But these are individual participants. And so you can see that someone here increased about 15% and someone decreased about 35%. So the mean is quite good. Actually, the mean is great. But the variability here is also impressive. We see the same sort of thing if you look at bone mineral density. And so this time we have 3 different countermeasures, like no resistance exercise, old exercise equipment, new exercise equipment. And so you can see that over the years we've gotten better and better. And we're at 3-ish% decrease in bone mineral density per 6 months. For weight-bearing sites, and not surprisingly, no change in a non-weight-bearing site. Again, the variability here is pretty noteworthy, and what I would say is the biggest improvement over the years is the decrease in the variability. So if you just look at total hip with no resistance exercise, remarkably, someone fared very well and had no change. Someone else had a dramatic change. This huge range, the range gets smaller, the range gets smaller. So the variability is important. Because the variability is so important, I am going to advocate for in-flight monitoring because it's going to be really hard to make predictive models that are going to work for everyone. Luckily, ultrasound is pretty inexpensive and easy by spaceflight standards, and you can do a lot of monitoring with ultrasound, including panoramic imaging. So you've probably taken panoramic images with your phone, where you just move it, and you have to be really steady and move it smoothly, and it stitches together the images. And with that, you can get really nice pictures and images of body parts, including skeletal muscle. This isn't as good as an MRI, but it is not too far off in terms of looking at the quad, the major movers of the lower leg. And this image was acquired from the space station by crew members themselves using the panoramic imaging. So I think this is something that many flight providers could do. Maybe all of them, I don't know. In terms of in-flight monitoring, I'm going to spend a little time on this slide. I'm going to spend a little time on another one. But this is my advocating for in-flight monitoring. Here's why you might want to do it. There's a lot of variability in muscle size loss. You can measure muscle size in flight. So here is an example. These are just 2 different muscles of the quads, again, major movers. And you can see that this is muscle cross-sectional area per flight week. So you can see that during the first 4 weeks, muscle size was declining quite a bit. Then from week 4 to 8, it increased a bit and then held its own this whole time. This other muscle followed a slightly different pattern. And you can plot this for what resistance exercises the person was doing. So early on, the person was doing about 100 pounds, 150 pounds, even up to 170. When this load was being used, muscle size was decreasing. For this person, you're not going to be able to say that this works for everyone and that everyone should be doing the same load, but it does help you titrate what countermeasure is being performed and what the result is in this case, the morphology, but it could also be for the function. And you can overlay these and then relatively easily titrate your countermeasure, in this case exercise, but you can imagine the idea for any sort of countermeasure. Ultrasound can be used to look at a lot of different body parts. I just point out here, you can look at vein sizes, so you can nicely see what happens to the jugular vein. You know, in 1G, it's kind of small and flat, and in 0G, it's large and round, and that morphology has a lot of functional consequences in terms of fluid shifts. So I'm going to show you a little bit of data from bed rest. And this is some of the most surprising data from my time at NASA. I couldn't believe it, actually. So we imagine that a lot of the variability seen in spaceflight was due to things like diet, stress, sleep, the host of usual suspects, and that when we did these same studies in bed rest, that would disappear because we would control for all of these things. So we did a bed rest study, 3 different groups, a group that had just a diet countermeasure, a diet plus exercise, a diet plus exercise plus testosterone injections. We figured if that's not allowed in sports, it must really work. And I'll go through these really quickly, but in terms of aerobic capacity, you can see the blue bottom line control group decreased quite a bit. The exercise groups were able to hold their own, even increase. But look at the individual variability. And I'll spend a minute orienting you to this because this is probably the biggest or the most surprising finding. So we have here the control is in blue. The blue and black are a little hard to see here, but the control subjects are in blue. These are individual participants. You can see that these 3 people had almost 40% decrease in their aerobic capacity. That's a pretty big hit. 70 days of bed rest. These next 3 were control subjects, and they didn't fare so well either. On the other end, we had several people who improved. They were all exercise subjects. But what I draw your attention to here is the middle, and all groups are represented here. So here's a blue one of these is a blue one, there's some black, there's some yellow. So this is about as good of control as you can get for a human study, these bed rest studies. And here we have these people, they're doing the same exercise countermeasure. Every single session was monitored. I have no doubt that they all complied. It was controlled as well as possible. And here we have exercisers who improved by 15% and the very same group decreasing by 15%. So there's a lot of variability. This is my best morphology slide that I have, because we were able to do 13 MRI measurements over the course of 70 days to track the time course of muscle change. I'll want to point out just a couple things. This is the control group. This is the quadriceps femoris. So again, the major movers of the lower of the leg. Control group, linear decline over 70 days. Presumably, at some point, this would flatten out, and you wouldn't lose all of your muscle mass, but it's linear over 70 days. Both exercise groups were able to maintain. Again, individual variability here. So the last one I showed you was for aerobic fitness. This is for knee extension strength, and the same sort of message with really shocking variability given the control of the study, the control of the countermeasure, the control of the diet, the control of the whole situation. Happy to say that some people improved their strength quite a bit, but some in that very same group did not. So the one-size-fits-all countermeasure is a nice idea, but probably not a great reality. And for those of you who said, oh, well, that was muscle strength, what about muscle size? That was muscle strength, what about the muscle size? Same bit here. This one surprised me because I was hopeful that what we would find is a surrogate muscle that we could measure that would be reflective of all of the muscles. And so perhaps we could just pick like the rectus femoris, I was hoping for that one because it's really easy to measure, and say that that could be a monitor for muscle size, but no, unfortunately, if these are 3 different muscle groups. That might have made it worse. Oh, okay. These are 3 different muscle groups, so soleus, hamstring, and quad. And all I want you to notice from here is that in no case are the 3 bars the same size. So this participant had a large decrease in soleus cross-sectional area, but did very well with the quad and the hamstring. This person was a little more even, but the idea of a surrogate muscle to measure is also not great. Body composition, this is not surprising, but I felt like I had to put data up there since this is the morphology talk. And it may not surprise you to see that in the control subjects, so this is the red line, fat mass goes up for total fat mass, leg or trunk. But that exercise can mitigate that and prevent the changes in lean mass, maybe even improve them. Obviously, the baseline morphology has changed over time, so this is something to think about when we look at the older data. Crew members are becoming older, and with age comes more chronic conditions, and we could imagine this expanding even more in the civilian population. I expect to see a wider range of ages. We probably have. I would be hopeful to see a better balance between the sexes. Certainly more underlying criteria or conditions because of fewer exclusion criteria, more inclusive of differing abilities. One might imagine that some of the orthopedic disabilities that are a tremendous disability on Earth might be less disabling in space, like loss of limbs or loss of neuromuscular control. Risk tolerance or the risk profiles and the need to perform in emergencies may change depending on what your role is in flight. People have already mentioned the differing mission durations. I have to give a shout out to countermeasure availability. We don't really know what it'll be, but that might not be standardized. It's very important. And I couldn't help but have countermeasure compliance gnawing away in my head, because if it's not scheduled like NASA schedules, will people participate in the countermeasures? How will we know? What will we do about that? And for sure, the task requirements. If you don't have a lot of task requirements, you might be able to get away with less capability, less countermeasure. The other thing I found myself kind of struggling to think about is, from my NASA days, I didn't worry too much about the morphology, we worried about the function. So it was muscle strength and performance, not muscle size. And so I started to put a little thought into why might you want to measure morphology and under what conditions, and I came up with a few ideas. In many cases, it's easier to measure. It's motivation independent. It can provide an early indicator, so if your measurement is quite good, you could see the change in form before you see the change in function, and it may be easier to standardize across a wide range of providers. I took a stab at what some measurements would be. I like ultrasound as a candidate because you can do a lot with a little. You could have measurements in all these different systems. And then even though this wasn't assigned to me, I did want to end with if we have a lot of people flying in space, some of the individual anecdotes that you hear from astronauts about how this changed my worldview, like it was fun to imagine a world where we have hundreds or thousands of people who get changed by spaceflight, and then wondering, would this change their worldview or their participation in voting or activism or volunteering? And it seems like we should measure that. I don't know if you call it morphology, but morphology of the brain. So thanks.
Shall I introduce myself and just go through season? Yeah, okay. So here we go. We've just had some excellent talks, all concerning track 1. What we've now got is about an hour, 60 minutes. There are 100 individuals odd here. There are 100 odd individuals online. And what we're going to try to do is to capture viewpoints, perspectives, recommendations from everyone, or as many as we can in that hour, to aid track 1. I don't know whether, Tina, is the intention to have the panel members up, or shall I just ask any inputs as they're sitting down? Okay, wonderful. So with regards to those who might be asking a question or putting a viewpoint forward, please try to keep it to just a few minutes, 3 minutes maybe. If you're talking at 4 or 5 minutes, I'll have to cut you off, and I apologize in advance if I do. But we, as I say, want to try and get as many viewpoints as possible as we can. And if you're coming up to give some comments, if you wouldn't mind giving your name and affiliation. OSU are very kindly taking the notes for the session, and so they'll be capturing your viewpoint. And then if we need to do a follow-up later on, if we've got your name and affiliation, we can do that follow-up. We don't have everyone here then.
Jeff's trying to get his slide sorted out there. He'd still like to show that slide.
So what I'll do, just before we kick off, is just to remind everybody. Excuse the paraphrase. So it's track 1 that we're looking at. What is the purpose? What was the purpose of track 1? To enable our international R&D community to cast a wide net to identify signals and patterns across multiple missions. This facilitates the adoption of a common set of measures across these missions, thus allowing effective comparison of and between all data sets, irrespective of mission parameters and flight provider, enabling a harmonization, hopefully at an international level, of methodology and data analysis to facilitate the production of novel countermeasures, the evolution of countermeasures, mitigations, medication, training programs, etc. So with that, does anyone have an initial viewpoint or recommendation in the audience that they would like to provide? And what we will do...
While they're thinking, could I show this real quick?
Thank you. Yeah, please do, Jeff.
This is from my talk that didn't display earlier, but you could see here the type of physiologic measurement that may be possible for us to assess, have a baseline for all crew members, and then look at different phases of flight and see which one of those particular physiologic countermeasures might be relevant for that phase of flight. Obviously, things that would be considered testing for long duration missions related to crew member fitness and general well-being might be only done for long duration missions, where the phases of flight that would be considered physiologically stressful, like EVA, launch and landing, would be done with a parameter that would be most indicative of that particular physiological response to that phase of flight. So I just wanted to be able to see, not every measure, not every physiologic monitoring time period would be the same across the entire mission. It would be relevant to the phase of flight. And so I think this will help for the discussion to understand which of these. And then the other point that I wanted to make, which is the next slide, is that a lot of these measures, as we're assessing them across different viewpoints, one more for me, that's heart rate variability. across the different types of crew member flying, various ages, various comorbidities, et cetera. These things can be used for terrestrial application. I think that's an important thing for the work we're doing here, is that a lot of this measurement and databasing and assessment using AI and other big data tools might allow us to apply these to certain types of individuals in high stress and extreme environment type work terrestrially. So I think that's an important part of the work we're doing today, is the terrestrial application of it.
That might actually be something we can stress a little bit more in the report. I think that translation to terrestrial needs, it's a good point.
Yeah. So, Lori, your data was really fascinating, and it kind of segues ideally with the concept of some of the molecular profiling, and then what we'll talk about tomorrow is precision medicine. And you and I have talked about this before. How do we get these so widely varying responses? Is there some kind of predictive capability that we have? And so I think there's a sort of a first and second order question around how can you learn what's at work in that phenomenon of such a diverse kind of response to different paradigms that are very similar. So in the molecular area, we've got SNPs, so those obviously with the fixed genetic elements. So there might be a series of SNPs that would be variant, that differ between the individuals, that could influence that. At another level, there could be an epigenomic influence, but one of the real interesting ones, especially in live time like that, is the transcriptome. So measurement is RNA, but it's really gene expression. So the ideal would be, how would you measure that, and where would you measure it? So these would be the measures. You'd have genome, SNPs, epigenome, transcriptome. You could certainly measure metabolome and proteome, things like myostatin and so forth. So the question is, what are the measures? And I think we have a really good sense of where we would start measuring, but that's where both the comprehensive measures could come into play or a targeted research program. Then the next order question would be, well, where do you measure them? So in this case, we always get PBMCs. My view would be that's not a very good reflection of what we're dealing with here. So here we'd probably say we might want a muscle biopsy, obviously not a lot of fun and not ideal, but the transcriptome of the muscle, when you're loading it and quantifying, the muscle mass and the muscle function, would be a more realistic reflection. So that would be, I think, a combination of here's the comprehensive measures, but here's the ideal tissue for those measures. And then when you couple those with the kind of quantitative measures you've got with ultrasound, now I think you can start to build a picture of what are the molecular dynamics, if they are, we suspect they are, but what are the molecular dynamics that are at work that account for these differences. Ultimately, what we'd like to get to is there a predictive value? Meaning now we have enough molecular information that we can predict responders and non-responders would be like a step one. Ideally then, well, what would be the prescription for the non-responders so they could achieve what the responders are achieving? But I think without that kind of integrative profiling together, that physiologic, anatomic, molecular, it's difficult to answer that question, but it's the perfect setup for precision medicine. And that's where we could go with this entire program with the kind of data sets that we're developing. And Victor, I kind of talked a little long-winded there, but you had a question or a comment?
It's actually a comment. One of the things that y'all are proposing is something that is done all the time terrestrially, and we've learned an awful lot of information from surveys, occupational health, being able to monitor situations. And so whether it's knowing what normal blood pressures are for people terrestrially, or what are the food preferences and what is the nutritional values that people use on the ground, whether it's workers in particular industries, whether it's radiation workers or industrial workers, where we find out because of monitoring and surveys and just general information that it's not hypothesis-driven, what happens to those individuals and how we can help them. So I, of course, am biased in what y'all have said.
Can I add one quick thought to that? Thanks, Victor. It would be really interesting to look at something like protein intake, even though it was stable, but was it stable versus body weight, right? It was fully corrected body weight, because there is a phenomenon that you can have a lot of amino acids delivered that are part of the muscle protein synthesis, but it's really leucine that's the trigger. So if you underfeed with leucine, you can have enough essential amino acids for protein synthesis, but it's really the leucine trigger that initiates that muscle protein synthesis. So be curious to hear your thoughts on that, and maybe as we go forward, thinking about it in that way as well.
So in the bed rest studies, it is protein per body weight per person, but controlled at the macronutrient level, not at the micronutrient. Now, in the bed rest studies, it's in a hospital, so they all had the same food on the same days. I don't know what the leucine content was, but that's probably available somewhere.
So
but in free eating people, that's a whole nother situation.
Yeah. So I'll just put a number out there, and you can check on that quick, and I'll stop. But around 2.2 to 2.5 grams of leucine, and about a 70 kilogram person is about the trigger level for protein synthesis or muscle protein synthesis.
Well, but you start talking about amino acid content of the diet, one of the things we've learned from space station, if you especially have a large amount of the sulfated amino acids, you could potentially be driving to a more acidic environment, which could change your physiologic response to things like renal calculus risk, et cetera, and maybe even SANS. There's been a number of postulates of what a kind of a chronically acidic environment would do to the body over a long term, and how you handle sulfated proteins makes a difference in terms of the urinary constituents and preventing the formation of calculi, depending on which modulators you're excreting in your urine.
Question from the room?
Thank you. I was really happy with your talk, Laurie, because the main thought I had when I read the description of track 1 was that there was an absence of data being collected on physical performance. And I think that kind of we miss something if we don't also look at how the musculoskeletal system functions. We have a tendency, I think, in this community to look at morphology, but if you take, for instance, muscle function, well, the performance of muscle is dependent both on its morphology but also on neuromuscular factors. And if we're not measuring the way that that system performs, then we're missing the opportunity to assess that. So I think it's very, very important that any battery of tests includes a well thought out battery of physical fitness performance tests, which I didn't particularly see in the document. In the same way that we know that not only the neuromuscular function, but also the way in which our body's function changes in space, so that we have, there's going to be changes in the muscle balance and that type of performance of the system. So yeah, I wondered if you could comment on including those sorts of tests in a future kind of phenotype.
I agree, they should be included.
Yeah, so those are
Surprise,
inherent.
right?
So just to be clear, those are inherent. So you could put those in morphology, but you could measure them in physiology as well. So I think to all of us, that's absolute in all of these, right? Because these are all about functional measures. So I would say we don't look at them as biologically static, but they really are about functional measures. So I don't know, I'll just say briefly, where Brian Krushin's study, which I find really fascinating, actually there's two of them. They looked at viral reactivation in space, and they were looking at cardiorespiratory fitness. And the long and the short of it was, those in the lowest quartile of cardiorespiratory fitness, which broke down to pull-ups, total number of pull-ups, and total push-ups in 2 minutes. they had a 29 to 39% greater viral reactivation. So the less fit you were, the greater viral reactivation you had in a real space environment. And so that's just to your point of fitness being such a critical driver. But Lori and I were talking about this study, and some of you may have been involved in it, but I find it really telling. So when Scott Kelly was in space, and someone can, if I have the number slightly off, let me know. But they were looking at left ventricular mass loss over time during the one-year mission in space. So demonstrated a 0.72 grams per week loss of left ventricular mass while in space for a year. But there's a distance swimmer who's been swimming across the oceans named Ben Lecomte. They measured his left ventricular mass, and he lost 0.74 grams per week over that period of time. So it's almost like, and he was training 6 to 8 hours a day sometimes. So to me, that suggests something about volume training versus intensity. So no matter how much volume of work he had, it lacked intensity. And therefore, I think it hints at something we already know about intensity, but I think it's a strong statement that even with tremendous volumes of work, that if the intensity is absent, you can still lose critical muscle mass over these long periods of time.
And of course, that comes down to the efficacy of the countermeasures used. Could I just remind everybody, please give your name and affiliation so that we can follow if we need to, and ask any further questions.
And also, please step right up to the mic so our guests at home can hear you as well.
Sorry, Dan Clever, St Mary's University, Twickenham.
Can I just take that little topic further forward? Jeff, when you were listing the physiological measurements, the typical ones, your VO2 maxes, your blood pressures, etc., and there's a whole host of measures, as Norm was just touching on, that we would love to be able to see everybody go through. Our spaceflight participants are not going to all have a lot of time and all have a lot of intent to participate in everything. So I'm wondering whether there's going to be a need to have a prioritized list where if you've only got this amount of time or this amount of capability, they're the ones we'd like you to measure, to undertake and to participate in first. And it would be great if you could do those as well, but we understand if you can't. Or also possibly even categories. A category A is this lot, category B is this, category C is this, and then we're going to have this a little bit more control over what's going to be measured. Any thoughts, Jeff, on that?
Yeah, I think you have a very good point. I don't think we're going to get to the state where we'll have all measures going continuously for the entire space flight. It's just impractical. And there's certain phases of flight, as I pointed out, there where it's hard to get good measures because you got so much loading in the vehicle, vibrations and G-loading, et cetera. You're getting noisy signal for some of these parameters. So we don't necessarily think it's appropriate, nor can you get accurate information for certain phases of the mission. However, there are certain things that we know produce physiologic stress or emotional stress that it would be important to have those measures captured, because what we want is to understand the physiologic response over the entire range of spaceflight activity, over the entire gamut of whatever type of spaceflight participant is involved, including those that have other comorbidities, including potentially cardiovascular disease or having challenges in the musculoskeletal system. So we need to understand the full gamut of the stress of space flight and its physiological consequence. And so what I think we would try to do is to get the highest yield measurements done at the most critical phases of flight. And especially as with the advances in sensor technology. I've seen every time I go to a meeting, a medical meeting where technology is being demonstrated, seeing improvement in the sensors so that they're becoming a lot easier to wear without having to spend a lot of time connecting electrodes, for example, or strapping on plethysmograph, or having to go through a time-consuming calibration process. And I think as the sensors evolve and improve, they're going to be built into the garments that the crew is wearing, and you will be just getting that data, especially things like actigraphy, the actigraph measurements of movement, and then correlating that to performance, especially when we start looking at how does sleep quality impact health and performance. And so all of these things will be relevant once we have captured a broad breadth of data for a variety of different crew members over the different phases of flight.
Do you think we might need a prioritization of measures in each of the phenotypes so that we can see that if we are constrained in any way, at least we get A and at least we get B?
Yeah, I absolutely think that we should try to get each of the types of our participants and prioritize which are the most bang for the buck, which measures give us the most important information to judge that individual's, immediate response and their long-term health response.
Yeah, I would say the one that stands out a little differently from that is the molecular phenotype, because all we need is samples, and obviously the intrusion would be, can you draw blood in the mission and store it? And so that's a logistical challenge. But in terms of getting samples, we can run a metabolome off of 100 microliters of blood, for example. So with the multi-scale omics, pretty small samples can generate large amounts of data. Transcriptomes can come off of small samples. So then it comes down to the blood volume. And I'll just go back to the untargeted, targeted. Targeted analysis usually requires milliliter volumes of blood, so that gets to be a little more intrusive. But these multi-omics profiles, they can use microliters, as I mentioned. So that's a little more amenable to being less intrusive or less of a study burden. But I agree, it really is about what's the study burden in any given individual, crew, and mission, and then how do we balance that with the objective markers.
One other thing I might add is we might also consider a really strategic approach, which isn't just based on mission duration, which measurements you take, but it might also be on the participant demographics based on their age. For instance, maybe we're going to measure muscle strength in only the people who start below a certain level, or fine tune it based on what we thinks is the most important data for that demographic of participant.
That's interesting consideration.
Yeah, Michael, is there not improvements also in technology that could look at various molecular expression, for example, looking at levels of antioxidant in the bloodstream using non-invasive measures like retinal? I think that a lot of that work had been done at the National Eye Institute, where they were making those kind of measurements based on retinal blood levels using spectrography.
Yeah, like Raman spectroscopy, looking at carotenoid levels in tissue and Doppler. Yeah, so there is some of that, and I think the more we get to those sensor systems for detecting molecular profiles, and then I think we're growing in that, as well as breath, right? Exhale breath is another
Exhale breath
accessible
might be,
sample. Yeah.
Exactly.
Another question from the floor.
Yeah, hi, Rob Ploutsnyder. I run a biostats lab at University of Michigan. Lori, your talk was my favorite. She's my wife. So along the lines of what measures do we need to measures do we need to take, and why and when, I'm also thinking a lot about the frequency. We know that different body tissues, for instance, change at much different rates. Bone takes a long time to change. Muscle changes quicker. Neuromeasures are even faster than that as well. I was really struck by the idea, what's the predictive value of these data? In experimental design, there's a design called N of 1, where you design your experimental intervention so simple that the subject themselves can collect the data and respond to whether or not they need to make a change and a titration to whatever the intervention is. And I would think that that should be important, maybe first for safety reasons. Whether it's muscle or some of these other measures, I hope that the group is thinking about that. NASA has always had an army of people literally behind our astronauts. They all have a private physician. They all have lots of scientists that are monitoring their every move and can really help them along the way. I kind of suspect there'll be less of that in the private industry. So we should be thinking about measures that are easy enough for the average American to take, and then respond to what they see.
That's a very valuable point, and of course, with the way technology is developing, that's going to become more and more the case, easier and easier as time goes by. Thanks for that. Can I quickly go to one online?
Sure. You'll like this one, Michael. When are these space medicine issues going to be consolidated and resolved by the commercial space station companies? There are 149 issues that can go wrong. There needs to be a gold standard for appendectomies, miscarriages, etc. We need a consortium to resolve them and need to stop talking about it.
Well, I should give this to Melchior, or maybe Mark Shellhammer. Well, so one of the components of this program that's been built in, and Mark's going to talk about this tomorrow, is the Human Safety Risk Board, and it's really set up for that purpose, to have a group of individuals who can designate as well and create other committees, but to try and tackle some of these difficult issues, generate summary papers, entertain debate, not for the purpose of regulating again, but for the purpose of having a discussion. So the one that's come up on this committee quite often is that of pregnancy. So if a woman wants to go to Mount Everest and she's 2, 4, 6 months pregnant, she can go. No one's really going to stop her that I'm aware of. But what about space? And is the flight provider going to create a cutoff? Now, Marissa, you probably have an opinion there. The flight providers think about such things, but let's just talk about the issue. The Human Safety Risk Board might debate this and say, well, here's what we know and what we don't know. The flight providers will have their own view, and the individual person's doctor would certainly have their own recommendations, but I think in general it's not clearly understood where that risk resides. And back to the question, yeah, there's 100 unresolved issues plus, and I think it goes back to what Jim Bridenstine said. It's about informed consent. So what do we know and what don't we know, so that the individual has enough information to take that risk. And hopefully with an HRP-C like this, that's the body generating the data, so we continually head toward the skinny end of the funnel, where we get better at offering that kind of information, or get better at providing the clinicians making these decisions with clinical decision support.
Yeah, and we were talking about this very issue at lunch, Emmanuel and Chris and I, about what is the right prophylactic measures that need to happen before one goes into confined isolation where medical help is not immediately available. And the Australians have been doing prophylactic appendectomy in the crew medical officer as a mandatory element before wintering over in the Antarctic. But the American program, for example, has not. And what's the merit of that versus the risk? And every procedure like that has some risk. And so not only the immediate risk to that individual, but the long-term risk of, for instance, an adhesion relating to a bowel obstruction related to the initial procedure. And then if you say, okay, well, prophylaxis is going to be our mandate, then where do you stop? Is appendix enough? Do you need to also take the gallbladder out? What about other non-essential organs like the glands in your armpits and the glands around your buttocks? I mean, all these potential sources of infection and potential morbidity, where does it end? And I think that we have to reach a reasonable level of looking at the probabilistic risk that Michael talked about based on the data versus the actual impact to the mission and how it could be handled. We have a lot better ways to deal with things like appendicitis now that doesn't necessarily require a real-time appendectomy. We can use a surgical drain and antibiotics, for example. So I don't think that these particular issues that were brought up are necessarily easy answers, but I think with the right data set, we can provide the framework for doing the right thing clinically and for advising the risk boards as to what's the best route to take for any individual circumstance.
Thank you for that online question, and back to the floor.
Thank you. I'm Donna Roberts. I am a neuroradiologist at the Medical University of South Carolina. I'm also with ISS National Labs now. My question is related to brain health. We know that the #1 killer in the U.S. is cardiovascular disease. And God forbid, if someone experienced a stroke in space, I mean, what would we do? It would be devastating. And as we're dealing with older spaceflight participants who aren't as in good health, what about measures of cerebral blood flow, cerebral vascular reserve? We know that there's abnormal flow in the jugular veins and clots are being formed. Again, something that could potentially kill someone instantaneously in space. So what are we doing to mitigate that? Or what measurements?
And that, of course, is what this is all about, isn't it? Is what should be measured, what should be monitored. And these are the physiological stroke medical measures that we would need to take into account. Jeff, I don't know whether you want to comment at all.
No, I think you're exactly right. But to Donna's point, this issue of impaired venous drainage seems to be morphologically specific. It's not every crew member that has this, but it could be related to, for example, the thoracic outlet, and having an elevation in the thoracic contents may compress the brachiocephalic and result in reduced venous return to the heart, and therefore stasis in the jugular system. So there may be certain body morphotypes that could be at risk, and therefore they should have additional assessment either pre-flight or during flight to help us understand that. But I think it's very reasonable to look at some of these suggested things, because SANS is still an ill-defined entity. We know it affects the potential intracranial pressure, or it affects the blood vessels in the retina. It can lead to these unusual retinal findings that may not be reversible. And so these have real long-term health impacts. And if somebody is not in optimal physical condition and has pre-existing cardiovascular disease, what does their risk mean? How increased or decreased would the risk be in that individual, even for a short duration exposure? I think we need to understand this, and that's why I think we are trying to make a case that it would be good to measure these types of things on a wide range of crew members, even if it's not part of an operational need to monitor their health, but it's a widespread need, and maybe we can learn things about that particular condition during spaceflight that might be applicable to the terrestrial problem. So I think it's a very good question.
I just have a quick response to that too. So we love that question because it's one that's come up quite a few times in these committee meetings over the last almost 4 years now. And so what we'd welcome is any feedback you have on that, any recommended analyses or tests that you would suggest to screen for that. And I think just to add to what you said, Jeff, and make one more distinction. So comprehensive measures was really about capturing this broad set of measures, but they're not standard measures and they don't have a discrete medical purpose. So standard measures, we believe the way we see this is that the comprehensive measures may produce signals down the road where we say, we see enough of that now becomes part of the standard measure package that's a little more clinically focused, but out here it's more surveillance or discovery focused. But if you have any recommendations on tests, part of that screening profile, because this vascular question is one of concern, and we've had it, and we really look forward to any feedback that any of you have on that.
Yeah, we and others have shown that there's decreased blood flow in the head down tilt bed rest, about 20% decrease in blood flow to your brain during head down tilt bed rest. And so who knows if that's a good analog for spaceflight or not in this case. But it's a serious condition considering the older spaceflight participants that we're engaging.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm John Kennett. I'm with Physical Mind London, and to get clarity on that, we've developed the next generation of countermeasures, exercise countermeasures. So one of the things I found really interesting about Laurie's presentation was looking at the differential of outcomes, and some people doing the countermeasures and some were not. One thing that's not talked about is looking at the individual as a whole, whether their range of movement enables those muscles to fire correctly. Are we going to do anything about those? We've got so much data coming in that we're collecting with everything you're talking about, the wearables, etc. But getting down to that individual of actually assessing their biomechanics and creating an individual program is quite simple. And to follow through that program seems sort of very simple as well. And that possibly could produce better outcomes. Just curious on your thoughts.
So it's a really good point. In the research studies and in the operational spaceflight to date, the participants have been excluded from participation if they could not do the exercises or they had a biomechanical situation that would prevent them. Looking forward, though, I would imagine that we would want to include spaceflight participants that have a much wider range of ability or lack thereof. And so I think your point is really well taken. You would want to customize the exercise countermeasure program for the capability of the individual, along with the mission duration and how demanding their role was and all of the other usual factors. So it seems like you'd want a range of possible countermeasures in your toolbox that you could deploy strategically for different sorts of people.
Absolutely. I mean, we've also been looking at amputees and taking amputees into zero-G and testing them on our countermeasures as well. And from that, it's again, looking at the way they move and the effectiveness of triggering those muscles that we're actually looking at, because we've had very powerful, strong people who are just not firing their muscles correctly, yet they can move mountains in the gym. But when they're studying and how they're actually operating, we're not getting the results we expect. And I think that's a really important element that we've got to look into. Thank you.
Thanks, John. We're going to go for two questions online, and then we'll come back to the floor.
This one reminds me of Dana Levin, who was on Michael's subcommittee. In a nutshell, it's being asked, what about female health issues and their measurement?
Anyone want to take that?
Well, we got a fair amount of experience with female crew over extended periods of time now with crew members like Peggy Whitson that have set human endurance records. The typical long-duration female crew member have been advised about the pros and cons of suppression of menstruation if they're of menstrual age. Menstruation could be a particularly challenging time, even terrestrially, for those going through it. And so avoiding that during space flight, especially with the limitations in the waste collecting system, et cetera, maybe suppressing menstruation while in space. And that's been a typical way to manage that. But there are other gynecologic concerns that could arise, especially as we start to fly a broader population of spaceflight participants that may have pre-existing gynecologic disease. And so I think we have to be prepared for that, and it's important to understand those things because not everybody is a good candidate for oral contraception, for example, especially if you have a history of venous thrombosis and you don't want to increase those risks. So I think that to answer the question, I think all of these types of health concerns need to be on our radar for assessment. And we need to have a program that will allow us to collect the information so that we can be proactive for those that fly in future missions. But I think we're trying to say that we don't want to exclude anyone from participating. We want to try to make it as open as possible to the general public. But by our program, we can provide safety and risk information to those that are actually providing mission services, flight services.
I think it'll also be fascinating who decides whether pregnant women fly. Like, who even gets to make the decision? So I have no opinion on that, but we need to be ready for that because it seems like it's going to come up sooner rather than later.
I think there's probably going to be some lawyers involved because it's a liability question, right? So it'd probably be a consortium is my guess.
I just want to add one thought to that, and this is maybe just a tiny bit in the weeds, but if we're talking about research and then going back to molecular analytics and genotyping, so let's just pick one that really strongly influences women. So there's a gene called PEMT, phosphatidylethanolamine methyltransferase, but basically it makes the phospholipids in the body. But females who are premenopausal versus postmenopausal who have the PEMT mutation have a much higher risk, are the ones who are postmenopausal without estrogen, have a much higher risk to liver dysfunction, especially on a choline deficient diet, right? These are some converging variables that we know pretty well. If you have a postmenopausal woman with the PEMT mutation who is on estrogen, it is protective. So this would just be an example of where having this genetic information from SNP genotyping, which is not generally now from I4, that does exist, but for the astronaut corps as a whole, that kind of information has not been released because it's protected, right? It's structural genomic information. But having that kind of genetic information might be useful down the road as we start to evaluate, who is responding in what ways. And if you're decreasing caloric intake and your choline intake goes down in space and you're a female with the PEMT variant, you may have more risk to liver changes in space than a premenopausal woman or a postmenopausal woman on estrogen. So those are the kinds of molecular dynamics that this kind of profiling can start to paint a picture of so that we get better. So as there's more women flying in space, we start to see some of those distinctions better in the molecular fingerprinting.
And of course, in the report, we do have the fact that consideration must be given by the program, not just to gender, but of course, age, ability, race, health, whether it be mental and physical. Those all must be considered across the program. Shall we go back to the floor? Thank you.
So this has all been really fascinating, but I'm a behavioral scientist and not a biomedical person. So I wanted to go a little bit back to...
Could I just quickly get your name and affiliation?
Oh, I'm sorry. Cynthia Knoll. I'm the Human Factors Tech Fellow at NASA. And I just wanted to bring us back to some of the human performance measures. If you ask me what we can measure controlled in a lab about human performance, those measures are very, very mature. And our science is more than 100 years old. But measures, and from the human factors point of view, where we're measuring people interacting with environments and systems and all these other kind of things, again, we have mature sets of things that we use in the lab to verify that the solutions will actually work. But I think we're less prepared to measure things in real time. And I think the things we do in the lab are sort of intrusive, and I don't mean that we're cutting people up, but I mean that you have to be there and we have to observe you and you have to follow the rules. And so I think, come on. So I think one of the gaps that we have and haven't spent enough time on is measuring human performance in situ. And often, we've fallen back to very subjective kinds of measures in situ, but that's not necessary. It was just the easiest thing to do on no budget. And so I think that that there's a really important thing here. And the other thing that we notice in many situations is that some of the behavioral things actually show up before the medical diagnosis can actually be made. So if you think about a person who's having some sort of medical event, is in the ICU, things that will show up quicker than will show up in some of the tests that you're doing, or even if you have constant monitoring, can be caught in their inability to track somebody walking across the room, their eyes not dilating depending on the lighting, right? And then of course speech and those kind of things. And so I think this whole development of both effective but also less intrusive measures to look at real performance. Because the bottom line is you need to keep them healthy, but they need to be more than healthy. They need to actually be contributing whatever their role is to the mission. And it would be good to have both measures of things like readiness to participate as well as how are we doing and how is that changing over time. Thank you.
So we would expect that one of the outcomes of the program would be that the human performance measures in situ, as you're saying, would be recommended so that they can be undertaken irrespective of the environmental circumstances, that these particular measures are almost mission agnostic, one would hope. I don't know what
And with a lot of the ambulatory sensors, you could imagine some of these things happening much more easily now, even movement sensors to know how isolated people are or how much time they're spending near other people or in other activities could be predictive of something.
Yeah, just one quick addition to that. So Tina had mentioned earlier that there's a need to innovate around the cognitive measures and refine those. And I think in general, back to your point, we want to innovate around these performance measures as well. So part of this entire effort would be how can we increase the effectiveness, thoroughness, accuracy, and precision of a lot of the different measures that we're currently using in space. So that kind of falls into both the countermeasures and the terrestrial applications, but a technology development side of this.
Thanks for that. Back to the floor.
Hi, good afternoon. Dwight Holland, Human Systems Integration, and my background's Antarctic exploration and remote field sites and flight tests with the Air Force. So I have sort of a big picture from both ends of an operational and kind of an academic thinking too, which is going to inform some of my comments. I had a question for Laurie. It was on back in the 60s, late 60s, they were thinking maybe some vibratory stimuli would work on the musculoskeletal system to try to help with the osteoclast function, et cetera, so it was balanced for space flight. I haven't seen a lot of that lately, and I'm just curious, since you're more up on that literature than I am, that was my real basic question is, do you think there's any use in that at all, informing us with also resistance exercises as well for some of these things, particularly weight bearing on the spine and lower limbs? I'm just curious what you think.
So I'm not particularly up on that literature. I haven't been impressed with vibration enhancing the response to exercise because I haven't seen really compelling data that it does. But certainly vibration affects the nerves, and you can go through in your mind hypothetical scenarios in how it could be useful. I just haven't seen data proving that, and I don't. So now I'm really hypothetical here, but my gut check is we haven't figured out the right vibration, frequency, and pattern, and all the little nuances to it that could make it effective. And can we figure that out, or is it too complicated? I don't know. But.
Area of future investigation, maybe.
Yeah, but it could also relate to the proprioceptive system. Yeah. And the thing that we do know is that there are changes in both the musculoskeletal and the neurovestibular system, and the proprioceptive input is an important part of that, and you do have alterations over time in spaceflight, and maybe the vibrational inputs to the periphery might help preserve some of that or make the transition back to one gravity easier.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe it's a great area for future research. And then regarding the comments on human performance, having been in the Antarctic and remote environments, there is something called the third quarter phenomena. You all have probably heard of this, where isolated and confined teams tend to get to the third quarter in their game, and then they sort of don't do so well. And it doesn't matter in some teams how long that is. Now, it's got to be beyond 3 or 4 months. I mean, if really short trip, it doesn't affect it as much. But for longer-term events, for longer-term space habitation, you're going to have to start thinking about what do we need to do to the crews to sustain them and help them during that third quarter phenomenon where they tend to get a little sketchier. That's a technical term, by the way, psychiatrically. They just get more fragile in every respect. Not everybody. It's very specific to your background. And then Tom Marshburn's talk, and this is human performance, he spoke about how we would keep people trained and the training of the astronauts and how it takes your whole life to train. So we're going to have to be mindful of the protocols we're going to use for refresher training when they're on orbit for either emergency procedures or procedures that they're just going to have to do, but maybe they don't do very often. The EMT or the doctor may need to be able to refresh their training without actually having to do it in their procedures. And in emergency, when you're working with a glove box or something or some other event, if people don't get good VR, AR, emergency refresher training, the mere progress crash showed, and Frank Culberson and I talked about this just last week at an AIAA conference. That was one of the problems where when the mirror hit the progress is the commander didn't have refresher training to help him guide the mirror in for the particular task he was being asked to do. So the refresher training needs to be task and context and job specific. And then the crew's going to need some refresher training overall, right? Just for basic stuff, basic being a good crew member. So I think that's something that we really need to think about in these protocols that are designed, because it's something we can forget trying to get astronauts get crammed or future spaceflight participants get crammed with all this stuff, but they need refresher to retain it.
It'll be important to measure whether or not the third quarter effect occurs, because there are data that suggests that it doesn't exist. Right. So now that we'll have a larger N, maybe we can resolve that issue. And then with regard to your refresher training, I argue that we also need just-in-time training.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree. Yeah, that third quarter effect's a very debatable thing. I appreciate that. But we saw that in Antarctica on my team. I mean, our team was in N01, but reading the literature, it's sort of something we need to be aware of.
Thank you for that. We've got one online and then we've got one on the floor. Oh, we don't. Okay, so we'll go back to the floor. Thank you. We've got 10 minutes, so we can squeeze in maybe one or two more after this.
Hi, Rick Kingston. I'm a professor in the Department of Experimental Clinical Pharmacology at the University of Minnesota and the College of Pharmacy. And I was struck by hearing all the different physiologic changes that take place with folks that are in space flight. And then the fact that you're getting older folks that are going to be possibly coming to you with medical conditions. We all expect that. But they're also going to be coming with medications and drugs that they're taking. How would we monitor for potential changes in the pharmacokinetics and the pharmacodynamics of those medications? Because they can come to you, they go through your physical, they pass it with flying colors, and they're on medications to make sure that they can do that. But then all of a sudden they're in space flight and you've got all these physiologic changes that are taking place, as opposed to just how it's affecting the medical condition. What about the therapies that are used to control those medical conditions?
So both Jeff and I are going to have a thought on that. Jeff's been prescribing drugs in space, and I'll go quick. So, we've talked about pharmacogenomics, pharmacometabolomics, and using some of these kinds of tools to help deal with what's known, what's predictive, what's repeatable, and so forth. And then we have a paper coming out, what is that, next month? Done a deep dive on all the drugs that have been used in space, all the different gene interactions that are possible, not just the cytochrome P450, but also other kinds of genes that are interactive with the drugs. The long and the short of it is it's a pretty understudied subject in space. There's been some studies of drug stability in space, and those are covered in the paper, and probably some of the folks in here did some of that work. There's changes in space in terms of the distribution, but it's not been heavily studied. So that's I'll talk about some of that tomorrow, actually, a couple of different examples of that, and where I think we should start to immediately apply these kinds of things in civilian spaceflight. But I think it's a pretty nascent field. I think the more we can implement it here, the better, right? We could start from scratch and do that here. Need the input of people like yourselves in pharmacology, ADME, pharmacogenomics, pharmacometabolomics, so that collectively, and obviously physicians and clinicians who are doing the drug prescribing. But it's a nascent field. It's somewhat underdeveloped, though obviously Jeff has a lot of experience, as do others in here, with a tremendous amount of clinical prescribing of drugs and can speak to that phenomenon, really clearly.
Yeah, I think first is there are physiologic adaptation to spaceflight itself. We call it spaceflight adaptation syndrome, the space motion sickness, et cetera, where GI motility slows and it may be to the point of nausea and vomiting. And so during that phase, you're probably not going to absorb whatever you happen to have taken related to routine systemic medication, and you may have a period of time where those levels fall very low. Second thing is that we often give other medication to counteract the space adaptation syndrome, like promethazine, which is an anticholinergic, and it has other side effects. We've had 5 cases of in-flight urinary retention related to the use of promethazine for treatment of space adaptation syndrome. So that would be another drug that might interact with whatever you're taking. And then we have the issue of stability of drugs on orbit. How long will those drugs maintain their bioavailability and their normal physiologic action when exposed to long-term either thermal stresses or radiation potential perturbations, et cetera. So all of these are very relevant. And I think it's going to be a challenge for individuals that have chronic medication requirements for long-term space flight. I think, going through a short suborbital flight, probably not that big of a consequence, but when we're talking about a space tourist type mission or somebody that's on multiple meds, it may be some challenges for us.
Yeah, and
I'll just add one quick thought to that. So we've got some transcriptome data for the cytochrome P450 isozymes in the liver that we're in the process. We've published some and we're reviewing others, but those are in PBMCs, and so one of the challenges always is, do you have the right tissue to come to a conclusion about those? So we see some changes in sulfotransferases and things like that in PBMCs, but we can't make the leap from monocytes into liver, so it's still a bit of a black box. So until we get liver transcriptome for those, and we don't even know. So we've got the pharmacogenomics itself, but now we don't know exactly how the CYP system is responding in space. Anyway, is that up or down regulated, et cetera, and we don't have that data yet to my knowledge.
Yeah, and you could be looking at a combination of effects on efficacy as well as the side effects that can emerge, and then trying to sort those out with the other things that might be going on at the same time. But the thing is that you've gotten a lot of experience already in using various medications in astronauts and others that have been in space flight. That can help in terms of signaling where you want to look for other types of drugs that might be metabolized and or just eliminated, not going through metabolism, essentially just eliminated through the kidney. So there's a lot of just moving parts there, but just thought I'd bring that up.
Thank you. One more from the floor.
Yeah, hi, I'm Matt Cooper from 3M. I'm also a congenital heart surgeon. And obviously there's a tremendous amount of work to be done. And the comments by the panel and by some of the questions from the audience have already alluded to this, but clearly we have to prioritize. And so if we're going to prioritize, it seems to me the timing of things that occur and how do we make sure we rescue and the ability to rescue. And so that means the earliest detection of decrements in performance and decision-making. So for example, we know from some of our congenital work with the FAA that if you fly around at 2,500 meters like we all do, that your frontal lobe O2 sats are probably down. And there are some early studies to suggest that executive decision-making, particularly when there's conflict, can already be impaired. So if we're talking about prioritizing, all the omics are great, but it's going to take time, and we already have civilians flying to space. So if people are already up there, how do we detect? And it's a little bit building on some of the work that DARPA has done with augmented cognition. When are people stressed? You've mentioned that a little bit. When do they need information? When do they need a prompt? In what form do they do that? In addition, we know that a lot of our earthbound testing is insufficiently predictive for what happens under stress and flight and things like that. So I would suggest a slightly different perspective, which is prioritizing to detecting earliest signs of impairment in performance, decision-making, and potential rescue built into the machinery, the aircraft, whatever, that help remedy the situation. And then the context of everything else obviously needs to go on as well.
So we're talking about almost there a category of measurement which is immediate, almost operationally relevant measurements that we would want to consider within the report. Any comments from anyone else?
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to see it, but my last slide had actually touched on some of those very issues. But we want our system to be able to recognize early on when performance decrements are occurring and be able to use that to guide whatever countermeasure or intervention needs to happen, or at least alerting the crew member that there is a potential to have errors in their judgment. And I think that, especially if it's doing something like critical phase of flight, like landing a vehicle, for example, we need to have those kind of indicators to prevent the subsequent, disastrous consequence. And having those type of sensors and evolving the technology to bring that forward, I think, will be an important part of our work.
Yeah, just thanks for that point. That certainly is our intention with physiologic monitoring, but it's clear that we didn't clarify that sufficiently in the document. So if you would be willing to, send us some notes, give us your thoughts, we certainly want to make that prominent, because that certainly is a critical element.
Thank you. Anything else online, Tina? No. Well, we've got 45 seconds, so I think basically we'll bring things to a close. Some really useful input from the audience, some really useful recommendations, and also from online to enable us to evolve the Track 1 draft and take that forward. So thank you, everybody, for your involvement. Thank you for the panel. And Tina, unless there's anything else, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon. Our next speaker is J.D. Polk from NASA.
Give my talk to you take mine if you want. Yeah, it's okay. First, it's good to see everybody here, especially so many familiar faces. While they're pulling up the slides for Polk, I'm going to talk a little bit differently. I'm going to talk about from the clinical perspective. Many of you have been talking about the research perspective, about the information that you'd like to have and what you think the data sets should be. I've heard some statements before in the beginning say, well, the NASA astronauts are extremely healthy and the astronauts are X or Y. I'm about to blow your preconceptions out of the water for that, because I'm going to let you know some of the things that we actually treat behind the lines. Many of these things, I will tell you, when we do, as Jeff knows, a lot of things that we have seen or done, we have to wait quite a long time before we publish or make people aware of it, so that you can't figure out who it was. I can't show this one slide, I can't update it. Everyone knows this one slide I show. I know Eric knows it, where I'm talking about the different diagnoses that we've treated and then flown. I update it, but I don't release it for about another 3 years, so that people can't go back and say, he added this one, so it must have happened in the last year or two or so. So we work very diligently to make sure that we maintain the confidentiality of the astronauts. Obviously, our mission is exploration at NASA, but we are also with a mission of enabling commercial spaceflight. And that has changed a thought and paradigm shift for us. For 65 years, our selection standards were a guarded secret. You could find the Holy Grail faster than you could find our selection standards. They are now on the other side of the firewall. If you go to our standards page from the Chief Health and Medical Officer's page, you will be able to find them. So I've had countries and other people ask, can you share your selection standards like it was going to be the missile codes? They are no longer treated like they are the missile codes. They are out there where you can find them. One of the things I gave Dave Francisco when I brought Dave in, Dave's back there as our standards manager, is I told Dave, assume all of our standards are wrong unless you can find evidence base to show that they are what they need to be. And anything that we don't have evidence for, throw out. And so we have revamped that. In fact, Dave put out, I think it was last year that we put out our 3001 standards out in the open for the entire world to assail and make recommendations and et cetera. So we had clinical inputs from I don't know how many countries, but quite a lot. I mean, usually when you adjudicate comments at NASA, you think, oh, I got 300 comments I got to adjudicate. That was a drop in the bucket compared to what Dave got when he put it worldwide. But the reason we're doing that is to enable commercial spaceflight. We want folks to see what our standards are. We have tech sheets out there. There are a lot of companies that are engaging in human spaceflight that have never done human spaceflight before. They've done satellites in the past, et cetera. And I had a conversation with somebody, I won't tell you who, about 2 years ago, where we argued about our requirements for bins, the bins, before that person actually admitted that they had no idea what type 2 bins were. But I didn't stop them from arguing with me for 30 minutes as to why they didn't want to fly that particular hardware or meet that particular pressure. And so a lot of what we have, the tech sheets that we have on the standards page go over why some of these things are the way they are. Why did we pick this particular number? Why is 0.2 the seat inclination? Why is CO2 at this particular rate, et cetera? But that's just a note to let you know that many of these things is a fundamental thought shift for NASA, is that we've got to get a lot of our information and our lessons learned out there and our information out there. Now, Melcher and I are in a trilateral board with FAA and NASA and Space Force, and we talk often. But I will tell you, no matter how often we talk or meet, there's a misconception that somehow the FAA and NASA will have the same standards, and we will never have the same standards. And I'll tell you why that is. It's not because Melcher and I don't agree on standards. It's because we have vastly different missions. Our charters read vastly differently. FAA's charter is public safety, number one, public safety. NASA's charter is that mission, the space mission. So I'm going to come about it from the health of the astronaut. And by the way, Melcher does not do the primary care for everybody flying in commercial spaceflight, whereas NASA does the primary care for our astronauts. Melcher can't tell you, I need you to see this particular guy to do your ablation for your AFib. The FAA will say, go get your AFib fixed, send us the results, thank you very much, we'll look at it. He can't do that under his charter. In ours, I'm going to, that astronaut, we just spent $5 million training that person for the last 7 years. If I'm going to go send that astronaut to the best atrial fibrillation ablation dude in the entire country, and if it costs me 12 grand to fly them there and 50 grand to ablate it, that's a bargain. But that's a different charter. We have vastly different missions. So no matter how much he and I share information, and whether Congress gives him the authority to do requirements or standards, we will never have the same standards. But often I hear people say, well, NASA wants to apply their standards to the commercial space flight. No, we do not. We have a different mission set, so we'll never do that or exchange those. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And he's going to use population health because that's what they're looking at, is the population for public safety. Whereas I'm going to do personalized medicine because I've got a handful of astronauts. And yes, we might start out with cholesterol, wanting your LDL less than 140 and your total cholesterol less than 200. But then I'm going to get down into the personalized medicine to see, do you have Lp(a) cholesterol? Do you have this? And do you have this genetic marker for this cholesterol? So that I can treat that individual astronaut to lower their individual risk over their career. It's a different mindset, and it's because we come from it in different realities from what we're looking at. Now, for everybody who said earlier that the NASA astronauts were incredibly healthy and never have anything wrong with them, our Aerospace Medicine Board meets typically every Thursday, and the flight surgeons do an enormous job of adjudicating and working multiple medical issues to get people back to flight. And since we are spending millions of dollars training these people, it is in our best interest to get them back to flight. So a lot of these things you'll think, why did you, oh my God, you flew that? You fixed that and flew that? Yes, we did, because we spent millions training them. And it is in their best interest and ours from a safety perspective to have that person who is highly trained return to flight. But let's talk about one of these. Let's go up here, stroke with AFib. And Jeff, you know this case. An astronaut is found in the parking lot, wandering in a circle in the parking lot by one of the nurses from the clinic. He's aphasic, and he can't move one side of his body. It's identified that astronaut's had a stroke. The astronaut's taken emergently to the emergency department. MRI, rapid CT shows no bleed. MRI follow-up shows ischemia. They do thrombolytics. Within 3 hours, the astronaut's no longer aphasic, is starting to get some movement back. The rest of the workup is essentially negative. They find that the astronaut, however, is in AFib, and they believe that that's the source on the echo from the thrombogenic emboli for the stroke. So after the acute event and after the thrombolytics, then a week and a half later, that astronaut is taken to the Cleveland Clinic. They were ablated. They were AFib. They were placed on a Holter for at least 2 weeks, and a Holter once a month for the next 6 months. Was placed on Coumadin for 6 months, weaned off Coumadin, was given physical therapy, other things. At 6 months, had absolutely no deficits. That astronaut flew afterwards. That was in our best interest, obviously, to fly that astronaut and recuperate that astronaut and to get them back into service. But you won't see that written up yet, or like you won't see a lot of these cases written up. But that's a lot of our history and a lot of things that we share. Melcher and I talk about a lot of these things and why and how did we go about these things. And there are things that impact spaceflight and what you need to know. For example, we had a PFO that was fixed and had a Teflon patch. Now, let's say that astronaut's doing an EVA and gets shocked, is working on cables or a solar panel or something else. You have any concerns with anybody with a Teflon patch between their atria who takes an electrical charge between their chest on both sides? Any worries about dysrhythmia, et cetera? The thing that we worry about in commercial spaceflight isn't the fact that you're going to fly more pathology. You certainly are. The thing is to make sure that you know that the pathology that you're going to fly, how it's going to interact and how it's going to behave in microgravity, and what are the nuances to that. AFib, for example, as we talked about, most of you learned in physiology class, the atria have what's called an atrial kick. So about 70 to 80% of ventricular filling is passive, gravity and the valves opening. But your atria contribute the extra 20 to 30%, and that's called the atrial kick. But when you're in AFib, not so much. Now, that may not be a big deal on the ground when you've got gravity and passive filling, but on orbit, you don't have gravity to help assist with your ventricular filling. So your atrial kick is much more important in microgravity than it is on the ground. So those things have to be taken into account as you're looking at them. Most of you know, and you have talked about this morning, that things like the eye changes, and I've got some slides. Since I looked around the room this morning, I finished my slides like an hour ago. I looked around the room this morning to see who's here, so I've added several of your different papers in here. But I will, I'll give you all shout outs as we get there. Obviously, I know you talked about it in the last session with space adaptation syndrome. You notice I didn't call it space motion sickness. One of the things that we found out is it's not really motion. We had acrobatic pilots that flew F-18s, et cetera, that still got nausea and had to have Finnegan on orbit with the space shuttle programmer, et cetera. And in the early days, we spun people around. Now we do a centrifuge to get people used to the Gs that they will have on orbit, so they'll know the sensation of being pushed back and what it feels like for 4 Gs. In the early days, we used to do the 6 degrees of freedom and spin people around, put them in a brainy chair and do all sorts of stuff, thinking that we were going to somehow get them used to this. And as you know, many of you know, that didn't work, by the way. And so if you think about it, and think about it logically as well, we did not see this in Mercury and Gemini, and we saw it for the first time in Apollo, and then we saw it big time when we got to Shuttle and ISS. And the reason for that is you get about 140 signals at any one point in time that tells your brain where it is in space. And that can include your eyes with the horizon, that's the semicircular canals. The pressure on my balls of my feet right now tell me that I'm leaning forward. The Golgi tendon apparatus in my muscles tell me when I'm stretched forward or leaning forward or back. All of these different things. Think about when you're riding a bike, all the different signals that your brain gets to keep you upright. When you go to space, and after the joy of 8 minutes of an exciting ride and you get to space, and if your volume is large enough that you can float around, suddenly your eyes are lying to you because Jeff's now upside down. I don't have any pressure in the balls of my feet because I'm floating. My Golgi tendon apparatus is not stretched because my limbs are flexed. My semicircular canals, by the way, depends on what's going on, and all the otoliths nicely floating. And your brain says, I don't know what just happened, but I'm going to throw up. And we didn't have that in Mercury and Gemini because they still had a horizontal horizon with the instruments in front of them. They were strapped in, and they had the pressure on the balls of their feet and on their butt, et cetera. It wasn't until we got to larger volumes that we got that space adaptation syndrome. So I think you'll still see it, but it depends on the vehicle, right? If you're strapped in a commercial vehicle, in a plane-like vehicle, you're not going to have much of that if you still have a horizon. If Bill Shatner is still, not upside down for you, you're probably not going to throw up or get nauseated. So it depends. As the vehicles get larger, the volume gets larger, people are able to move upside down, et cetera. That's when you're going to have that type of thing to worry about. Obviously, we've talked about SANS and intracranial pressure. I will tell you, and Dave Bauman knows my pound on the table thing about this one. I think, unfortunately, we, NASA, have looked at this too much like an eye issue because it's the first thing that you see is somebody, no pun intended, somebody complains about a change in vision or et cetera. The thing from a risk perspective, from the chief medical officer, no astronaut will ever die from a slightly swollen choroid. But the thrombosis, which you all talked about in the last one, which is also part of this entity, that clot goes sailing from the IJ to the lungs, I could have a big problem on my hands. For me, we've looked at this a little bit incorrectly. We need to look at it holistically as a whole entity. It's not just a vision issue. I also worry about the long-term issue. Where's Donna? Donna? Where's Donna? Donna? Okay. I'm stealing your picture here. There's, if you want to read Donna Roberts' work there, she had written up on the brain changes for SANS, and was one of the first write-ups on the CT or in the MRI for that. And of course, thrombosis, the other part that this is Serena Anand Chancellor's article that was in New England Journal of Medicine describing the thrombosis. And these are things that we worry about. And from me, from the chief medical officer side, I worry about it from a long-term standpoint as well, which, if you think about neural cells, when neural cells are edematous and intracranial pressure, they're not very good at getting rid of waste products. The whole sodium, potassium, ATPase pump that keeps cells moving and all the energy going in there, proteins start to stack up. When a cell is, especially a neural cell, is a little bit swollen, it's inefficient at getting rid of waste products. So yes, I have vision change, which I worry about in the early part. I have a risk potentially for thrombosis, which is the thing that keeps me up at night. But I also have a worry, and I have to do the longitudinal surveillance of astronauts. I don't know, are they more at risk for Alzheimer's long term because they're accumulating proteins in the neurons over time? I don't know. Maybe, but we haven't had this entity long enough for me to look at it to see, are they more at risk than the general population yet? So those are things that, from a NASA perspective, we worry about those. And as you start to build data and databases, and I think somebody said, oh, we got to clean up the data because NASA's data is all over the place and we want this data more consistent. Good luck, because you're all flying on different vehicles with different pressures and different profiles and different suit pressures. Your data is going to be all over the place too. But you have to collect the data to start to look for the trends. And it impacts design for future commercial spaceflight. On the top is what the astronaut sees when they launch. On the bottom is what they see after 1.5 diopters of change. Do you want the person on the bottom landing on Mars? I think that's the retro rocket. Now, we fly different glasses, prescriptions, et cetera. We do other countermeasures, but as we design new vehicles, we've looked at it. Can you change the font size on the screen, on a glass cockpit? Can you do X? Can you do Y? As a countermeasure for that. We've also looked at treatments for intracranial hypertension. That might be lower body negative pressure. Dave's group is working on that now. We've been looking at GLP-1 agonists. The same drug that everybody's losing weight with in Hollywood also has a tendency to lower intracranial pressure because it acts on the GLP-1 receptors on the choroid plexus. It doesn't lower it a lot, only about 6 to 8 millimeters of mercury, but I don't have the same pressure that pseudotumor cerebri has. I don't have astronauts with excruciating headaches. I have a pressure that's sitting somewhere between 25 and 35. It's enough to cause a Frisson scale 2 edema, not a Frisson scale 4 edema. So I know about where that pressure lies. I know from OCT about where that pressure lies. I only need to lower that about 6 to 8 to get it down to that 25 and less aspect. So we're looking at some of these things on the HRP program as well. Optimizing function. You start to get saccades after you are in space for months at a time. How are you going to optimize function for those folks? And you might think, well, yes, but we don't want requirements for the commercial spaceflight folks. For the most part. I will tell you, true or false, when you all flew here, I would bet that at least 5 of you in this room had a requirement on a commercial aircraft and didn't realize it. Anybody know? Anybody sit in the exit row? Did the flight attendant come and say, are you willing and physically able to uphold the things that you're required to do in this exit row? Yes, yes. Yeah, and they make you say yes now, too, by the way. And if you don't say yes, they are like Gestapo. I didn't hear you say yes. Louder. You just got held to a different requirement than the guy sitting in 7C. And that's because you have a job to do. You are not a passenger. You are now a safety participant and or worker on that aircraft, potentially. The same thing will probably accrue with commercial spaceflight. Depends on what you're asking that person to do. Are you asking them to be self-loading baggage and look out the window, or are you asking them to actually participate and do a function? Those are different requirements. I know you've talked about muscle. Lisa, or Lori rather, and Victor and other folks can speak about these better than I can. But when we talk about bone clinically, I want you to think about some things that occur. 58-year-old male who'd played football, et cetera, now has arthritis in the hip, and he's going to go fly. He wants to fly on Axiom, and now Axiom's going to do months-long missions on the ISS or a commercial space flight. But he's going to go get his hip replaced first. You going to cement it or non-cement it? Young people, we typically do non-cement. Older people, because of bone loss, we do cemented hips. Which one are you going to do? And if you were the orthopod, would you want to know that that person's going to space and possibly going to get osteoporosis or some kind of bone loss? Where's Lori? Lori, what do you want, cement, non-cement? Yeah, I'll take the cement too. But those things occur. Those are things that will change the clinical shift If that person wasn't going to space on the space station, we would do a non-cemented hip because it lasts a little bit longer. But for somebody with a potential not to be able to have that architecture grow into that bone or lose that architecture that's holding that prosthesis, then you'd want to do a cemented hip. So context is king. One of the first things you need to know is what pathology are you going to fly? It's not that they have to be pristine and you don't fly any pathology. You have to know what pathology you're flying and how is it going to react to the potentials in microgravity. And what physiologic changes there are. Are you going to need that atrial kick? Do you need the cemented hip? Do you need to consider these different aspects based on the context? What are the medications or countermeasures that are available to mitigate the risk? What are the nuances for that treatment in microgravity? There are some things where people get GERD. Well, you get GERD in microgravity, period. So are they going to be able to take something? I know Jeff did some studies when we looked at renal stone, and we looked at potassium citrate, and we looked at other things. And you have to think about, all right, here's what happens on the ground, but how is it going to be amplified in space? Or will it be amplified? What if things go south? What if they don't go as planned? What's your plan? Do you have the stuff to treat it on orbit? Are you able to treat it on orbit? Or are you going to have to come home? If you come home, where are you coming home? Are you landing in the steppes of Kazakhstan? Or are you landing off the coast of San Diego Medical Center? Because that's going to change your posture or your risk. Who's going to rescue these folks? Is there a tertiary care facility close by? Those are all things that we work about. And we apply what's called the Haddon matrix. Now, ironically, the Haddon matrix, we had a flight surgeon called Bob Haddon, and it was his father that actually invented the Haddon matrix at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. But we look at things pre-event, during the event, and post-event. And what can we change? And I can either change a couple things. I either change the host, I make them healthier to withstand the event, or I change the vehicle, or I change other things on the backside. It might be the environment, or it might be the hospital or other things planning for it. But we look at all of those things to try to holistically look at a risk. Can we contain the risk? Do I prevent the risk from getting on orbit? If I can't prevent it from getting on orbit 100%, can I contain it? Can I treat it on orbit? If I can't do that, if I have to come home, can I treat it and get them to definitive care? And so as we look at things, when we devise our standards, I stole this from Dave in 3001. These are all the different areas where our standards touch on and what all the different aspects. And you'll notice it's not just whether or not somebody has AFib or the EKG, et cetera. These go holistically all the way around on the Haddon matrix to all the different things that might impact our risk. And this is a lot of why we work with HRP and our Human System Risk Board. We look at our standards. We look at the design reference mission. What are we asking these people to do? We look at the hazards. How do we mitigate those hazards? What are the risks? Where do we have gaps? Where do we need to still do more research to close those gaps? And what are the mitigations that we can fly? When we do evidence-based, we look at a lot of evidence. We look at everything from our past missions and all of our 65 years of history. We look at what the sub-community does. But they cheat. They can surface and open the hatch. We can't do that in space. We can't just surface and open the hatch necessarily. We look at research data on the ground. We look at how things are changing and how things are being treated on the ground as well. And we do a lot of that to amalgamate into a couple of different things. One is a model that we used for essentially a Monte Carlo analysis that formerly called the Integrated Medical Model, now called Monster and Impact, I believe. And validating those different models, we're still in the process of doing those things. But starting off with the design reference mission. If you're going up for 4 minutes in suborbital, that's a lot different than if you're going up for 2 weeks, which is a lot different than if you're going up for 3 months, which is a lot different than if you're going up for 6 months, which is a lot different than if you're going up for a year, which is a lot different than if you're going to Mars. And so all of that has to be taken into account. You're obviously not going to fly the same countermeasure for a 4-minute suborbital that you are going to for 2 weeks or even a month. And so all of those things play into this. And what are you going to ask them to do? Are they going to be doing this, or are they going to be looking out the window? Those are vastly different requirement sets. And how NASA looks at this is in a 5x5 risk matrix. And I will tell you that as a risk, when we have on one side, you've got severity, and the other side you have frequency. And we talk about something being a 3x5 risk or a 4x5 risk. When you have something go up and to the right, into the red area, you need a couple things. You either need reliability or you need fault tolerance. And that applies to hardware as much as it does people. That it might need, I might need to cross-train 2 crew. We have 2 crew medical officers on orbit. Why? Fault tolerance. Inevitably, down at the Arctic, who got sick? It was always the doctor, right? Who had to take out their own appendix, or who, if you remember the one doctor that had the breast cancer, it's always a doctor that got sick down at the Arctic. So we decided, you know what? We better train 2 people because the doctor's the one getting sick. You have fault tolerance all the time. Melcher and his requirements have fault tolerance for aircraft and airworthiness. After Sioux City, I believe, Sioux City, Iowa, if you remember that crash, the unlikely event of birds coming through and taking out the hydraulics on one side, and they had a backup hydraulic system, but the birds took out that one too, so they took out both hydraulics. When you have one fault tolerant, that was essentially one fault tolerant. They could tolerate one fault, and then they had a backup. NASA and in spaceflight, the shuttle program typically had 2 fault tolerances, meaning if the first one went down, you had a backup, and then you had a backup to the backup. Except, when you're going to the moon, I got 1 engine, right? Apollo had 1 engine that lifted off the moon. If that engine didn't light, Neil and Buzz were going to be permanently inhabitants of the moon. That's where you get reliability. We had to test that engine ad nauseum, so we were 100% confident that engine was going to light when somebody pushed that button. And so these are things that your engineers are going to talk about, fault tolerance and reliability, and things that you'll need more of if your crew members are not perfectly healthy and you're going to fly pathology. It's okay to fly pathology. You just got to know what fault tolerance and what reliability you're going to use and how you're going to mitigate the risk if it occurs. And our clinical care, this is the stuff that we use at NASA. Everything from our credentialing of our providers to our selection standards to our requirements to our 3001 standards, strength and conditioning plans, our human factors plans. We have an aerospace medicine board that meets and talks about the clinical care. Our crew surgeons typically get assigned after they've had experience. We've got our quality policy. We do quality metrics. We do clinical practice guidelines that are specific to space. And I'll talk about a few of those things. But that's the link to our standards page, which Dave has worked on ad nauseum. And how do we forecast? We look at what we did historically. We look at benchmarking. We've benchmarked off the sub-community. We've benchmarked off of other communities. We look at analogs. That's one of the aspects for analogs and sending folks down either to the Arctic or to the Antarctic or up in the Arctic and now even Chapea, where we have a 3D printed habitat in Johnson. We've looked at directed research, what we call a modified Delphi, which is you get all the flight surgeons that have treated everything over the last 65 years, and we ask them, how would you treat this? And we look at what all the expert opinion is. There's a lot of things that we have. DAGs, I'll talk about the directed acyclic graphs, Eric's baby that he invented for our human system risk board, and I've got a shout out to him on that one too. We do a lot of simulation. We simulate things constantly. Typically when the folks are doing a spacewalk, that is not the first time they have done that task. They've done it 15 times in the neutral buoyancy lab. And even before they did the neutral buoyancy lab, they do the AR lab. We do tons, as flight surgeons, we were in the mission control room. We would have what were called hurricane sims. They had nothing to do with hurricanes. They had to do with a hurricane of your mind, because the sim suit people would come and throw everything at you at 80 miles an hour, and that's why they were called hurricane sims. And so when we got to the actual missions, they were actually pretty smooth compared to those simulations. They were horrific. But it gives you a trained response. So 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, the space station, after a new Russian module attached, the thrusters started firing, and the space station started somersaulting. People didn't say, "Oh my God!" The ADCO stood up, and you wouldn't even know an emergency is going on. There are anomalous thruster firings going. We are at a beta angle of 20 degrees out. I recommend that we do this. Let's null the rate. And the conversation in there, if you did not know what was going on, you would think this was nominal ops. But they're talking about the space station is doing somersaults, and they're nulling the rate and killing the thrusters and trying to get it back into a beta angle. And because, by the way, when you're doing somersaults and you're reliant on solar power, your ability to get electricity to the vehicle is now, well, we have to wait till the vehicle flips into a pirouette again. But because they had simulated this so many times, it was pretty, a non-anomaly for them. So keep that in mind as we're doing all of those things. We do a modified Delphi like we talked about with experts. Quality metrics. We review quality metrics at our AMB. I can tell you, these are our astronauts. I won't tell you which ones they are, but you can tell, okay, what's going on with astronaut number 10 on their lipids? You can start to see, okay, who's out of the box and why are they out of box? And then we have a conversation. Okay, is that one on a statin? Okay. Is that one, the statin doesn't seem to be working. So have we done the LP little a? If we looked at, you start to dive down a little bit further. But this is the level at which we are looking at our astronauts on the whole, so that we can pick out somebody that is outside of our clinical practice guidelines. And we review these regularly so we can tell who is outside of the clinical practice guidelines. And the clinical practice guidelines themselves, we might take a terrestrial guideline and augment it. Vitamin D was a good example of one. If you look at vitamin D, you would think, oh, the astronauts probably don't need vitamin D. They live in Houston. It's really sunny. And then we drew their vitamin Ds, and they were horrible. Because most of us sit in air-conditioned buildings most of the time. And we found that there was a study, and when we looked at the evidence-based, in the U.S., we did little micro 1,000, 2,000, vitamin D. But we found that the Scandinavian countries had much better vitamin D, and they had a protocol where they gave 50,000 IUs at a time. And we thought, okay, bone loss, astronauts, low vitamin D, we're going to do the 50,000 IU protocol. But we had to write that up as a clinical practice guideline because we were going outside of the typical, dietary guidelines of 1,000 or so. Not daily, by the way, 50,000 IUs a month. Don't do daily. Yeah. All right, so we have a process for how to develop those guidelines. Our Human System Risk Board, which we developed, and that's where we integrate a lot of these risks, both with HRP and the clinical aspect, so we can talk about both clinically and from a research perspective, where do we still have gaps? Now, the thing that confuses people, I think, when they go and read some of our medical stuff, we'll use the same 5x5 matrix, but red in the program space does not mean the same as red in David's space. Red might be, hey, we need more research in this area. SANS. SANS, we need more research in that area. It's yellow or it's red, or this area is red for Mars, but it's yellow for Moon. That doesn't mean we're no-go. People misinterpret that. But when the program, when we talk about a red risk, it's no-go. It means we got a lot of gaps, and it helps us to prioritize research that we need to do. But I don't want you to take that same chart from the Human System Risk Board and think that that means the same thing on the programmatic side, where we would say we're no-go for that particular mission if we were red. Directed acyclic graphs, that's another thing. Eric, I'm giving you a shout out. There's I think you're on the bottom there, where we looked at if this thing did occur on orbit, what are all the different things we have to mitigate it? Is it the atmosphere? Is it the vehicle? Is it medications? What's the equipment? What are all the things required to mitigate those different? And then you can kind of plug and play and figure out how many of those things you can change, and where do you change the risk, and how do you change the risk, and what are the relationships to all those different nodes. So if you want to read Eric's work there, it'll give you a good idea on how we develop DAGs and look at those when we are looking at a mission and the equipment that we might take on board. The 6 tenets for spaceflight for us is mass, power, volume, time, money, and risk. I can reduce risk, but I have to be cognizant of mass, power, volume, time, and money. If it costs too much, the program's going to say, oh my God, how much is that going to cost? I got to afford this engine. I can't mitigate that risk for that. Oh, if it takes too much crew time. Oh, well, I need the crew to go do this other stuff. What do you mean you want them to exercise for 5 hours a day? No, that's not, we'll give you 2. Okay. You have to know there's a trade there, but you have to be cognizant. You know, people keep asking me, oh, are you going to take a CT scan or an MRI to the moon? No. Please see slide on 6 tenets and the massive amount of mass and volume required to take an MRI or a CT scan to the moon. However, think about ultrasound though. This is where technology helps us. People talk about the research, looking at research gaps like we need to know the physiology gaps. Sometimes some of the best research has been to make something smaller. So butterfly IQ, right? The ultrasound when we first started ISS was the size of an entire rack and weighed the size of 2 washing machines. And now the ultrasound fits in your lab coat pocket. That helps me on those 6 tenets. That's worthwhile research for me as well. So don't think that it all has to be basic science research. Sometimes making something smaller, leaner, better, et cetera, is worthwhile research for us. Our Health and Medical Technical Authority, obviously we have oversight, and this is one of the things that we've worked on to make sure that the engineers know the soft, squishy thing and how the vehicle is going to impact that soft, squishy thing, called the astronaut. Lifetime surveillance of astronaut health. This is really important for us. The one thing that I'm envious of is the commercial sector, you could have somebody wave, hey, you know what, sign this paper that we're not liable if you get X after you fly. I can't do that. I am liable always. The government can never sign away liability. So away will look at the astronauts until they die, but it also gives us a feedback loop. If we start to see something like Alzheimer's, for example, if we saw Alzheimer's in SANS, we would know that that now is a bigger risk than we thought it was. So those are important for us. Now, all of that and all of these things come together to produce probably the most startling statistic that we have. And that is, in our 65-year history, we have not had to come home for a medical issue once. That is probably the most massive statistic that anybody, most pertinent negative that nobody really champions or knows about. Every model has said for the ISS that we'd have to come home at least once every 4 years. We're now at 25 years and counting with the ISS. We're at 65 years plus with human spaceflight. We have not had to come home yet for a medical emergency. That's not to say that we won't ever have to, but so far, I'm about 5 sigma or 6 sigma out from what every model said that we should be. Now, you could take that 2 ways. You could say either we've been really conservative and too conservative, and we should have had a couple of those occur, or you could say that, wow, you guys have really worked this space medicine thing to the nth degree and have a lot of processes in place and a lot of mitigations in place to try to avoid those things. And we have treated some pretty serious things on orbit, including that thrombosis with medications on orbit. I'd like to say we might partly be lucky, but I think luck favors those that are well prepared, and we did a lot of preparation for those. And it's a work of a lot of people over 65 years that have done that. And obviously that's where we're going. In order to enable us to get there, and I'll stop there. Hey, right on time. Do we have time for any questions? Yeah, let's do one question. Okay. Do what?
That you are not the clearinghouse for medical cases.
Yeah, thank you. We've had people ask us, is NASA going to weigh in on the medical cases for commercial, or are we going to weigh in on the wave? We are not the clearinghouse for medical cases. We are not our business is exploration. We are not, what's the word I'm looking for, Melcher? I am not a oversight, if you will, of commercial spaceflight in any way, shape, or form. That is not part of our legislation or our doctrine or our charter. We will try to educate folks on what we have seen and why, and try to make sure that they have informed knowledge about pathology and spaceflight and all of those things. But NASA is not in any way, shape, or form going to try to legislate or adjudicate or be the clearinghouse for medical cases. Any other questions? Refreshment break, do we have anything online? I apologize, I don't see the people online. Okay, good, everybody went to sleep after that, in that lecture online. So thanks, appreciate it, and good to see you all.
Hey, everybody, just one note here. So our break is going to go until 3:55, but we have a special guest calling in from Italy, astronaut Roberto Vittori, who some of you may know and love, but if we could be back just a little ahead at 3:55 so we can be set up, bring him in and get going. So my request would be 3:50, if you can get back by then. Thank you. You can, yeah, of course you can. Hello, everybody. Can we get everybody in from outside who wants to see Roberto Vittori? And then we're going to pull him in here in just a second. Got about 2 minutes, so we'll just wait for the folks outside to roll in and then get started. Do you guys want to bring him on? Is he live? Roberto!
Hey.
Can you see us here? Very good to see you. So, everybody, I wanted to welcome you to a dear colleague and a new friend, Roberto Vittori. He was gracious enough, I think is it midnight there?
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, almost midnight there. Many of you may have worked with him. He's Italian Space Agency astronaut, Air Force pilot, engineer, and also European Space Agency. He's had several shuttle missions, and I could go on and on about Roberto, but I do want to share one very important story about him. When I was chairing a conference in Florence this summer, and we had a press conference at the beautiful Palazzo Vecchio, which is the old palace in Florence, and so it was up in a very elegant upper room there, and so Roberto was sitting over here at the press conference, and the mayor of Florence was over here introducing Roberto, and he said, and now I would like to introduce Emperor General Astronaut Roberto Vittori. And I looked over at him, and I thought, oh, he's ready to go. He just went right back at the mayor, and they had a fantastic, lively exchange. And so we know, besides an extraordinarily accomplished individual, human being, Roberto has a fantastic sense of humor. So we're so glad that you joined us today. We've had a fantastic gathering, and your thoughts and insights are going to really add to this tremendously. So thank you, Roberto. And I know you had some slides, so would you like to start out with something, or do you want to have a short chat? Tell us a little bit more about what you're doing lately.
My slides are only as a reference, just pictures, but I guess we can just chat, and then I will request slides in case they may be useful for whatever we are discussing. But yeah, let's start from what I'm currently doing or trying to do. And surprise, surprise, I'm trying to fly in space.
Yeah,
yes.
So tell us more about your next attempt to go back to space. I'd love to hear more about that.
Yeah, well, I flew twice, 2002, 2005 with Soyuz, then 2011, the Space Shuttle STS-134. Mark Kelly was my commander. Then I spent some time doing space diplomacy at the Embassy of Washington. During that time, never left the astronaut training ideas, and if we have time, we can discuss a little bit what I did in that time frame as an attempt to do simulation and lunar landing. But before we get to that, at the end of that experience as a space attaché, I have been the first space attaché for Italy. I ended up focusing on what comes next. And Axiom was coming around, Crew Dragon with SpaceX, Starship. So despite those are very different type of situations, I felt that what I wanted to do is trying to fly again in space, but to do what? Well, what is currently happening, it's very interesting. For astronauts, you have a variety of options and opportunities. For example, Axiom 3 is in space as we speak. There is some people that are a little different from the past. For example, ESA is flying one of the reserves, astronaut reserves. That's a new concept, strange concept. Don't know how much you understand that idea. I don't understand much, but that is part of the beauty of this new way to give interpretation to the potential of low Earth orbit into a commercial perspective. That I need to say, I don't completely understand. I am more, don't know if we can have my second, it's not a slide, it's a picture in my presentation. Don't know if this is me, and what's the next? Next one, please. Can we go to the next one?
Do you want me to advance these?
Next
or
one.
Advance back there.
Yep. I don't see the next. I don't know if you see it, but yeah, if you would see the third of those of my pictures were to T38 flight information. That is me. I am a pilot, test pilot. You are in Oklahoma. I did my training years ago, not far from Oklahoma. I was in Lubbock, Texas. After that, I did my test pilot qualification in Patuxent River, Maryland, with the Navy Test Pilot School. And that's a little bit how I have seen myself throughout my astronaut experience. Do you still hear me?
Yeah, we do. And we're seeing your T-38s.
Okay, yes, excellent. Yeah, so the way I have been experiencing my opportunity, Soyuz shuttle, was, I call it high altitude flying rather than space. Something that I really like, if we can go to the next, not the previous, if we can go to the next. Yes, X-15, a beautiful machine. The X-15 is, in a nutshell, what I would like to do, and I will never be able to do, that is to make aircraft into spacecraft. I like to underline that the first that flew twice in space was Joseph Walker. He was the first space flight that he did on board of the X-15 was July of 1963, and the second was August of 1963. So that creates a very important concept, the reusability of the machine. We need to say that with my surprise, I thought it was impossible, but with my surprise, SpaceX proved that you can also reuse the rockets. And oh, by the way, Axiom 3 launch was with a reused Crew Dragon on top of a reused Falcon 9. Really incredible. But I'm still convinced that the future of transportation of future generation will go back to aircraft evolving into spacecraft. That from a human standpoint make a huge difference. A huge difference that is more or less what Virgin Galactic is demonstrating. Virgin Galactic, and it is important to make a comparison between the way some technology is going completely automatic, like the Crew Dragon, and some other technologies like Spaceship Two, that instead is completely manual. So all those elements are what I would have an interest, where I would like to give a contribution for the future, for whatever my career will allow me to do. That is to focus on this double path that is converging in one key word, that is the reusability. Reusability, obviously, in a context of the space economy, is the condition sine qua non, is whatever will permit a more easy and economic access to space. So that is currently my attempt, my line of thoughts, more than thinking about the low Earth orbits. I'm thinking about the aerospace piece, suborbital, and all those operations beyond low Earth orbit that will imply operational skills and capability. Again, I am a test pilot as a background, and that is how I end up getting engaged in the moon simulator. That, I need to say, is extremely interesting. It's extremely interesting how to fly in a celestial body like the moon without an atmosphere. So it is absolutely incredible to see how a partial reduced gravity, 1/6 of the Earth gravity, no atmosphere, landing something with those conditions. It is similar somehow to flying an helicopter, but with additional challenges and complexities. This is more or less my current interest and approach. Back to you.
So that you were speaking about the DLR facility and the lunar simulator, and I think what you were doing is simulating a landing on in the Shackleton crater. Is that correct? Is that how that was established?
Yeah, the preciseness of the simulation was not so to identify the features of a specific crater. Yes, it was called that way, but the focus was on the main machine interface. The focus was on the fly handling qualities of the moon lander simulator. Those were the primary topic. DLR facility, very, very nice, extremely well organized. And well, yeah, just keeping the subject of moon landing, we keep witnessing those multiple, unfortunately, not successful attempts to land on the moon from the private initiatives. That is something else that we keep in mind. We have to keep in mind anytime we do those simulations that appears to be easy, no atmosphere, partial gravity, but it is not.
Mm-hmm. So one of the focuses, Roberto, of this whole effort here is, as we discussed, is we're working on building a human research program for civilian spaceflight, and this is with the goal of doing expansive research, continuing to develop strong data structures for continually informing how do we best prepare civilians for going into space. And so with you as a trained astronaut with experience now looking back at going into space again, what would you say are some of the things you look at differently now than you might have before with your earlier training, or as you contemplate going back into space or envision a civilian going back into space? What do you think are some of the key features of that preparedness and getting individuals ready?
When I was thinking about our conversation, one word that was very interesting is the word civilian. So what is a civilian going to space? Obviously, my perspective is pilot, test pilot, but there are others, still professionals, scientists, medical doctors. So when we use the word civilian, maybe we intend somebody that is not focusing for his career, his life, in something that is operational, like flying in space. A word that could also translate the same concept is tourist, but I really don't like that word. Space, tourist and space are two different situations. The best that you can say is that flying to space is a sport, an extreme sport for sure. It's not a tourist attraction. So when we say civilian, probably we intend to say something going to space for somebody that doesn't do that as a profession for his life. So once in a lifetime, flying to space, maybe that could be the identifier of an individual being exposed to that type of situation. Then the other question is, are we talking about suborbital or orbital? Because what's the difference between the two situations? It's like day and night. The suborbital is very dynamic. G forces. Orbital is 0G and microgravity. So in giving myself an answer, I like to focus on one concept: transportation of future generation. What is that? You fly from Rome to Tokyo in 90 minutes. In doing that, you more or less do a point-to-point, a suborbital trajectory. Anyone sits on the suborbital trajectory is, let's call it civilian, in the sense that is a passenger. So how do I prepare, or what are the standards, or what are the medical constraints in order to permit to be on board of a civilian intended to be a passenger? It is, I don't see from a professional standpoint, I don't see an easy task to define requirements, requisites, standards. What I consider the one key point, when I am on board of a regular aircraft, I can stand up, go to the bathroom, I can go back and sit down. If I would be doing a suborbital or even an orbital, the mechanics of moving, of whereabouts, change completely. So that poses more than physical as the psychophysical interaction with this type of situations that will be difficult to focus and to understand how to handle. I don't know exactly to which extent in the future there will be the idea to pushing the envelope so to permit anyone to do this point-to-point. For sure, what is the first question to answer is not so much what are the medical requisites, but how to handle the life on board. For example, when I go from Rome to Tokyo, point-to-point, 90 minutes, you strap in and you cannot move. Because if you have to stand up, it will be difficult for anyone without specific training, without specific qualification, to unstrap float, and come back. Now, this is something that Virgin Galactic, more or less, is experiencing, but they do training. They don't do really selections, but they do some training. And if you see the number of flights that they can do, it's not a lot. They can do 1 flight per month is 3 passengers, plus one of the seats has to go to one of them that will be always there to help in case there is necessity. So overall, you have pilot, commander, plus 1 crew member and 3 passengers. There will be something similar with Axiom. In case of the Axiom 3, there are 4 flying to space, one of which is an experienced astronaut that will be, let's use a word that is not proper, the babysitter for the others. So that's the way I see the system going in order to permit, let's call it civilian, to be part of the crew. They are considered a little bit as a passenger, so to minimize the training, and they will always be somebody with experience ready to help in case there is the necessity.
So have you thought about at all what kind of training, what the length of training might be to get somebody ready for some of these different flights? So you're probably talking about hypersonic when you're talking point to point in that way. And then we talk about suborbital flights that are looking toward to have that experience of microgravity for a short while. But then part of what we're also looking at is orbital space flight for civilians. I know we toy with this word ourselves quite a bit. Have you thought at all about, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, what degree of training might be necessary or what length of training might be necessary to get somebody ready, a civilian ready for, let's call it a 2-week orbital flight?
A scenario of a 2 weeks orbital flight obviously is an International Space Station, because Crew Dragon will not have the autonomy for 2 weeks. So you take off, dock to ISS, stay there, and come back. The launch and re-entry, Crew Dragon is automatic. You need some training, physical training, in order to be exposed to the G-forces during the launch and the re-entry. NASTAR in Philadelphia, they do a very good job. I don't know if you have already a chance to experience. It's pretty realistic. They have the Spaceship Two simulators. They can reproduce the spaceship trajectories. It's pretty nice, pretty realistic. And that is absolutely useful, and that's all you need for, let's quote, a civilian to anticipate what you would experience inside the capsule. Now, once you get to the International Space Station, it's a different story. The problem there is not so much, it is obviously to have you to properly adapt, quickly adapt to the microgravity. The simple situations, going to the bathroom in that condition, microgravity, can be extremely challenging. Unfortunately, you cannot train on the ground. We cannot reproduce the zero gravity on Earth. So that is something that you have to cope with real time once you get there. And the key element in those conditions is not to interfere with the professional crew on board of ISS. That's why you need a commander in the crew. If those Axiom missions have a commander, it's not because Crew Dragon requires a commander, but it's because once you are in the ISS, a quote, civilian, in the sense a non-professional astronaut could create interferences to the professional crew. That's why there is the necessity of somebody with experience, so to avoid such an interaction that could cause problem with the programs. So how long would it take in order to prepare for a 2 week? Yeah, you need some training down in Los Angeles with SpaceX in order to familiar with the capsule, how to go to the bathroom, how to handle yourself in the tight confinement of the Crew Dragon. And yes, you need some time learning the basic for ISS, primarily to know how to turn lights on and off, the way how to go to the bathroom, and what not to do to not make anything that could create damages, interferences with the ISS operations.
So we've got some colleagues of yours here, and I wanted to give anybody an opportunity to step up, say hello, ask some questions. So we've got a little time for that, and I see Jeff Jones jumping up to the microphone here. So,
Ciao.
Hello, Jeff. Oh.
Great to see you again. I was curious, we were talking here today about the need for countermeasures and the need for wearable sensors. And I think those in Italy and in ESA are working on wearable suits that might have both elements to that. I want to see if maybe you might tell us a little bit about what's happening in the world of wearables and the implementation of both sensing technology and countermeasure technology.
Sure. That is something else that it is of great interest for me. Wearable sensors to monitor, and another on top of it, electrical stimulations, so to find a substitution of having to do physical sport, or at least minimize the need to do physical sport on board of the International Space Station or in microgravity. I need to say that in my experience, you do sport if you have to, but it is not neither easy nor pleasant. It's not nothing similar to the type of positive sensation that you have when you do sport on Earth. Microgravity, the sweat, those little bubbles, you don't have a shower, it is not ideal. So having an alternative and in something that may be useful in that context is the electrical stimulations. So we are working on a wearable, on a suit that would contain sensors to monitor the physiological parameters, and at the same time being able to perform electrical stimulation with enough processing capability, so to correlate whatever movement the astronaut is doing in microgravity and fine-tune the electric stimulation so to reproduce the effect of gravity on Earth. This is very promising as a technique, and this is one of the technology that in my dream to fly again in space would be what I would be very interested to bring, try, and experiment.
Yeah, thank you. And Linda, from the question we got earlier about how to do the countermeasures without taking a lot of crew time, maybe you could wear your countermeasure and implement the exercise protocol and not to interfere with any other crew activity. So I think that's a very reasonable approach to that question we had earlier.
Yeah, and I have a follow-up question to that, Roberto. So have you been experimenting with that electrostim technology in an Earth environment or in any analog environments?
Yes, this is something that we are currently trying. I'm currently trying to do, initiate a program on Earth to use the electric stimulation as there are a number of those commercial suits that they sell as a complement, not a substitution of the gym, but as a complement. And yes, that is currently the idea. Start from testing on the ground and step up to the ISS. Obviously, safety is always a concern. So an electric stimulation in microgravity to get the permission to do it will be all but easy. And the starting on the ground to see the effectiveness. We have a draft plan to start in the near future for a 6-month trial, see the effect on a 6-month time frame.
So I want to open it up to any further questions, but before anyone jumps up, do you have a pulse on the commercial spaceflight sector internationally, or let's say at least in Europe, in terms of its growth and what companies are investing, especially on the human research side, but just in general in Europe?
Don't know exactly which interpretation to give to the question. So if the question is if there will be soon in Europe or in Italy companies, private companies that will try to do suborbital commercial flight or orbital flight, the answer is I don't see it at the horizon. If the question is if there are companies that have an interest to work with the only one in the world that do those type of space flight privately, the answer is yes. There is a lot of interest from many standpoints. Some part of interest is purely to get an opportunity to fly in space. It's not only publicity, it's also experience, but just to be on board. Other interest is technology, research, science. That is the part that I am interested the most. So there is that's when Italy flew on the very first suborbital flight of a spaceship to, I was one of the one promoting this initiative, focusing on the experimental part. Now that SpaceX is really opening up, is really getting involved in astronauts. They, as I understand, want to have their own first class this year. They want to open the envelope. They want to have a civilian. And again, I continue to use that word in quotes because I don't think it's the proper word, but civilian intended as non-professional to do EVA. Probably we will, within 6 months, we'll see the first civilians to do an EVA in space. That's very, very interesting. It is a civilian that is no longer civilian because they are doing really experimental stuff. That's a very, very interesting phenomena. And on the Italian side, I cannot answer for the whole Europe, but on the Italian side for sure, there is a huge, very significant interest from the Italian Space Agency, from university research centers, to be on board and to be part of these new frontiers.
So one of the things, as we discussed, this meeting is about is a human research program for civilians, and one of the goals is to expand that internationally and to have some of these methods harmonized across countries. Do you envision that Italy would be one of those places that would have an interest in a human research program, or a satellite of it, or some form of it?
Yes, Italy for sure has a significant interest in being part of those discussions. When I spent the 10 years in Washington, in multiple occasions, we tried to engage with private companies, with any initiative that was intended in those contexts. Therefore, the answer is absolutely yes.
I'm wondering, are there any questions online at all? Any other questions from the audience? George, putting you on the spot. You've worked with Roberto before, but you don't have to. All right, we're going to get George to come up here.
So when you were the space attaché in Washington, one of your skills, I would say, was getting the right people together and figuring out who were the folks who could work together to achieve some longer goals. Any thoughts on how the commercial space community can do that internationally in terms of space agencies, companies, universities, all working together to make progress going forward? Just general thoughts.
Thank you, George. Nice to see you. And yeah, you remember when we were both trying to sign the first agreement between Italy and the US on the procedures to fly suborbital. The concept was to try to give the common standard internationally from the beginning. Now, if we try to, and the concept of spaceport, it is a key in the sense that whatever is taking off, any suborbital flight. I remember on board of the shuttle, we were taking off from the Kennedy. The first landing opportunity in case of an emergency was in Europe. So all the spaceport need to have the same regulations. Talking about the more widely engagement of university research centers and so on. It is what I consider one of the challenge is to understand the difference between the US and Europe, and specifically Italy. The two systems are very different. The way the space economy, the approach to commercial evolved in the US is very different from how things unfolded and evolved in Italy and in Europe. We have remained more on the classical approach that is having the agency, the government in the middle. So in order to understand how to create a dialogue between the US actors and Italian actors is not that easy. What I believe it is possible to do is to work at national level, at the university level, around the concept of a startup that, however, is different from similar concepts in the US. That means that in order to make collaboration work, you have to do something that is different from the common philosophy, especially in Europe. Usually, you tend to have a full capability in your portfolio from launch to operation to landing. I don't see that as a successful solution. The way I see it is each is offering the best that you can offer, and then we work together. As an example, going back in the past, 1964, 15th of December 1964, Italy launched the first satellite. It was built in Italy. It was an Italian satellite, but it launched on top of a Scout X-4 built by the US. So going forward and going to today, the US are working on a lunar lander. Intuitive Machine will be the next to launch mid-February. Italy may be on board with a moon drone for the mobility on the moon. So not necessarily Italy has to have for its own launcher, its own whatever. We can work in a partnership, and the chances for the Italian industry should concentrate on those technologies that not necessarily are already part of the portfolio of the US. So the complementary approach, it's what I see as a good option for Italy to get the most out of the opportunity that are stemming out of the concepts around the space economy.
So thank you for that response, Roberto. So we're winding down here in our program. So I really wanted to thank you on behalf of everybody here today for taking the time to discuss your insights. We really appreciate and value your experience as an astronaut and an engineer. So we all are grateful, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so who is next?
Thank you. Oh, wow. I'm surprised. So when we transition to my presentation, but I want to cover a couple of things as a result of the conversations this morning on what we have been involved with. Some of the issues about pregnancy, our initial guidance for medical screening that we issued some years ago, we recommended to the industry that until we have more research about pregnancy in space and about what happens to the development of the embryo in space, it was a good idea not to allow pregnant women to fly. So far, no woman who is pregnant has flown in space. Are there additional risks that we are going to take with that? Obviously, because we don't have the answers to what's going to happen. And it's not just the microgravity exposure, it's the acceleration, other stress factors in flight. Children, we haven't mentioned children. We also made a recommendation that to go there, you should be at least of enough age to make the decision by yourself, not to have your parents deciding on your behalf that, yes, I want to take the entire family and we're all going to fly together. Well, that's a completely different issue when you are in societies like in the United States where everybody sues for everything. So we have to be very careful about liability. And from that point of view, another two topics that probably we should cover as far as potential research. One is malpractice insurance for medical providers. And at the present time, I will tell you, some of the ones who have been providing that support, they get, because they are affiliated with universities and they already have malpractice insurance, they are willing to cover that. But if you're an individual physician who is going to start doing physical exams, who is going to give you a malpractice insurance to do spaceflight participant medical screening? So that's another issue. One more, medical insurance for the spaceflight participants. What company today is likely to give you or to actually support your medical insurance if you're going to participate in these activities and there is an outcome there? I know Lloyd's of London is willing to do it. It's not going to be cheap, but you will be able to get it. So, but from that point of view, we need to pay attention to all their aspects. One more that also I want to mention in connection with gene expression research. We have been doing research in connection with that because we have other area of needs related to investigation to research. You don't know this, but the FAA, we actually do at the Institute in Oklahoma City, we do the post-mortem analysis of all of the remains of pilots who die in fatal aviation accidents in the United States. It's about 300 per year. So we're looking for hundreds of medications, illegal drugs, and alcohol. Well, when we had years ago, a couple of years ago, the Spaceship Two accident, we actually ended up getting involved with that. So, but then you remember the lessons learned from Challenger from Colombia. When you are looking about post-mortem accident investigation based on remains, how do you, for example, look for evidence of ebulism? And it is not that easy. And it's specific to space flight or high energy exposure with different temperatures, very low temperatures. In addition to that, the exposure to low barometric pressure that leads to ebulism. How do you obtain evidence of that? And that becomes important also from a liability point of view. Then also another issue with the medical certificates. Right now, for spaceflight participants, we issue medical screening guidance, voluntarily, completely. However, there are several, I can tell you, several of the spaceflight participants who have flown already in space, they happen to be pilots as well. So as pilots, they already have a medical record because in order to maintain their pilot's license, they have to get a physical exam according to the FAA. So there is additional medical information right there that is already going back years before they fly in space. So that's another potential source of information for a future database because we collect it. In fact, most NASA astronauts also have an FAA pilot's license. Therefore, they have a medical certificate issued by us as well. So other sources of information. Then I'm not here as a regulator. I'm here as a facilitator because I also want to go in space. So from that point of view, we have had many discussions over the years that yes, we're trying to make sure that everything is safe. However, do you remember the Stephen Hawking flight on space, the parabolic flight? It was a dedicated flight for him with his medical team. So what I keep telling everybody, okay, up to a certain point, fine, we're looking for what will be the, from safety point of view, safety considerations that yes, with certain medical conditions, with certain medical waivers, they can fly. But let's say today you are diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and probably your life expectancy maybe a couple of months. I still want to go. If you have a dedicated flight for that person, why not? If you do not compromise the safety of anybody else, why not? If you prepare for that special flight, why not? So we have to go away from this paradigm that everything has to be according to the way we have been doing it in the past. No, here is the opportunity to do things different way and try things that have never been tried before. One thing that JD didn't mention, but the para-astronaut program and the European Space Agency, they already selected their first para-astronaut. NASA hasn't done it yet, as far as I know, JD. You haven't selected one. Well, you did the work, but but there is an incentive to actually have a career astronaut, a professional astronaut with either one leg shorter than the other one or some kind of prosthetic device or somebody who is unusually short in stature. That is becoming an issue for both European Space Agency and NASA. So we have an even bigger than that one. We're supposed to facilitate people with wheelchairs to be boarding a commercial aircraft, and that will extend also to commercial space vehicles. and they can anchor their wheelchair in an empty space within the cabin, and instead of transferring to their own seat in the airplane, just fly sitting in their own wheelchair that is attached to the airplane. Okay? Those are trends that are happening, so we need to pay attention to those things. And then as far as the point-to-point transportation, and that has been George for years, let me say one thing about George. He was AST1, the Associate Administrator for the Office of Commercial Space Transportation, the FAA. He was the first one who implemented budget to do research in connection with commercial space. So some of the things that I will talk about is because of him that he was interested in doing that. But for point-to-point transportation, there are specific issues from a point of view of research that we need to also pay attention to, because that's a completely different model, but that has more commercial success from a point of view of business travel and DHL and FedEx and all of these things, that we have to think about that model as well, not just going up and coming down. Radiation exposure. There was a mention of radiation exposure. You may not know this, but we have, for years, we have been monitoring radiation exposure in flight, in commercial aviation. Every year we have to change headings and altitudes of aircraft to avoid potential exposure not only to ionizing radiation, but even more importantly, charged particles, high energy particles, because they damage electronics. So by default, we're protecting the occupants because we're protecting the microchips of the airplanes. But we cannot change the heading and altitude of a vehicle that is for suborbital or orbital just going up and say, well, sorry, you have to change your heading because there may be some exposure to. We cannot do that. We can do it in commercial aviation. But now think about this. Spaceflight participants with implantable medical devices. And Becky Blue is somewhere here, back there, that she at UTMB, she did some research in connection with, do we have standard in the medical device industry where those medical devices that are implanted or could be not implanted, could be wearable, are they protected against radiation exposure? They are not designed for that purpose. So ionizing, they look at ionizing radiation, but really here the challenge is the charged particles, is the high energy particles. And we have not done enough research in connection with that. And unfortunately, now we're having more and more evidence that even with bad weather, did you know that based on some NASA findings, if you fly on top of a big thunderstorm, they're having gamma ray particles that are being produced. So you don't want to fly through those things. And we just discovered, well, we didn't, NASA discovered that, and it's like, what are we going to do about that? So, and the other thing that I want to mention is, yes, on the gene, going back to the gene expression, there are two approaches. You can use it for readiness to perform, which would be nice to do, or could be also, even though you cannot do it legally in the United States, for selecting or select out decisions for positions. That would be against federal laws, that you cannot use genetic testing to select people for jobs. It doesn't say anything about spaceflight participants. Now we know that, for example, some people have higher tolerance, natural tolerance, to radiation exposure, like people who survived Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Almost everybody else died, and they survived until 105 years old. So they were, genetically, they were different. We know that some people have higher tolerance to acceleration, to microgravity. It has to be at the genetic level, that they have something different. So how else can we use that? Should we go in the direction of saying, well, we're going to go to Mars, we're going to go to places where we need a natural higher tolerance to certain stress factors? Legally, today, we cannot do it in the United States. But other countries, they don't have the same regulations that we have here. But could we identify somebody who may be a better astronaut just based on increased tolerance to some of those stress factors? In theory, we can. But probably we're not ready to do that. On the also application of the gene expression, and I also in connection with what I mentioned about doing research in support of accident investigation. We have been looking now for several years, and in fact, we're in the validation process with the US Air Force. We have been looking at gene expression on remains of pilots. Can we obtain evidence post-mortem based on remains that you were tired before you died, that you consumed alcohol before you died, that you were exposed to hypoxia before you died? And in fact, as a result of that research, we identified, oh, there are cognitive changes, cognitive performance changes that were reflected in some of the gene expression genes that we're looking at. So at this point, we are not there yet, But I know that NASA is also interested. Well, can you identify some of those traits and some of those natural tolerances, which makes perfect sense. And maybe later on you can expand with us about the microbiome, because microbiome is another huge area that is providing a lot of information. So now let's go to the next slide, please. So I have to show you that, once again, I'm representing the FAA, but I want to share this with you, because as of this year, those are the FAA Office of Commercial Space Transportation strategic initiatives. And why is that important? Because it is not that we're just the regulators. Look at number 2. It is not just outside the agency, but it is also within the industry, within the agency. That if we're going to regulate others, we also regulate ourselves. Safety management system, we're implementing that internally. It's not just for the operators, not just for the industry, it's for us. And we're applying that now to medicine. Science-based decision-making process, but also the area of the new trend that we're experiencing right now is, for years, since the beginning of medical screening, medical certification of crew, we're looking at what is the possibility of incapacitation because of a medical condition that could get out of hand, and suddenly you have sudden incapacitation in flight or subtle incapacitation in flight. That's not maintainable. Now we have to look at probabilistic risk analysis, trying to identify, okay, who is likely to have a performance impairment? That's ultimately what we're interested in, not whether the person had a complication of the medical condition. Is that affecting the performance of a safety function or not? That is really the question. So we're going in that direction. In our conversations with JD, of course, NASA has been doing it with some of the programs that have been in place, but they are kind of difficult, okay? Let's go to the next one. Oh, thank you. Is it the green one? Yes, okay. So you see, number 1, of course, for us is safety. George mentioned about also global leadership, about people, operational excellence on everything that we do. Keep in mind that we still have a dual role in the FAA. We are responsible for safety, but also to promote the development of the industry. And that's the way that we used to do for commercial aviation at the beginning until that industry was deregulated and we only maintained the safety function. For commercial space, we still have both. So we cannot go overboard on the certification side or on the standard side that is at the expense of not facilitating the development of the industry. We have to maintain that fine balance, and some people say, oh no, you cannot do that. Yes, we can, we have been able to do it, but at the same time, it's the right thing to do to make sure that the industry is going to be successful. Can you imagine if we implemented certification standards after the Wright brothers flew for the first time? What would have happened to that industry? Would have never launched because, oh, sorry, you're not meeting the standards, you cannot be flying now. That's where we are related to commercial space. We have to give the industry the opportunity to grow, to mature. And also, to some extent, that was another comment made earlier, self-regulation is already happening, has already been happening, self-regulation. Because if you have professionals who think about safety, you don't have to wait until the regulator tells you, well, you have to do this. You know that this is part of your business plan, because if you do something wrong that ends up with lawsuits, sorry, the lawsuit is going to kill the company probably because you cannot afford to survive as a result of the lawsuit. So yes, that also works. Then there are different drivers for research. For the FAA, we have 2. We have the first one, operational safety, and we have the second one, support the development of the human commercial spaceflight industry. Fortunately, there are 2 other drivers for research. We have the contribution to space science, which is the last one there. Most of the spaceflight participants, and it was mentioned before, they love to contribute to science. And in fact, I don't know if you have read some of the articles from Richard Jennings when he was flying, he was evaluating the spaceflight participants in Space Adventures. In fact, one of the millionaires said, oh, I want to contribute to science. I want my name in that article when you publish it. And now he's giving presentations about his own case when he flew. I say, we need more of them, because then we don't have to worry about de-identifying medical data. They want it identified because they are using it for their own visibility. So if we have more of those people, that's great, because then we can share all of that information without concerns about sharing too much. Now, the third one, modify, decrease operator medical liability. Obviously, that's in the interest of the industry. Because that's another issue that you have. If you are more proactive and you are implementing things on your own, not having to wait for the FAA to do it, you in a way are taking a position of leadership where you are giving the example to other operators. Now, if a mishap happens, unfortunately, the thing is that it doesn't reflect only negatively on the specific operator, it's on the entire industry. And we don't want that to happen because we want it to keep growing, keep expanding. So from here, some examples of R&D success through the FAA Commercial Space Transportation Center of Excellence. This was a very successful program that we have in place for a number of years that it was in 4 different areas. In the medical area specifically, it was in connection with the University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston with Becky Blue, who was a resident in aerospace medicine back then, but she actually took the leadership to help with the other students, and convince the other students we need to do more of this research. So many of the reports that I'm going to show you here came as a result of what UTMB was doing. And those of you who don't know, and particularly also for international audiences, we have the Centers of Excellence within the FAA. It's a different approach to do collaborative research where the federal agency provides funding and then you select a consortium of universities and they match those funds to do research for it could be 5 to 10 years. To the point that what we want to do when we do those is that at the end of the program, that has created a self-sufficient program to continue on their own without the involvement of the federal agency. At least in this case, the products were excellent, excellent products. So we had on the research partners, we had us, the CAM in addition to UTMB, Mayo Clinic, both places, Jacksonville and Scottsdale, and Baylor College of Medicine. So I'm going to show you, those were the 4 areas that George actually implemented as far as research. It was not just medical. It was in connection with industry innovation, because also that had implications for the success of the industry. But you have aerospace access and operations, the vehicles themselves, that was another area, many reports. Ours was the human operations and spaceflight. And in that specific area is on the research area 3. So those were the specific programs that were implemented in connection with that. Years before this, the first study that we did in support of AST, when AST had been in place, I think, for 2 or 3 years, we had actually somebody working on, at that point in time, we were thinking about future potential regulations. We said, what should be the minimum life support system requirements in reusable vehicle operations? Minimum, not the Cadillac, not what we have that, oh, you have to meet all of these standards. There are no standards. In fact, as of today, the FAA still does not have regulatory standards for the vehicles, for operations. We still have the licensing. That was supposed to expire in October of last year, but that's been, well, in the congressional language, I think is going to be extended for another number of years. What that means is that although we have been working on standards on all these areas, right now, we're not implementing them because we still do not have the authority to do that because the moratorium has been extended 3 times. Actually, this is the 4th time that has been extended. So in that area, these are just some examples of the research tasks, both in aerospace physiology and medicine. I will bring to your attention, go to the one on the top left, medical and physiological database system. We have been talking about the need to have a database that includes all of the information that we collect from all the different sources that is de-identified initially, but is accessible to everybody who has to do with any kind of commercial spaceflight operation. For different reasons, different factors, we have not reached an agreement. But that is essential because the more information we can share, then we can prevent potential errors by somebody else when in fact, if we already flew somebody, for example, with a certain medical condition, why reinvent the wheel if you already had certain experience and you know how it was successful doing it that way? So that is one thing that several of us are pushing. In fact, now we have several companies who are interested in doing it. Now the question is where is that going to reside? But George will talk about that tomorrow in that regard. We have good ideas on he has good ideas on this one. The one on the top right which is the Spaceflight Crew Medical Standards and Participant Acceptance Criteria. That actually became the baseline in several countries. In fact, we shared that with Italy. And back then, the chief medical officer for their emerging Italian space program, Francesco, he actually obtained that report, and with modifications, that's what they implemented through their government operations to implement their own regulations. So that became also ASTM. I don't know if you're familiar, ASTM International Standards Organization. We released the first report, and that's from the industry perspective, not from the FAA. We asked ASTM to work on that, to see what were going to be the recommendations coming from the industry. So we have now, they have been published since November of last year, the suborbital space flight recommendations for spaceflight participants on the medical side. And we started work on the orbital. In fact, we just had a meeting last week. So the next product will be that. What will be now the recommendation from ASTM with regards to medical certification for orbital spaceflight participants and crew members as well. Now, you may not know this, but for commercial space crew today, all it is needed by the FAA is a Class 2 FAA medical certificate. That's all is needed, a Class 2. It's not even the equivalent of an airline transport pilot, which is a Class 1. It's a Class 2. However, the industry on their own, I can tell you, they have said, well, the FAA said Class 2. We will make it a Class 1. And by doing that, they have gone above what the FAA recommended. From a legal point of view, that's very good. Because now they can say, well, if there is something, we went above what the FAA required. So legally, that provides certain assistance in case that there is something wrong. And that has happened in several other examples. Then if we go to the, let me see, 295, the effects of EMI, electromagnetic interference and ionizing radiation. In that one, and Becky Blue, correct me if I'm wrong, but you didn't find any potential problem with EMI or with ionizing exposure. Okay, so, okay, they essentially didn't find that there was a problem unless, but it had to be in the perfect conditions on how you were. Essentially, it has to be the right conditions in order to be impacted negatively. However, the Food and Drug Administration does not have any requirements for medical devices, particularly implantable medical devices, to be protected against exposure to radiation, because that's not a concern on Earth. And when they certify, they are not certifying for space use, not even for aviation use. That's why that's another issue. Most of the wearables that we have today, when you try to use them in the aerospace environment, what's your experience? Many of them are useless. Useless. Why? Because they were not designed for that environment. Even in aviation, in commercial aviation, but even in military operations, in fighter aircraft, forget it. They don't work. There is no market to do that. Because the market, I mean, you could buy maybe a few thousands of those for space operations, when they can sell millions of those for the general population of Earth. And I have had some of the CEOs of those companies saying, okay, show me what's the market and then we will design it for space. There is no market. Now, when we start flying thousands of passengers, there will be a market. But we are not there yet. So right now, they don't have justification to design them to be space or aerospace-worthy technologies. They're not. The other one here is the suborbital spaceflight anxiety assessment. There are still some questions. There are still some recommendations that we need to do more research in connection with that. Now, yes, we talked about the informed consent. Well, the informed consent, supposedly, you will sign it when you become aware of all of the potential risks that you will have. We did not specify, from the FAA perspective, what had to be included exactly, other than generics about anything that could result in incapacitation, in permanent injury, in temporal injury, or in death, whatever. But that's kind of a shotgun approach. We were not very specific about, well, you have to describe this. Can you imagine if you have to disclose any potential risk in connection with a launch? That has to start from the point that where you board the vehicle, you're in the atmospheric part of the flight, then you go to the space, either in the suborbital or orbital, then all the way down. How long is it going to take you? However, the regulation is very specific. It says that it has to be in writing. Not everybody who is flying is a English native speaker. So does that mean that you have to make sure that when you translate to another language, does not change the meaning of the informed consent? So, because that's very specific, it has to be in writing and it has to be in English. And the person has to have the opportunity to ask any clarifying questions about the potential risk. Now, here in the United States, in the medical field, if you, let's say you are a surgeon and you have all of your patients signing an informed consent, is that full protection against you from liability? You can be sued for anything in the United States. So, yes, they have to demonstrate that it was outside the scope of your authority, outside the scope of your knowledge and your experience and your abilities. But that doesn't prevent you from being sued. So, if the informed consent, let's say, is signed by the person who is flying, and you have a bad outcome, that person will not sue you because that person is no longer available to sue you. So could the relative sue you? Yeah. Particularly when you are thinking about people who are millionaires or billionaires, don't you think there is an interest in suing, well, now this person who was making tons of money is no longer there. How do we take care of that? By recommending, well, not only you, but also all of the close family members should also sign the informed consent that you are being willing to take the chance? I'm not saying that that's the ultimate answer, but we need to discuss those things. Another one here, the wearable biomedical monitoring equipment for spaceflight participants. Once again, the limitations of that equipment, when you can use, what you cannot use. And another, based on the conversation this morning, we would like always as physicians, oh, we want more data. We want to have all of these biomedical variables that we want to measuring every single time that we're flying. The question is not that. The question is which variables are really important, where we'll have actionable information that you can do something about it. I would ask you right now just one example. What is the usefulness of having heart rate? Just for the purpose that we're talking about monitoring. But monitoring what and how are you going to use? Yes, you get nervous, your heart rate is going to go up. Or you have another stress factor that is going to change physiologically because of that. Does that help you at all? What about pulse oximetry? What about some other biomedical measurements? So we really need to pay attention not only what we want to measure and collect, but how are we going to use that information for what purpose? For what? Now, if I have somebody with a medical condition, like Stephen Hawking, he had biomedical monitoring on board when he was in his parabolic flight. But there was a reason why they were monitoring those parameters, because of his specific medical problem. So that's different from saying this is the same for everybody. I would say that is based on the individual and the individual condition that you want to monitor to see what is going to be the outcome based on that, okay? That's just my opinion, is not on behalf of the FAA. I'm not telling you that's what is coming. So now let me jump several other ones so you will have the presentation here. So let me go now here to the current gaps. And there are several. So definitely, if you think about the pathology, this is in a way kind of US-based, but we talked about the #1 cause of death in United States cardiovascular problems. Well, we have to think about that. We have to think about also diabetes, because it's very highly prevalent. We have many diabetic pilots flying in the United States, including commercial pilots. That's where technology started making a difference. As of January of 2021, we started allowing continuous glucose monitoring sensors for insulin-dependent commercial pilots, because you have a closer control over diabetes in flight, so you know if they will be hypoglycemic in flight, and you can set the frequency of the measurements as frequent as you want. We have so much information, but also so much control with that one, which has been extremely useful to do that. Because prior to that, we would tell them, okay, you have to take a blood glucose measurement 30 minutes before flight. Every 30 minutes during flight, and then 30 minutes before landing to make sure that you were not likely to be hypoglycemic. And you had to carry something with you to eat in case that you were hypoglycemic. At least you could eat something and increase your blood glucose. Now with this CGM, it's making a huge difference. So that's an example of one technology that is actually working and is helping with that one. Since the Class 2 medical certificate is required for the crew in commercial space flights, that's going to apply to them as well, as of today. I mean, not as of 2021. So that's an example of the good thing. Then issues about, of course, thrombotic disease, we already talked about that, obesity. But I'm talking about obesity on the pathological level of obesity. And it's not just the issue about the medical aspects, but it has to do also with the human factors, the ergonomics. When you design a seat, for example, in the commercial aviation industry, but now that this has also transferred to commercial space vehicles, all of the seats that we have when we fly as passengers, they are 16G seats. They have to tolerate 16 times the force of gravity. But that's based on the average population and the average weight. That has changed over the years. The averages for anthropomorphic characteristics were developed by the military some years ago. It is not the same thing today as 20 years ago or 15 years ago. So the military has been really looking at changing the anthropometric characteristics of the population because of the changes in our diet and how we are increasing weight and all of that stuff. So that's important also from a point of view of, is that seat going to be sufficient, let's say, for a person who may be 350 pounds? Is that seat going to be as protective as somebody who is 180 or 200? The answer is no, because they were not designed for that purpose. But now we have other systems, such as inflatable bags that deploy from seat belts, other crashworthy attachments for the seats. And that just tell me that I have 5 minutes. Okay. 4 minutes and 12 seconds, okay, thank you. Issues, I'm not going to cover issues about medications. We know that the pharmacodynamics, the pharmacokinetics are different in space. The bioavailability, the absorption depends upon how is your intestines. If your intestinal activity is going down, of course you're not going, but you can administer the medications instead of by mouth, intramuscular, IV, sublingual, transdermic, so there are other ways of them. But that's not a solution, because even with that administration, the pharmacokinetics are not the same. The bioavailability changes just because you're in microgravity, so it's not just the mode of administration. We need more research there. And of course, the management of medications. For suborbital spaceflight, short duration, you may not have to worry that much. For orbital, that's a different issue. Now, a challenging question for you. If you have somebody who is addicted, and I'm talking about a bad addiction to cocaine, to other illegal medications, to alcohol, how is your risk-making decision process to say whether or not that person should fly? And right now, there are no regulations that says, well, we have passengers who cause tons of problems in commercial aviation because of their effects of the things that they are taking. We don't have that in commercial space. Is it possible that also the effect of those illegal drugs may be different in microgravity? Do we know for sure? We haven't done the research, so we don't know. What about medical marijuana? What about CBD oils that are not regulated by the Food and Drug Administration? In some cases, they have up to 14% of THC. Up to 14%, when in fact they're supposed to have almost nothing or none. Well, they do because there is no quality control and there is no FDA requirement to deal with those things. And 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Okay. So here on the anxiety, panic, and operational performance, under stress, definitely we need more research right there. Now let me ask you a question. Let's say that you fill out the questionnaire, you do a basic evaluation. Can we rely on people telling the truth? If you really want to do something, including being a pilot, can you cheat? Can you withhold information that is critical information? Related to pregnancy, if you say, well, no, we're not going to allow pregnant women to fly in space, are you going to test them for pregnancy? When are you going to test them for pregnancy? Are you going to do it the day before the flight, or you will do it a couple of weeks before, or a couple of months before? Those are practical questions. What are you going to do? So, other twists to the whole story. The spaceflight participant responds to space motion sickness. If you don't have any safety-related role, 1 minute, such as, well, in case of an emergency, you may have to activate or push something as part of a safety system, which that changed your role from being a spaceflight participant, just flying to enjoy, to now you may have a safety-sensitive role right there. Well, does that also change? For example, if I decide to prevent, in this case, sickness in flight, motion-related sickness in flight, I can give them Dramamine. And even if that is sedating, if they're just flying, they will be relaxed too. They will be a little bit drowsy, so that may not be a problem. But if now you assign some kind of safety-sensitive function, that may not be a good idea. So how do you decide what's acceptable and what's not acceptable? And the last one, the data acquisition, storage, and analysis. There's several considerations in connection with this. And the answer is not just the de-identified data. As I mentioned, if we can find other people who want to disclose, that's even better. But then between academic establishment, between the industry and us, the regulators, can we create an effective partnership that is actually being positive, being useful? Yes, we can. But the thing is that we have to get to the point that we feel comfortable that it's being done for the right reasons, and the right people will have the right access to the information that is being collected. We need to do that. So I stopped right there because there was more information. And time for one question? Okay, one question or two questions? Or comments? Okay.
Mel, this may have been published. Great talk, by the way, as always. If you have a defibrillator in, and you need that, and you're thinking about flying in space, we can probably de-risk that a little bit with a centrifuge ride at the level, right, of that you're going to experience most likely in that format. Maybe add some for, risk mitigation. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts about the commercial space folks handling that? Not from an FAA perspective, but where are people thinking about the common things like defibrillators? Now, I'm not speaking for the cosmic radiation or the solar stuff. I'm thinking more of the G fields here, okay?
Since we do not have regulatory standards for emergency medical equipment on board commercial space vehicles, it's completely open to you to decide what you would like to test and carry. Oh, if they're implanted, same thing. We don't have anything that restricts you from doing that. But if you are going to allow that, you better make sure that because of the type of vehicle operation, because of the profile of the entire flight, when you are launching that is not likely to have increased solar activity, that the possibility of damage to the equipment is not that high. And you can follow that because we actually provide access to the industry on our monitoring system. It's called the Carry 7-A, where if you know your point of origin, your destination point, your cruise altitude, duration of the flight, you can calculate your own exposure to radiation in flight, ionizing. Charged particles? No. And that's where we also have limitations. We still have not been able to characterize what happens with radiation, including ionizing, at high levels of the atmosphere. Even though the NIRA satellite from NASA has been helping with that, is not the ultimate answer. But even above that, let's say at the suborbital level flights, we don't have a good characterization of what happens with all of the radiation. We don't. On the G field? Becky, you did some studies with implanted medical devices, and in fact, there was not a problem. Yes, please. Yeah, in UTMB, they did the study, and they used the centrifuge from ETC. Yes, there you are. And it was on purpose. Look at people who had the implanted medical devices.
But not defibrillators.
Not defibrillators.
So let's talk about why, right? So we did look at implantable devices, particularly pacemakers and insulin pumps, right? And implantable devices are, so far, performing just fine in a hypergravity field. But defibrillator is a screen-out criteria based on our current criteria for inclusion in any of my studies. Why is that? By definition, that is an unstable medical condition. because that person may need an electrical shock at any time. And as a practicing ED doc, let me tell you, when somebody comes into the emergency department and says, hey, my defibrillator went off, I interrogate it and admit them for a cardiac evaluation, because it's not without risk to the heart, which means that if for whatever reason, my hypergravity field, their spaceflight experience, any other stressor led to a defibrillation, they would be unstable. So by my criteria, defibrillation, or the presence of an AICD, implanted or otherwise, is screen out criteria because they represent an unmitigated medical risk. I have had multiple individuals with implanted devices for pacemaking and insulin. Those devices, and of course glucose monitoring, those devices have performed very well. However, again, all of this is in the context of pre-screening to ensure that their medical conditions are otherwise very adequately controlled. I also have not yet tested any of those in other factors associated with the spaceflight experience. These have been tested under hypergravity conditions and not at a cohort that is sufficient in size to say definitively that there is no risk. We know that the cohort to date is very successful and have performed quite well, and the devices, when interrogated after the fact, have also performed quite well. But again, limited and controlled conditions, a heck of a lot of pre-screening. Happy to share any of those studies with anybody who wants to read more.
If you want to get the reports, go to the FAA's COE CST, and you can download all of the reports from there.
All publicly available.
All of them. So for some of these areas, there is no reason to reinvent the wheel, but for the ones that have recommendations, they identify what additional research is needed in those areas. Okay, thank you very much. Jenny. There you are.
Thank you, Melchor. That was fantastic. And I think I can, speak for everyone in here that the discussion today has been really great. This is exactly what we were looking for in terms of getting feedback on the workshop. So I think we're all very excited about what tomorrow will bring as well. So I'm going to give you a little bit of logistics about tonight, and this also is my opportunity, since we went through things fairly quickly this morning, to talk a little bit more about Tulsa, since you are here in Tulsa. So let's go to the next slide real quick. First off, a little bit about the Institute. So I mentioned this this morning. I'm with the Oklahoma Aerospace Institute for Research and Education. Obviously, our focus is on the aerospace side. In this particular endeavor, we're working very closely with the Human Performance Nutrition Research Institute. Lance Walker in the back. If you're interested in talking with him, he'll be at the dinner tonight as well and here tomorrow about the research that they're doing. But there is an overlap where we provide our expertise in certain areas and they provide their expertise in other areas. And that provides capabilities on some of our collaborative endeavors between the two institutes. Are focused on the aerospace side and they're focused on the human performance and nutrition piece of that. So let's go to the next slide. I did want to mention as well, one of the reasons that we feel like this is a good fit for some of the stuff that we're doing is we were recently designated as an EDA tech hub in trusted and equitable autonomy. And while everyone tends to be focused in the autonomous research community on the trusted piece, that we have to understand what the autonomous systems are doing and that we have the trust and that they're not hackable, the equitable piece has not gotten as much attention. And this is obviously something that we're very focused on in working with various communities to make sure that the equitable component of that is just as important at the forefront as we're moving forward to a more autonomous future. So we'll be focusing a lot of our attention on this in the coming years. So if you're interested in more about this as well, we can share about that. So next slide. Finally, I do want to talk a little bit about Tulsa, because I know for many of you this is your first time here. And I think I put this slide up primarily because of the conversation that I was having with Michael. And he was talking, I believe it was Leon Russell, and other folks like the Gap Band, are all from this particular community. And there's a really great music scene here in Tulsa, and that's really exemplified by both the Woody Guthrie and the Bob Dylan museums, which sit literally just about 3 blocks down that way, so very close to downtown. For those of you that are staying in some of the hotels that we suggested, they're literally right around the corner from you. So if you end up staying a little bit longer, there are a couple of things that I'd recommend to take a look at. Those two for one, the Philbrook Museum, which is the same Philbrook that donated Philmont for the Boy Scouts, wealthy oil magnate from the early days of the last century, fantastic art museum, and then the Greenwood Museum in Black Wall Street, really kind of diving into some of our more unfortunate past in the Tulsa region. And then finally, the music piece, like Church Studios and Kane's Ballroom. Now, what you're really interested in, logistics for the dinner tonight. So going to the next slide. So we will have, first off, location. The dinner is at the Tulsa Air and Space Museum. And our program for this evening will include Jim Bridenstine with a panel of NASA experts. And I think you can all agree, based upon Jim's conversation this morning, his enthusiasm about this and his wealth of knowledge that he brings to the table. So we're very excited to hear that. The cocktail hour will start about 6:15, and then dinner and the panel session will start around 7. We'll start with dinner at 7 and then start with the panel about 7:30. We do have transportation directly from here. It's also very easy to get to if you're preferring to take your own mode of transportation, but we will have a bus that will leave here out at the front at 5:55. It'll get here about 5:30, so it gives you plenty of time to finish up your communication here. And then it will return back to here at the end of the evening. And if you have any dietary restrictions, Jennifer will be there for your contact at the dinner. So go to the next slide. We have a quick map. And we are the blue dot here. That's where you're located at, OSU Tulsa. And the Tulsa Air and Space Museum is located on the other side of the Tulsa International Airport. So it's about a 10-minute drive from here, taking the highway. If you have any questions or concerns, just please see me afterwards, and we'll be able to get those cleared up.
Dress code.
Yeah, dress code. There's no dress code. Yeah. Right. You if you want to, although I've never seen you without a tie, you can take your tie off, or you can leave your tie on. So there you go. Right. Tina, would you like to have any final words for the day, or are we good to go?
Tomorrow we'll be starting at the same time at 8:30 promptly, or as promptly as we can, because we have another jam-packed day. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, it helps to set a bit. Those guys. Set some dogs. Oh, you got an instigator, huh? I was just in, last week. Military had there's some military missions. I was Navy most of my career, although I did. understood time of the Army, but so everybody else, flight docs. So I had flight docs. That's what I'm trying to find in this thing like that.